What is up, everybody? We're doing a cooler temperature light today because this is going to be a long one, and I'm not trying to roast. We are doing a trial watch today, which is something we have not done in a very, very long time because I am very picky with my trials, and I don't watch a lot of trials that are very boring or have, fact situations that aren't great. But this one looks good. The Kouri Richins trial. I watched day one yesterday. We're jumping into day two today. We may do a review of day one, but I'm going to do a breakdown and kind of a summary for you of the case, what's going on, and what's happening in this case, and what you're going to kind of expect to see today and what it's about. So hopefully you guys will hang out with me. This is going to be, we're here for 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. We'll see. But what I do with the trial streams is I start them late. So this trial has already been going for about 2 hours today on the day two. And it, probably will take a lunch break. Maybe that, that lunch break takes 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And there's a bunch of other time where they're talking with the judge and nothing is happening or it's really boring. And we can just fast forward through that stuff. So that'll help us do a quicker review of this trial. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. And I plan on doing that for, this week. I will still be doing videos. I have a video on some gotcha war drama, as well as a video that will be after these Johnny Somali trial. So we're going to be doing those too. So don't think I'm not going to do Somali or not do other topics. No, but instead of just watching this on TV all on my lonesome, we're going to watch this together. And this is also good preparation for the Kouri Clenny trial, which I'll be covering the entire thing of that one. That's what I've been waiting for years. The Kouri Clenny murder trial in Miami, my hometown. OnlyFans, very performative. There's self-defense. So she's going to have to testify. That's going to be a good one. So because I want to do more trial streams when they're good, we're jumping in on this one on second day. Now, like I said, I may go back and I'll probably on Friday, we're going to keep up with the pace during the week. And then on Friday, what I will do is I will poll everybody. And if people want me to go back and watch together the day one that we missed or the opening statements that I missed, maybe we'll just do the opening statements. I'll do that for you guys, and I'll go back and do that. We'll do a poll if people are interested in that. But, we can kind of catch up and get into it. And then obviously there's going to be closing statements. So that's after you've seen all the evidence. So we'll see about that. But also, first of all, thank you, Big Buddhist, for the 5 legal mindset memberships. Yes. Now, I'm a little bit spicier, and thank you for that. And please say thank you if you received one as well. I'm a little bit spicier than some of the other coverage, so obviously we'll get a little offense. I mean, judge not lest ye be judged, except for in trial, right? In trial, you can judge. And when you come to trial, you should be prepared as a lawyer. You should look good. You should be presentable. You should know what you're talking about. That's mainly the people I will end up making fun of are the lawyers when they screw up or, if they do something right, etc. We'll get a little spicy with that. But yeah, we'll be lomping in on this one, and I'll be going through the next couple days on this. So, and we'll see how long it takes. Now, some people said this is going to be 5 weeks. I don't think it's 5 weeks because it's just the murder and very limited financial crimes. So, so to give a background here on the Kouri Richins case, this case is a super high profile murder case from Utah. So it involves a couple, Eric and Kouri Richins. I'll pull her up. Let's see. Let's pull her up right here so you can see her. You're going to see her a lot today, but you'll get to see her as much as you want. There she is in the picture here. That's Kouri Richins, and she had a husband who was a stonemason. They were having let's say some marital issues and some disagreements, having some financial issues. And there's a lot of financial BS that happened beforehand. For example, her going out and obtaining a home equity line of credit, even though she was off the house before, all of this happened. The house was transferred into a trust. She was removed as a beneficiary to a life insurance policy. So they were kind of making the moves like there might be a breakup, right? Or there might be a divorce. And as that was happening, The guy ends up one day eating a sandwich that likely contained fentanyl, right? And once again, I say likely, right? Allegedly contained fentanyl. He doesn't feel good. He doesn't feel sick. He tells his friends about it. Hey, I think my wife tried to poison me with a fentanyl sandwich. Shortly after, he actually dies. And we'll see, he's got fentanyl in the system. So once again, fentanyl murder case, right? I love to. It would be funny if it was the Fent sandwich murder case, but the sandwich wasn't apparently wasn't the mechanism that got him. Elper Ava says, "Oh boy, what's the defense being used in this case? Do we know?" Essentially, I think the defense so far has been to kind of bring up the conflicts of interest and bring up other people's incentive in his potential death. So you've got that. Try to make it ambiguous. Try to make it seem like they did things that were wrong. And one thing about this case is interesting and got me interested is there's a large civil and trust and estate side. So because there's a trust and there's all these lawsuits, right, about getting into the trust and getting the trust proceeds. She sued the trust to get those trust proceeds. She sued the trust, and obviously they sued her right back, right? Because that's what you do. There was discovery as part of that civil case and as part of that trust and estates case. So a lot of the stuff that may look like, oh, you were doing snooping on her or you were doing XYZ actually was stuff they were doing for the case they had over the trust. Because of course you're fighting over money, right? And this case is better than we covered one last year, the Murdaugh trial, where all of the financial crimes were included as part of the trial. And I'm not going to lie, that's usually a freaking boring trial because the financial crimes are boring. And just to go over some of what she's charged with 5 counts of mortgage fraud, 5 counts of forgery, 7 counts of issuing a bad check, 7 counts of money laundering, 1 count of communications fraud, and 1 count of pattern of unlawful activity, which is separate. So all those financial crimes are separate. This one is just aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and 1 count of forgery. Right. So that's part of this one. So there's a small financial crime component of it, but murder is the beef. Right. So we get into the beef. Right. And that's what I'm more interested in is who done it? And let's talk about it. So day one, obviously we had opening statements and we had the trustee, the relative that was the trustee that came and talked about the trust and that she was the executor of the trust and that she was, the one who was signing the checks for things coming out of the trust. Then we had the husband, who was the husband of the relative who was in charge of the trust, who set up the security cameras. He was kind of a Poindexter, but he was a guy that I would be familiar with in my former work, who worked in like the real estate department at the local government, essentially managing their real estate portfolio. So had a bunch of responsibility. So he set up all the security cameras. He was a responsible one. Then we have a cop. We have body footage coming in. And I believe that same police officer will be testifying today. So we're going to get a lot of that kind of police testimony. So that's what we're going to be getting to. Yes, the person who testified was his sister, Katie Richins Benson. There's a lot of Richins. So, that name and the Richins Bensons, that's going to come up. It's going to come up a lot. And yeah, there were some spectacular mistakes by the defense. The defense attorney pretty much came up and bullshitted and said that they had a witness on their witness list, even though they didn't. And they were trying to bullshit their way into essentially being able to do cross for everything. And the reason why you want to do that is you want to cross-examine because it's easier, because you can ask leading questions. You can get points across that are hard to get across on direct. They didn't even subpoena the witness. So they kind of tried to bullshit the court. Court didn't put up with it. The judge is a Chad. He has a very weird name. So I'm going to call him Judge Magitek, because I like Final Fantasy VI. But Judge Magitek is really good. He's on point. He's keeping the court in order. He's keeping it moving, which is what I like to see in a trial. So it's not like them dicking around. He knows what he's doing. The court also has pretty good display capabilities. So whenever they pull stuff up, it tends to come up on the screen pretty well. So that's going to be a good thing for when certain things are played or certain things come up. So just know that that's part of the trial too. So that's what I got. That's what we're going to jump into today, being kind of fair and being kind of balanced on this. And we're going to use the feed from, let's see, from the local news, because, you know, the local news isn't usually as bad as some others. Now, I am going to boost the audio. I downloaded an audio booster. So we're going to boost the audio. If you guys need it more than this, let me know. And I will boost it even more than this. We're on 1.5. I'm going to stick myself in the corner here. And this is where I'm probably going to hang out for most of this. We'll close their chat over there. Only our chat matters. And I'll get super chats as we go. Elfire says, that's cute. I hope the judge shut it down. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Dropped it. Kefka, Richins, Vincent. Yes. Drunk on power. And on the thought of getting away with it, right? Because a lot of the point here is that she thought she could get away with this. She also did a lot of Googling of how to hide things. You know, how do I know if I'm under federal investigation, right? You know, that's all the sort of things you would Google if you were, let's say, trying to hide something, right? Unbound Valkyrie 94.89 for 5 Legal Minds memberships. Thank you so much. Yes. So without further ado, let's just get into it. Once again, guys, let me know as we go and we'll adjust. Tell me in the chat. And by the way, this is kind of the first, I think, court coverage on Kick. So this is just, we'll see how we do over on Kick. I shout out to everybody over there. Brad Rules, Dr. MD Cooper, OO Blandest, all you guys, Mixed Skittles. So we'll see, because nobody else is doing court coverage on Kick.
Back. Feel free to have a seat as you come in.
So, okay, I'll say right now, and I'm once again, this is Legal Mindset, Legal Judge Set. I'm not necessarily a fan of that color.
We are on the record. We will begin this morning with completion of cross-examination of Deputy Winn.
Okay, see, that's his name, Richard E. Mrazek, but I'm calling him Magitech. I'm sorry, guys. Mrazek, you get Magitech out of that.
We can invite Deputy Winn into the courtroom, please.
This
Deputy,
is
let's
Utah.
get you sworn back in. If you'd step in front of Brittany, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Yeah, this judge is very good, very fair, keeps it moving. Obviously, you need to bring in an officer to bring in a lot of the stuff like body cam, etc., the police reports.
Mr. Ramos, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. I have 6 post-it notes here of just.
So I'll give one little. I'll do this once more, and then I'm gonna, because we're at a little bit more 382. The background here is allegedly murdered by fentanyl. Right now, the delivery of the fentanyl, the final delivery, something we're gonna have to talk about as part of the case and see how they kind of lay that out. But there was an attempt by fentanyl sandwich. So that is the attempt by the wife at the time.
I want to talk about. Won't take up too much time, and I do want to be fair to you. I do have 2 things I want you to look at that I think will refresh your recollection in terms of timing. Okay. And this is in terms of when you arrived and when you left. So I've highlighted them for you. Have this. I don't think you need that. You know the codes. So take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them.
And once again, there's a lot of procedural stuff. There's a lot of refresh your memory, but that's stuff you got to do, especially when this stuff happened years ago. So, you know, anytime you've got something that happened 2-3 years ago, a cop is not going to remember every detail on every report that was filed back then.
Yes. Okay. Now, having reviewed those, would those documents give you an idea of when you arrived at the Willow Creek home as well as when you left?
Yes.
Okay. And would it also refresh your recollection to know who was there while you were there?
Yes.
And seeing those, can you tell me approximately how long you were there, as well, how long you were there along with Detective Woody?
I arrived at 3:40, and it looks like, can I refer to this?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Looks like I dispatched out of the residence en route to the station around 5:49.
Okay. And then if you look at the crime scene log, and you see the time in, the time out columns,
Cop looks serious.
okay, and go down to your name,
Yes.
and then it's followed by Detective Woody, right?
Yes.
Now, when do you leave? I'm sorry. When does Detective Woody arrive?
Looks like she arrived at 5:17 per the crime scene log.
And then what about you? What time did you leave?
I left at, says here, 5:41.
Okay. Now, and you gave us another number just now. It was 5:49, right? That was based on the dispatch log, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's about an 8-minute discrepancy, right?
Yes.
Now, that is simply you leaving the actual residence and then walking to your car, maybe doing some things in your car, getting ready to leave. And then when you're formally leaving, that's when you dispatch 5:49, right?
Yes.
So there's specific numbers, but there's things in between, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the reason I want to bring that up is obviously it's important to know who was there, how long you were there. Approximately 24 minutes between yourself and Detective Woody that you guys were at the crime scene together, correct?
Yes. Possibly. Yes.
Well, she checked in at, what do you mean possibly? She checked in.
Because these numbers depends on who does the crime scene log. If they log me out, let's just say their watch at a certain time, that's their time logging me out.
Okay, so
I'm not right. Not actually writing the time I check out
okay, so who
on the
did
crime
that?
scene log.
Who did that?
I'm assuming Deputy Orgle.
Deputy Orgle.
Orgle.
Now, you have no reason to think that Deputy Orgle's watch would be 10 minutes off.
I can't.
Okay. But we can tell that more or less 5:41, 5:49, it's around that time.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay. So let's give it 15 minutes instead of the 24, based on the crime scene log. You were with Detective Woody for about 15 minutes, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You were in the same residence, in the same vicinity.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not saying you're, linked arms with her, right? You were just there at the crime scene.
This is the
Yes.
defense, by the
Okay.
way.
According to the crime scene log.
Yes.
Okay. So, just like you explained now, things could be off, right? Watch what you remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we all watched the video yesterday, and there was a portion in that video where you informed Officer DiVotello, kind of the information you're gathering. We talked about that a lot yesterday. Okay?
Yes.
So I want to direct your attention there.
Okay.
I don't expect you to remember exactly what happened. The state has presented a transcript. Okay, so I'm going to provide this to you. Okay.
Okay.
And I want you to review this area that I am circling. Okay, just to refresh your recollection. Okay.
Okay.
All right. This area right here.
Can I grab it?
Yeah.
Tell me where you're looking.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is page 14 on the top right corner.
Okay, got to pull up whether you guys have heard of this case before, but whether you're new to it, it's fine. I mean, sometimes it's good to come into a case without any prior knowledge because you kind of analyze it fresh.
Okay. Is that refreshing recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what you told.
I'm already cracking the Red Bull, guys. I'm sorry.
Officer DiBotello at that point. Doesn't have to be exact. Just give me an idea.
So I advised him that, gave him a little brief of what I gathered, and what Miss Kouri Richins stated was, and I said that from approximately 9:30, she went to bed, and then approximately 3 o'clock, she went back into bed with Mr. Richins, at which time he was cold and heavy.
Perfect. Now I'm going to provide this back to you, and I'm going to be looking at the last line of page 9 and then the first paragraph of page 10. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, well, people are commenting it too much in the chat, but the guy, this is the correct. I believe the beautifully mustached gentleman is the prosecution's tax expert. Yeah, that guy's on point. We'll point him out when he comes back up.
So it starts here, this line right here, and then move on to the first paragraph of this page, okay?
I've heard enough. The officer is guilty, bro. This is not an ICE case. Yeah, the lady in the yellow beige outfit is the one that's accused. That's Kouri Richins. She's sitting on the right. When they turn to the lawyer tables, the right side is the defense, left side is prosecution.
Okay.
So you were having this conversation, and I say conversation, I think that's important because this isn't an interview,
So that's her.
right?
Your Honor.
This is her right here. This is the defendant.
Yep.
So they're approaching. So this is a little legal mindset speeds up. That's her turning out. Now, I will point out this woman over here. Oh boy. She wanted to embiggen the scope, and I'm not going to make a sandwich joke that she's had too many sandwiches, but it's tempting. She screwed up yesterday pretty wildly by trying to exclude evidence of the civil case and kind of trying to keep a lot of that out, and then asking questions on cross-examination that completely opened it up for the prosecution to bring in all of that stuff. She opened the door just wide, just absolutely massively. So she's been bungling around, and it's been kind of funny. So I am now, she is not up right now. There's multiple defense attorneys here, but whenever she comes up, again, I think it'll be a hilarity as well, but she opened the door massively to all this information coming out on how she did all of these naughty financial crimes, like faking paperwork. This is what's alleged, right? But faking paperwork, faking power of attorneys, forging checks, etc. So she embiggened the scope to bring in all of that stuff based on her own questioning. It was hilarious. So let me fast forward here till the sound comes back on. Here we go.
As I was saying, I say conversation because this isn't a formal interview, right?
Correct.
Hold on. This is a good one from Ava. I don't mean to be rude, but the defense attorney needs a beard or mustache or something on his face. It's very long. Yes, he does have a long face. That's not incorrect.
This is going off of the death checklist.
And this is the prosecution side, right? So behind him is the prosecution side. This prosecutor, very good to start with. So
mentioned yesterday.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this conversation, you do get information from Miss Richins, and in the paragraph that you just read, okay? And what did you learn at that point?
Learned the second paragraph that you showed me,
Correct, the one that I just showed you, yes.
that she stated that she placed a blanket on him because she felt that he was cold.
Correct. And then what else?
She turned on the light and realized what he wasn't responsive. Like,
So right now, that's exactly what I want to talk about. He said that he felt cold, and then she turned on the light. Okay.
Yeah, this guy,
I'm gonna
he
give
could
this
use
back
a
to you.
beard. Not lying.
okay.
Focus on
This guy, though, he's got his beard on point. He's got his beard on point.
I'm in between.
Yes, the lead prosecutor's name is Bloodworth.
Okay.
Totally not a vampire.
Are we looking at a minute?
Oh, just this underlined portion. Okay. Just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So from the time that she fell and got into bed and felt his cold body, she put a blanket on, like you said. And then what did she do?
She turned the light. She felt that he wasn't breathing. She turned on the light.
How long?
It says in the statement 1 minute.
For a minute.
For a minute.
Correct. Now, we don't know, just like there are some changes for you as you testified earlier between 541, 549, a minute, right? Like for a minute, it's an expression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she gets into bed, she feels her cold husband, and she stays there for a minute. And then she doesn't hear him breathing. Okay? Is that right?
Correct.
Or anything.
It says she didn't feel him breathing
Or anything.
or anything.
Now, that's important. That's an important detail. Correct?
Correct.
That information wasn't given to DiBotello a couple minutes later, correct? In what we just read earlier.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with this, guys. I have no fucking clue what he's trying to point out here. He might be trying to point out some screw up at the police, or
Now, oh, I'm getting through these. During this entire conversation that you've had with her, we saw yesterday, and just to reiterate, it was a edited clip, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we could see on the bottom, the jury can follow along to see how quickly the edits are, okay? But I want to talk about that entire conversation that you had with her, okay?
this is a different attorney than was principally
Ms. Richins was emotional
yesterday
right?
for the first two witnesses for the defense.
Right?
Yes, she was emotional.
And she was upset.
Yes.
And that's common, right? I mean, that's not unexpected for somebody who just lost their husband, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would it surprise you if another one of your officers indicated that you thought she was not emotional?
Oh, where are you going with this?
Would it surprise me?
Yeah. Like, would you have made that statement?
No, I don't know Miss Richins, so I don't know how her emotion, as in like,
Good answer.
personal when I arrived, what I see, but through the call, then I start putting things together, details of how she acts.
Yeah, those details are important. We talked about that.
Yes.
Yeah, and just like you said, we saw the video. She was emotional. She was upset, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's talk about the death investigation checklist, okay?
Uh-oh.
We talked
Uh-oh.
about yesterday
Did he not follow the checklist strictly?
about what you did. Actually,
Is HR going to get on him for that?
this was presented yesterday
Let's see.
in evidence. That's the voluntary statement. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a voluntary statement.
Now, You didn't give this to Ms. Richins.
I did not.
Okay. Now, if you look around right before Ms. Richins' written statement, you see there's a line there. I want you to read that line, okay? It's followed by a bold lettering.
Which you might want to
Yeah.
for Mr. Ellis.
So right above written statement, this line right here.
Where it says describe.
Correct. Just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you didn't do this one, but you've done lots of these voluntary statements, correct?
Yes.
Give them out.
Yes.
Now, the point of a voluntary statement is to get details, correct?
Gather details. Yes.
And now, there are different types of voluntary statements. There are different purposes for voluntary statements, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, perhaps I'm a witness to a car accident. You might give me this voluntary statement, correct?
Correct.
I'm not under suspicion of anything. I'm just a witness, correct?
Correct.
This is a good one, by the way. Alpire Ava for 2 says, objection, Your Honor. Attorney is actually my HR rep. It sounds like an HR thing, not gonna lie.
Now, there's other ones where maybe I was the driver and maybe I might be at fault, correct?
Correct.
And you would still say, hey, maybe you'd want to give me that voluntary statement, correct?
Correct.
Now, in that statement, it indicates that it gives a discretion to the officer, deputy, who is giving this voluntary statement, correct?
And what discretion is it?
The bolded part here that's highlighted.
Okay. Yes.
Right. So what I mean by discretion is that it's the deputy who has to provide instruction to whoever it is that he's providing this to. Correct?
Correct.
Because maybe what I think is important is not necessarily important to you. Correct?
Correct.
Now, again, to be fair, you're not the one who provided this to Ms. Richins, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know what instructions were given to Ms. Richins, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know if any clarifications were needed or anything, correct?
That is correct.
And as far as you know, this is the only voluntary statement form that Ms. Richins filled out, correct?
Correct.
So,
Okay, but there's a lot of information you can get that's not just on a form, though. So
let's talk about the death investigation information checklist. I'm going to hand this to you, okay?
not all the information has to be on the checklist.
Now, when you arrived, you were the third to arrive, correct? Not from EMS, just from Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Pimentel was there.
Correct.
DeBotello was there.
Correct.
Now, you were in charge of the death investigation checklist.
That is correct.
Okay. And how is that determined?
The initial officer.
Which was who?
It was me.
Okay. And why were you the initial officer, even though you were the third one to arrive?
I was assigned to that zone to take calls in that zone.
Right. So this is your case. You're seeing.
Yes.
Okay. So you're the one who gets to direct people on what to do.
Me and the sergeant, yes.
Fair. Now, you've done, I suspect, or you have this death investigation checklist and you go through it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the scene response section, and I'll walk you through it. It's right here.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
I wouldn't say we're hoping
There
for a
are-
specific verdict, but
1,
murder's on the table. So
3, 4, 5. There are 6 things I want that are highlighted there they're in bold, and we're going to go through them in order. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to start with the first one, which is securing the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, even if it was my first time doing a checklist, a death investigation checklist, I would be able to follow these instructions, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, part of that securing the scene, which I think we saw you do, was you need to explain to everybody there
It's crossed, so he can
kind
use
of
the correct
purpose,
thing.
right?
Yes.
And exactly what do you need to do?
It says find a comfortable location outside.
Let's go back to the first sentence there.
Kindly explain to the family that the scene needs to be vacated until the scene is processed.
Okay. Vacated, right?
You want me to continue?
No, vacated, correct?
Correct.
And you know what vacated means?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the following is what is your duty in order to vacate a scene? What do you have to do?
Remove people from the residence.
From the residence, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it actually gives you examples of where you can go, right?
Correct.
Such as a comfortable location outside, right?
Yes.
Another family or member or friend's house, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Where's
that
the
wasn't
slip up?
done here.
Because they didn't take her outside. Is that
In fairness, it's unclear when you're asking a question.
That wasn't done here, correct?
Correct.
Now,
it's just making a
then
statement?
you have to use a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we just read, right? Just a little bit ago, the sheet that I gave you,
Correct.
correct? Okay. Then you have to photograph the scene, all right? I want to talk about this specifically. When do you need to photograph the scene? After what?
After an investigation is started.
No, read it right there. Photograph the scene after what?
First picture should be
No, before that.
Nope.
He's kind of being a dick. Like, honestly, this guy's
Use a
kind of
crime
being an
scene log
asshole.
to document who comes and goes. Photograph the scene after it is secured.
After it's secure. Now, let's
little
talk
bit.
about the first picture. We haven't seen any photographs come in from
He's
you.
not
so I'm
gone
just
full
asking
dinger
you.
yet.
The first photograph that you took, what does it tell you to do?
Could be.
You should place a placard with the case information.
And did you do that here?
I did not.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He was missing a placard.
Now,
Case closed, guys. Case closed. We
I'll
didn't have a
skip to the
placard.
last one, the
It's
medication
over.
log.
It's
We talked
over.
about that.
He fucked
You
up on a
assigned
placard.
that to, I believe it was.
Are you
Mr.
serious?
Pimentel, correct?
Are you serious right now?
So let's move to the second to last.
That point was over
What
a
does it
placard.
say that you're not supposed to do?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, absolutely.
Got him,
You are.
ladies and gentlemen.
Starting right here.
Do not disturb the scene unless discussed with both investigations and OME.
Okay. Now,
The judge did give them freedom to
that's
approach.
very important. You would agree.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we kind of saw some of it in the video. The jury can go back when it goes back to them and look at it for themselves.
And yes,
But-
he's trying to clearly paint them as careless.
You
I
went
get-
around. The scene, I'll back up. The scene wasn't secure, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then yourself and your two deputies or officers that were with you went around the main floor of the house, mainly the area where Mr. Richins was, and the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And you moved things around, correct?
Correct.
And you were finding things, correct?
Correct.
And when you
Finding
took
things?
photographs, you didn't put on the photographs or in your report what you moved, correct?
What I photographed?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I photographed? Correct.
The scene that you photographed was an unsecured scene, correct?
I would say semi-secured.
Okay.
So I like these pushing back there. This is getting kind of ridiculous. Alpine Aver for 5 says, I'm not encouraged by this argument or line of questions. If the most you have is cop didn't follow the checklist perfectly, then you got zilch. Yeah, this is really, I mean, you're going to have to say, okay, this resulted in something substantial here. I know the overall defense strategy is to paint them as careless and having made, if you can make one mistake, if you can forget about a placard and you didn't properly, you didn't properly call everybody you had to call, then what other mistakes do we not know the cops made, right? So that's obviously where they're trying to paint that, but it's kind of annoying.
Go back to that whole scene response.
And yes, I will say this. It does become more persuasive when he misses a couple of things on the checklist versus one thing on the checklist. That's true. And if they, are trying to paint him as missing a bunch of things on the checklist, then saying, okay, you guys did a sloppy job, right?
Paragraph that we just read, okay, that we just walked through. Can you find semi-secured for me?
No, it's not it.
Okay.
Mudang's got her cowboy hat today, by the way, guys.
I have an apology and a thank you for you. Apologize for putting you on the spot.
Are they done with him?
As you know, this is my job. So I appreciate your time. I have no further questions for you.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That was it. Okay,
Redirect within the scope.
they got him on. So we're gonna get redirect within the scope of direct, but like they got him on. So if I'm tracking this correctly, they got him on. 2 potential slip ups with the checklist there. So trying to paint that and now as a bigger picture. We'll see where they go with that. Maybe they bring that up in their closing argument and they try to paint a bigger picture or bring it up with other officers. But I will still say I was not impressed by that, and I don't think that to me was persuasive. We'll continue here.
Did I leave something up there?
And as well as perhaps relocating the witnesses to outside the house. So a third thing, right? So okay, so you perhaps didn't drop that placard. Maybe you didn't relocate witnesses. Maybe you didn't do all your procedures in regards to securing the scene, right? So that's 3 things. So I mean, it's up to you guys. You can be your own judge as to whether you think that is persuasive or not, or whether you think that's case closed. She's ultimately innocent because of that. That's up to you. I don't think so.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
Good morning, Deputy Winn.
Good morning.
A few follow-up questions for you.
Not
I
that
want to
bad.
discuss with you chain of command within the sheriff's office.
Yes,
You testified that you were a patrol deputy that night,
correct.
and within the chain of command, above a patrol deputy is a patrol sergeant.
Correct.
Above that is a lieutenant.
Correct.
Above that is a captain.
Correct.
And also within there, other assignments include investigators or detectives.
Correct.
None of those were your role that night.
There you go.
No, it was not.
It was not your responsibility to tell other officers what to do.
Correct.
So this is, once again, it's like, okay, this is the wrong guy to grill on this. This is, a guy who gave a report, a guy who may have given some footage previously, but not necessarily the top of the chain here. So it doesn't demonstrate that the whole operation was bunk just because one guy who's at the lower levels made some mistakes.
It was your responsibility to fill out that death checklist.
Correct.
We saw you do that on the body camera video. That's what you were filling out, right?
Yes.
When you were asking Miss Richins those questions.
Yes.
And after you filled out that checklist, what'd you do with it? When you
placed-
left the scene?
I logged it into the case file.
Who called Richins Princess
You
Leia?
got it
That's
into
funny.
the case file. And that means that it's within the police
Princess
system at that
Fentanyl
point.
Leia.
Yes,
Other officers can see that checklist.
absolutely.
They can review it. Once
I
you
want to see the
upload it.
list.
Yes.
Release the list.
Same thing with the report you filled out.
Yes.
The summary that's in your report was treated the same as the checklist.
Yes.
It was uploaded to the case file
Yes.
where other officers can review it.
Yes.
As soon as it's uploaded, right? It's immediately available to them.
Immediately.
Same situation with your body camera footage.
Yes.
Once it's uploaded to the system, every other officer can view it.
If they have authorization to view it.
Right. But officers that would need to view it have that capability.
Yes.
So all of that information was passed on to the other officers on the case.
Correct.
She's very serious. I see
We
the
talked a
layout.
little
I
bit
see the
about,
layout. Like kind of Padme too.
With Mr. Ramos, Ms. Richins' emotional reaction. Have you been to other crime scenes where a death has occurred?
Yes.
How many?
Lots.
Okay.
Give me a ballpark.
That's
More than 20?
Yes.
that's him kind of being like, yeah, I've seen some shit.
More than 30?
Yes.
He's seen some shit.
Was Ms. Richins' emotional reaction consistent with what you typically see?
No.
There
Please
you go.
describe that.
There you go.
Well, I'm on scene at a death call. Normally, you know, the victim, they have tears. They look at me when I ask them a question while they respond. They're pretty direct when I ask a direct question. It just, every time I spoke to Miss Richins, just seems like her face was in her hands and I couldn't see her face. I think at one time I even leaned down and just tried to look to see her emotions. But, you know, it was just a little abnormal.
A little abnormal. There you go. That's
Those are my
enough.
questions for you. Thank you.
That was fine. See, that was a great redirect.
Within the scope of redirect, please, Mr. Ramos.
Absolutely, Judge.
Very good.
I only have one post-it note.
Only one. Let's see.
How many times had you encountered Miss Richins having lost a loved one?
Never.
Never.
Fair,
In fact,
fair question.
When I was
though.
just asking you questions before, you said, I don't know Miss Richins.
That is correct.
That you can't tell.
Okay, let me stop real quick. This guy's mustache is epic. Let's just point that out right there. This guy's mustache, epic. Okay, continue.
What exactly she's feeling.
Correct.
If you can't say it's abnormal.
I said it was abnormal to all the other calls that I've been on.
Let's talk about those other calls. What did you say? You said victim. You specified victim in response to Ms. Shermanak's question. That it was victims looking you in the eye, crying about what had just happened to them.
Colonel Sanders' dad.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, very
You didn't
dad.
mention that it was somebody who lost somebody. Correct?
I did not.
Okay. Now,
I thought he had one
we
note.
could argue forever
This is-
about whether your emotions on the stand or mine are abnormal or not. Correct?
Correct.
The fact is, at the end of the day, no matter what Ms. Shermanak asks you or what I ask you, you don't know whether or not or what Ms. Richins is feeling.
Nobody
Correct?
does. For
Correct.
sure, right? The whole point.
No further questions.
Ms. Shermanak, may we let the deputy step down?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
I mean, I know what he had to do there, and I get why he
Counsel,
did
the
that,
state's next witness.
but don't think that was super effective.
Deputy Pimentel, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's like you can't tell people's feelings. Okay, yeah, that's
I see you in the wings.
universal defense, right? You can't tell what someone is really feeling inside. Yes, that's true. Okay, yep. So good ruling. I mean, the judge has been pretty good, pretty keeping it moving here. So I like Judge Magitek. I know it's not his
We're gonna
name,
change
but
things up. We're going to call Ms. Cameron Sessions.
Okay.
I'm calling him.
Just a moment.
No problem.
Okay, we'll skip forward here till we get the next.
Need to go make sure Miss Sessions is on her way.
Okay, here we go.
Is this Ms. Sessions? Forgive me, I don't know her.
It is.
Ms. Sessions, good morning.
We're
Do
getting
you
Ms.
mind
Sessions here, so she's coming up. This is another prosecution witness, of course. Harry666CZ for Twitter check. Krona says for legal mindset, epic looking mustache. Oh man, I wish I could have an epic looking mustache like that. That'd be absolutely great. I gotta get a haircut. That's gonna go into the haircut fund right now. That's on my list of to-dos this week. All right, let's continue.
I think in front of Brittany will get you sworn in. Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name?
My name is Cameron Larson, Larson.
Now,
May I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes.
You can sit wherever you're comfortable. Will you pull the mic a little closer to you?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, let's do that.
It's easier to
Thank
move
you,
the mic.
Judge. Thank you, Judge. Base
Thank you.
Judge.
now we called Cameron Sessions. Now Ms. Larson ends up on the stand. What has happened?
I changed my name since getting married.
Oh, you're not allowed to get married. How dare you? How dare you get married? You are not allowed to do that.
And since March 4th of 2022?
I was married in October of 2021. I just didn't change my name until later.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. What is your current employment?
My current employment is an evidence technician with the Park City Police Department.
I see. Now, back in 2022, did you have an assignment with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Correct.
Your voice is so soft. Really get that mic close to you. I just want to make sure your testimony is important.
We can hear.
So, in March of 2022, with regards to
Now
the
she can't
OME,
vote. I like
did you
that.
have a specific geographic responsibility?
Yes, I was in the Summit County area. I did not perform in Park City proper, though. Just in the jurisdiction of the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Has that since changed?
Yes,
Now you're Park City OME,
correct.
somebody else is
Correct.
Summit County. I see.
Okay, so let's. tag
Was that a
Medical
relatively new assignment for you?
Yes, it would have been my first one by myself without a mentor.
I see. And had you been training on that for some time before that?
Yes,
About how long?
I'd say probably about 2 months.
I see. Did you, with regards to your other assignment, do you have training or with regards to your Park City assignment?
Yes,
What could you elaborate on that just briefly?
on what my assignment is currently.
Yes. What training do you have before you started as
So you have to establish your
Park
background.
City evidence?
I was a dispatcher as well as a crime scene and evidence technician. So I had,
Actually, she-
Did you have training for
Examiner?
that evidence technician?
yes,
Could you briefly describe what that is?
how to take photos, write reports,
Okay, hold
stuff
on.
of that nature.
I see.
So let's update this.
So on that particular day, March 4th of 2022, did you have an occasion to be at 282 Willow Court in
Okay,
Francis?
Update this.
Yes.
How did you know to go there?
I don't remember who, but I was given a call to come perform as the medical examiner investigator.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived approximately?
Approximately 6:30 a.m.
When you got there, what did you see?
I was led into the master bedroom where I saw the decedent at the foot of the bed covered by a white sheet.
Did you at some point remove the white sheet?
Yes.
What did you see then?
The decedent was laying face up.
So that's a very good question. Someone mentioned in the chat, don't you have to have an MD? So it could be she worked with the medical examiner's office, right? So it's sort of, she's not the quote unquote medical examiner, but like working at the office, sort of like if you work for the state attorney and you're like a paralegal, right? Like, so there's people that work with the government that don't necessarily fulfill that role, right? So there's support staff, right? So it sounds like she was in not the doctor here. So this is not the doctor.
with a t-shirt over his face.
Oh, and by the way, I'm here for the scuff. Member for 23 months says defense used feelings. It had no effect. Yeah, no, that did not work.
And boxer shorts.
Okay. Did you notice any other objects or things associated with his body?
He did have red fluid on his face.
Okay. How about any medical intervention
Was it blood?
devices?
Yes.
Tell me about those.
He had a few different things. If I remember correctly, he had AEDs on his chest.
What? I'm sorry, you said what?
AED,
What's that?
The panels.
the shocking device.
I see.
Not
on his
Hassan's
chest, and then
shock
he
collar,
may have had
guys.
some tubing in his knees.
Not Hassan shock collar. Something different.
Did you have an opportunity to get closer and look over his body, inspect his body,
Yes.
front and back?
Yes.
And did you see any evidence of injury?
No.
When you arrive on a scene as the OME, do the police department, or in this case the sheriff's office, have other responsibilities that kind of cross over?
Yes. They're not supposed to touch the body until I arrive, but we were working in the same room.
Okay. Does that include collecting evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work with anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. Chelsea Gibson as well as Detective Woody.
When you, at some point, were you instructed to look for some particular evidence?
Yes.
What was that?
I was asked to look for any signs of alcohol.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
And
Gotta get
what
the
did
booze.
you do about looking for alcohol?
I looked in the trash cans.
Okay. Which trash cans did you look?
The master bedroom, the kids' bathroom, as well as the kitchen.
Okay. Did you look anywhere else besides these trash cans?
Not to my recollection.
I'm so sorry. I need you to speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. But take a deep breath, shake it out. But we need you to be louder.
Okay.
Good judge. Good judge.
Did you look in drawers or cupboards or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
My job as the medical examiner investigator was to go and check the body and the decedent.
Listen, Ava saying, by the time, don't worry, legal minds, by the time of the clinic trial, my zap cuddle will be in, and if I get autistic, you can shock me. We are not doing that live, Ava. That is not being streamed for everybody. Then I'm gonna be attacked as a abuser of elves.
Did you see anything in these trash cans?
To my recollection, there was nothing in the master bedroom or the bathroom. However, in the kitchen, there was coffee grounds, a newspaper, and a cock and bull bottle.
Okay.
A what bottle? Excuse me? A cock and bull bottle?
I'm unfamiliar with cock and bull. What does that mean?
It's a ginger beer?
I see.
Oh, okay.
Is that an alcoholic beverage?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
No
No cocking
Did you
around.
note that in your report at all?
I did not.
So it's some 4 years later. How do you remember that there was this cock and bull ginger beer, non-alcoholic beverage you were not looking
Very
for
specific.
in the garbage can?
It is something that my dad kept on hand as a child.
Okay.
Okay, so somebody here's heard of this. Okay.
But just because you had it in your house, was there something about cock and bull ginger beer?
It
Why
has
are
a
we
very
deep on
distinct name and a very distinct bottle. And so it was something that just jogged my memory.
Her
Did
dad
you
did it. That's right.
look
Her
around
dad did
the
it. Put the Fent in the cock and bull.
master bedroom where Eric Richins' body was for medications, things like that?
On surface areas,
Did you look for any evidence of alcohol out in the open in the master bedroom?
not to my recollection.
Did you see any?
No.
With regards to medications, did you or Chelsea Gibson collect any medication bottles or medication from the master bedroom that you're aware of?
I don't remember taking any bottles.
Okay. Did you find identification of the decedent?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Artemis 1020 for 2 says, "What shape was the bottle, ma'am? Ma'am."
Where did you find that?
I don't remember where it was found.
Okay. Did you, can we focus attention on State's Exhibit 10-1, please, just for the witness and the lawyers?
One moment. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I think that this has two pictures. Can you scroll down? Okay. Having had a chance to look at those, do you recognize those?
Yes.
Can you describe what these two photographs are?
One is a photo of a black wallet with a Utah ID for the decedent.
Okay, and the other one?
Next one is a photo with the OME placard as well as 2 driver's licenses with the decedent.
Okay. Do they accurately and fairly depict the driver's license and the driver's license of the decedent on that night?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-1.
No objection there.
I mean, if that was the
10-1 is admitted.
vehicle,
I'm going to publish to the jury.
Please, Your Honor.
Okay.
she tried a sandwich, so it would make sense to try to go with the drink. Guys,
Did
like the
the
video,
person depicted in the driver's license appear to be the same person who was the decedent who was laying there?
Yes.
You can, yeah, okay, good. Now, can you, when you are finished doing your investigation, what do you do with the decedent's body?
Transport is called. We wait until transport arrives, and then the decedent is placed in a body bag, and we have a seal that goes through the 2 zippers to close the body bag.
Okay, so you can't access the body bag without breaking that seal. Is that the purpose?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like you to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 10-2, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of the tag that will be placed on the body bag.
Okay, and does that tag have a specific number?
Yes, it is 0002713.
Is that number important?
It
I would imagine.
helps. The number is correlated with the specific decedent, so that when the body arrives at the OME's office, they can make sure that the numbers match.
Okay, so it's unique. It's not everyone for Summit County is 2713.
No.
Okay. Does this photograph accurately and fairly depict the tag at the scene?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-2.
Jim, we're not going to, I have an objection to that, but housekeeping, if we may approach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so they're going to approach. Let's FF here. So it's probably about how they present evidence.
Oh. Let me know if you have any objection to this version.
We just move to the right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so we're going to publish this version
Okay.
to the jury. And Scott, if you would make a note to have this version of, I forget the number here,
It's 10-2.
if you would have this version of 10-2 be the one that gets admitted.
The wife does kind of look like a Bond villain. I'm not
All
gonna
right,
lie.
we'll publish 10-2 as amended by the state. I appreciate that right now.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
so
We got a
you
tag.
Say you
We got some graphics, guys.
once the body and any other things that you put in there, what other
Got a
things
red
might
thing.
you put in with the body?
Any identification such as driver's license, if there was any medication with his name on it, that would have also went to the medical examiner's office.
So in this case, those 2 driver's licenses were packaged?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to turn your attention to 10-3, please. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I recognize the tag. It appears that that photo was taken at the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Were you at the medical examiner's office?
No, sir.
Is the body bag and the seal on the zipper accurately depicted as you last saw it in
Yes.
that photograph?
So got to make sure that the body was tracked and not messed with.
State
And
would offer State's Exhibit 10-3.
nobody injected
Objection
fentanyl
to
along the
10-3,
way.
counsel.
Sorry, Judge, I just want to make sure. We're not going to object. I think it's going to come in through another witness, which I would feel more comfortable. I don't see any objection now. That's
Okay.
I can cross-examine if I have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
10-3 is admitted and published.
I'm glad
Yes.
the defense is not being a little
Okay,
bit.
so what you're talking about then, may I have permission for the witness to step down and just point out?
Yeah, one moment.
Okay, so we got the, I guess, the tag in the body bag there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, watch your step, please.
Can you just show the jury how you loop that together?
Yes, is this working? Okay. As you can see, there's the 2 zippers right here with the tag that cannot be taken apart unless it's cut.
Perfect. And that's the
There's
way you
nothing to
saw
object
when
to here.
when you last saw the decedent in the body bag, that was how it looked?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can return to your seat.
Thank you.
So what
Oh,
happened
she's got a hot for
next
the
after
judge.
you
You saw that?
sealed,
Did you guys catch
the
that?
body
She was
of Eric
really,
Richins in that body bag? What happened?
she was really into that judge.
I escorted the body bag out with the transport team. Once the decedent was in the van,
I saw that.
that's the end of my role.
Okay.
That was
And,
like a Brent Cooper look.
What's the transport team?
It's a team that we contracted with at the time with Summit County that is just responsible for moving decedents from scenes to the medical examiner's office or wherever.
I
they
know
need to
she's
go.
married, but
Okay, perfect. I have
Well,
no
a lot of
further
people.
questions for this witness.
so was the defendant. So was the defendant. The defendant was married too. Don't give me this. Don't give me this, guys. You can be married and want to feed your husband a fentanyl sandwich.
We need a break.
Yeah, yeah.
Just want to keep going.
The heart wants
Okay.
what the heart wants. That's right. Judge maxing. That's right.
No further questions?
Understood.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Ramos is stepping up.
They're quick.
That is all that, oh, he is stepping.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
That's all they
sorry.
need. They just need, okay, this is the body. This is
It was
identified.
a bit, no, I was just shocked that you didn't have questions.
Umpire says, good catch, Single Mind says the judge's voice. I meant, no, he's a put together guy. I mean, listen. I mean, that's not what legal mindset's into, but no judgment there with Judge Magitek. I think I can see the appeal.
You and my wife both.
The judge has aura. Yes. He's aura.
Miss Larson,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. This is wild that this would be your first crime scene that you're showing up to.
Yes.
Memorable to say the least.
Yes.
Okay.
So is he going to go down the line of you screwed up your first crime scene? Okay, let's see where he goes with this.
I want to ask you a couple questions about what an OME investigator does.
Okay.
Okay. We kind of, Mr.
Good
Burmester
point,
kind of
Catherine.
touched on it.
Good point.
And as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, your role as an OME investigator is to show up to a crime scene and document the body and anything you feel important.
Correct.
That includes photographing
Correct.
and gathering any type of belongings, as we saw,
Correct.
identifying the deceased.
That's her job. That's what she does.
You indicated gathering prescriptions, perhaps.
Correct.
Okay.
She's an investigator.
And
Somebody asked
in
in the
that
chat whether she's
training-
an investigator, not a cop,
you indicated that you were working alongside
at the medical
with,
examiner's office, but not a
the Summit
doctor.
County Sheriff's Office,
Correct.
and it was Miss Gibson as well as Miss Woody.
Correct.
Now, when you say work alongside, are you part of the same? Do you guys have the same role, or when you say you were working together, it's just, hey, I'm doing my thing, you're doing your thing?
She was brought on by the
See something, let
prosecutor,
me
not
know
the
kind of
defense.
thing. Could you explain that a little bit more to me?
My role for medical examining investigator is just the decedent. Their role would be to do any evidence and investigation.
Okay. And so when you're talking about gathering or looking in the trash cans, was that something that they requested?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this was your first one. Is that since then,
He
I
keeps
guess,
bringing
or
that
even that day, did that seem odd to you?
At the time, it didn't seem odd. It didn't seem odd to me.
You said at the time. Did it seem odd now?
No, I
Oh,
think that I would just stick to my role next time.
the trash can
Now-
defense is not working.
What's the date today? 24th? Yeah, a year ago today, you were actually, you had an interview with the Summit County Sheriff's Office, right?
I don't remember if it was a year ago today, but yes.
Okay. Can I show you something just to see if you recognize it?
Yes.
And I
Nux
just,
would be a horrible
just
lawyer.
Look at it. You don't have to read the whole thing. Just
Someone
let
said
me
in
know if you
chat, he would not do
recognize it,
well.
And then maybe find the date.
I do recognize it. It says February 24th,
And is
2025.
that yours?
Yes.
Thank you.
You got to let other people sometimes as a lawyer.
Does that, having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you had a meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that time, a year ago today, were you still employed as an OME investigator, or had you moved on?
I was still employed. However, I was with a different jurisdiction.
Okay. Still as an OME investigator, though.
Correct.
Okay. And this is common to come back about, I don't know how long, 3 years after, to have some follow-up conversation?
This would be my first time.
That was your first time? Okay. And we talked a little bit about the reason that the Summit County Attorney's Office asked you to come in, correct? They had questions about what you found in the garbage,
Correct.
correct?
Okay, here
And
the
we
trash
mentioned
can
the
defense.
Cockable beer. It is very distinct, little chubby one, very good. Now, you clarified during that meeting, though, your involvement with Kouri, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you talked about how you really only had one conversation with her, right?
Correct.
And that was in, I believe, her child's bedroom.
Correct.
And it was to sit down with her and tell her what's going to happen,
Correct.
like what the protocol is, right?
Yes.
And you indicated during that conversation, you indicated that she was crying, correct?
Correct.
And she had her hands on her face, correct?
Correct.
And you gave her the number and the contact information for whoever she needed to call, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to go back to the day of March 4th, okay? You were asked, again, this was your first time, to go look at the garbage cans, right?
Yes,
Now, I imagine you found this on the main floor, correct?
I believe so.
Did you ever go downstairs?
No.
Let me read this from Ava. Ava for 10 says, okay, so I see what's going on here. The medical examiner found the ginger beer. Ginger beer is extremely strong tasting and would be great delivery system for Fent. Yes. This is the reason behind the focus on that trash. Yeah, no, and that's, I mean, we're talking about like literally the cock and bull. We went into it. It was very specific. We like spent spent some time on that. So yes, that's probably what was the Fent delivery system, was this ginger beer. That would make sense. Yes, that's a fair theory, and that makes sense from why it was brought up on direct and lingered on a little bit.
Okay, so you didn't know if there was another kitchen or anything down there?
No.
Okay. So
I said it. It's I think it's cock and bull. I'm gonna find this thing for you guys.
where you found the cock and bull ginger beer bottle, that was in the kitchen trash can?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that's by the sink, correct? By the kitchen sink, sorry.
I don't remember where the
Okay.
trash can was.
Fair. Do you remember at all seeing any, are you familiar with Moscow Mule cups, copper mutts?
I am now.
You are not.
I guess
Do
you
you
weren't.
remember seeing any of those?
No.
And
Okay, hold on. We have to pause this. We have to pause this for a moment to share with you guys our nice image here. Let's pull this up, since this is the one right here, cock and bull, since 1946, the extra ginger soft drink. So this is apparently very specific here and very important to our investigation, right? So there we go. You've got it, cock and bull. We did not make that up. That is not us being naughty in the chat. That is absolutely a real thing, I guess.
to be fair, the meeting you had a year ago, you came in and spoke with the Summit County Sheriff's Office. You even told them, I was like, I haven't even heard anything about this case since I haven't followed it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Also, real quick, Doug Diaz gifted 5 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you.
Objection.
No objection to that. Thank you. And if you're seeking to give membership, please say thank you to Doug Diaz. Thanks, brother.
Now, that was the only conversation you had with Miss Richins, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have, it's not your job, and you didn't gather any evidence in terms of what happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe you overheard things, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about this one document. Just to see if you remember it. Take a look at that. Take your time. Let me know if you remember it.
I don't know if they
Yes.
import cock and bull to
The
Thailand.
Summit County Attorney's Office asked you about your report, right?
Yes.
And this is during that last meeting a year ago.
Yes.
And you indicated that you didn't recall writing certain things down, correct? Or I'm sorry, that you don't remember where you got the information. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Let me rephrase. The meeting you had a year ago, where you were brought in, you were asked about your report, your initial report. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And they asked you about very specific things. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told them, I actually don't remember that, where I got that some of that information from. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So this document that I just showed you right now, the case narrative, is this, I'm just curious how you compile this. Is this something that you yourself write all out?
Yes.
It is. And where do you get that information?
I had gotten some information from the 911 call as well as the detective before writing the report.
And that's exactly my point, is that we know that your job isn't to do any investigation, right?
Correct.
And it's not to
This might be
interview
true.
Ms. Richins and ask her what happened, right?
Correct.
But it is your job to get information, perhaps in this case from EMS or the 911 call, or Detective Woody, or any of the other officers that showed up, right?
Correct.
Now, you're just taking what they're giving you at face value, right?
Correct.
You're not getting it firsthand, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know how truthful it is, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that
Someone asked the date. The death went down March 4th, 2022. But there's shenanigans that was going on in this, reaching into years before. So they were talking to the husband was talking to estate planners, saying he wanted to protect himself from financial abuse of his wife. Right, like in October 13th of 2020, he removed her as a beneficiary from the life insurance in 2020. In 2021, there was falsified documents, loans, other stuff like that. So this was going. There was stuff going on even before the date of the murder.
while you wrote this,
alleged murder, right? We have to say that now. We still have to say that.
apart from the information that you knew directly, like I showed up, I saw him, I bagged it, this is a number, apart from things that you actually did, it's fair to say that this is a summary or a copy.
We're going over.
Counsel.
Yeah, they're okay. Good. Efficiency. Let's get this efficient. Obviously, they're probably introducing stuff that's going to come up later. So let's see how they handle this. Okay, we're back.
Sorry,
Judge
I forgot
moving
where I
on.
was. The information contained in the narrative contains information both that you did personally, but also information that you did not personally either obtain or witness. Fair?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things that I do want to talk about what you did. We saw the photographs, the bagging, the prescriptions. I want to ask you about that. You said that in the body bag, there were prescriptions as well as his property. Is that correct?
I don't remember sending any medications.
You don't remember sending medications?
No.
Okay. If there were medications, would that have been your job or would it have been somebody else's?
If there was medication that was out in the open with his name on it, then yes, it would have gone. If it was medication that did not have his name on it or was generic, it would not have gone with him.
Got it. And do you would you have taken pictures if you had put anything inside of the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall doing that in this case?
Are they
No.
trying to argue that there was something in the body bag it shouldn't have been? I want to know where they're
I'm just
going.
going to go through my Post-its. I think I'm done. Give me 1 second.
I hope you're done. That really didn't do much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Larson.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. There's
Okay,
no further questions.
Cock and bull, the biggest thing we got out of that.
Mr. Burmester.
When you, before you seal up the bag, you put anything that you fits within the confines of your duties to put within the in the bag with the decedent's body. Do you have an inventory sheet saying what it is that you've included?
It's something that we fill out with the medical examiners on their website later at the time, but we often take notes of anything that was taken.
So is it an electronic inventory sheet or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
When you get it off and so when it's received by the medical examiner, they've got access to what you've included?
Yes.
I see.
That's a good question from Danielle. Was she apparently she's been in prison for, I guess, nearly 3 years of jail time. So yeah, apparently she's been away for a minute.
If there were medications, that inventory sheet would have what you had included.
Yes.
Is it possible that other items of medication with his name on it were included in that bag that you don't remember today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, defense counsel asked you about this meeting. Do you remember the location where that meeting was with?
It was at the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
At the
Attorney's
sheriff's office, okay. And was anyone there besides the county attorney?
It was myself, Miss Olson, and Hopper,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
Hopper is the an investigator?
I'm not certain what his role is anymore.
Do you recall if Detective O'Driscoll was there?
He was not.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Typically, you're not going to bond out for a murder case, but
Ms. Larson, the state just asked you about what would have been put in the bag and if it would have followed it, and then OME would have received it. I want to talk to you about that, okay?
Okay.
As I recall, you actually have to escort the decedent out, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And that was for the whoever you contracted with, I think is what you indicated.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you do that, do you recall the names of who that was? I don't expect that you do.
No.
Okay. I'm going to show just something to Miss, bless you, Miss Larson.
You approach for 1 second, Mr. Burmester.
all right, guys, who wants to fix her? You can fix her. Can you fix her, guys? Can you fix the fentanyl wife? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Hold on, let's skip ahead.
I don't have a physical copy.
Miss Larson, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that the form that you filled out in this
Oh, we're going
case?
with a form again. Okay.
Yes, this is a form that is given to the transport team.
Okay. And you filled out everything you needed to fill out.
Correct.
And then I imagine they'll fill in the rest.
Correct.
Would you have put in here anything that would remind you of what was contained inside of the bag in terms of the prescription bottles specifically?
On this form?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. No problem. That's all I have, Judge.
All right. Mr. Burmester, may we allow
Full witness.
Ms. Larson to step down?
Yes, Your Honor. That would be the state's request.
Please step down. Thank
Okay,
you.
very simple witness. Not a lot there.
Adam also speaking in this session, or Ms. Larson, excuse me. Given the cross date, we can release her Larson because you don't
Okay,
come back.
you don't need to come back. Thank you.
That's good. They have
Now's an
someone that they
appropriate
might
time
bring
to take a
back.
brief restroom break. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, restroom break. But we are going to fast forward through the restroom break.
Pimentel.
See if he says
That
anything.
person in the wings.
Yes.
He is.
Okay. Come back at 10 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's zoom past here. We're gonna zoom past here, little FF. All right.
Matter before the court to be the truth. Raise your right hand.
All right, here we go.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
We got another cop. Okay. So who we got here today? That's why I start these things late, guys, because I would not want to wait for those pauses.
Good morning. Go ahead and pull that mic towards you a little bit just to make sure we don't miss anything. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
David Pimentel, Pimentel.
Where do you work?
I work at the Summit County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you worked there?
almost 7 years.
What's your assignment at the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm on patrol with the K9 unit.
What about in 2022? What was your assignment then?
That was the same assignment.
You were working as a patrol deputy?
Yes, correct.
Before we jump into the case at hand, I want to talk a little bit with you about the chain of command within the police, within the sheriff's office. So you mentioned that you're a patrol deputy,
Yes.
and above that, there's a patrol sergeant. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's a lieutenant,
Yes.
there's a captain,
It is 100%
and there's
Mormon,
also
bro.
an
That's
investigations
discriminatory.
division.
Correct.
And as a patrol
Probably
deputy,
accurate, right.
you went out to the scene on March 4th of 2022,
That's correct.
and that was at the 282 Willow Court home.
Yes.
What were your responsibilities that night?
Primarily would be scene security, but I was also tasked with starting a medical log.
What's a medical log?
It's basically a log of any medication that the decedent would have in their possession. We start the log. We take all the medication that's there. We log how much is there. We log everything about that medication.
And that was your primary responsibility while you were there.
Correct.
The
And
medication
you completed
logger.
that log to the best of your ability while you were there.
Yes,
Did you locate medications for Eric Richins?
I did.
Where did you look for those?
I looked for them in the bathroom, which is where I was made aware that they were most likely going to be.
Where did you look in the bathroom?
I looked there on the counter. I think there was a drawer that was mentioned, and then I looked in a cupboard that was above the toilet.
And you were looking for these medications where you were told by Miss Kouri Richins they might be.
Correct.
And at this point, when you're looking for medications, you were aware that Mr. Richins may have taken a THC gummy.
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And while you were looking for these medications, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
When you looked in that cupboard above the toilet, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
How do you know that?
I'm on part of my duties on patrol
I thought he was about to say, I'm a bit of a THC gummy connoisseur myself.
is typically to look for narcotics. And so I have a lot of training and a lot of experience in locating narcotics such as THC gummies, THC products, or other narcotics.
Is that kind of a narcotic? Like, I'm getting kind of technical here, but is THC a narcotic? Look at that.
And paraphernalia that goes with it.
So you're familiar with what those look like.
Yes, I am.
And if you would have seen them on the night of March 4th, what would you have done?
I would have left them where they were at, and then I
Some
would have
jurisdictions,
notified
okay.
the investigations team when they came in that there were, in fact, narcotics located while inside the house.
And you didn't find any.
No, I did not.
You didn't find any drug paraphernalia.
No.
You didn't find any illicit drugs.
Sorry, so okay, I just looked that up. I had to look that up to make sure I was classifying. That's like a legal classification. It doesn't have to do with necessarily the pharmacological classification, right? So pharmacologically, it's not an opioid or opiate, right? Which is what, like, I think most people would think when they imply that word colloquially, they use narcotic, they usually think in opiate, right? Or in like some sort of opioid, right? But that's a more of a legal legal or classification, right? Definition.
Did not.
Just a moment. Those are all my questions for you. I expect the defense might have some. as well.
What? That's it? Nice. Say no to drugs. Okay. Yeah, it's a Fed definition. Of course, the Feds have a broad definition. Well, happy for 15 because that's shekels. Okay, sending love from Israel, Andrew. The next few days will be interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting back to trials. This is fun. I like doing it with you guys and hanging out.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
So the night of March 4th, your early morning, March 4th, really, could you tell me what time
This officer sounds like a child. Am I, is it just me? Like, did they act a 14-year-old who like is doing this? I'm sorry, but really that voice is throwing me off.
you arrived at the scene?
I don't recall exactly what time.
All right. Well, let me just see if this refreshes your recollection.
Yes, that seems about right. Yes.
So about what time did you arrive at the scene?
Around 3:30 or 3:50.
3:50. And what time did you leave?
Artemis, this is slander. Artemis 10 he says for 199 sounds like Ava. That is fair. That is fair. I mean, she does play the role.
I also don't recall exactly what time I left.
Would it be accurate?
Yes, what's written there would be accurate. It would be based on radio logs, which is when I clear the scene or arrive on scene.
So does 5:09 a.m. sound correct to you?
Yes,
Is that about right?
yes.
All right. So when you got there, who was already present?
I believe that medical was present. I do not recall if there were any other law enforcement present, but I do recall that they were, medical was on scene.
Okay, medical. So EMTs and
Yeah, so when I say medical, I mean like EMT and also the fire department. I just view them as the same entity. So I don't know if it was one or the other. I just know that medical personnel were on scene.
all right. And you said your assignment at the scene was security and a medical log.
That's correct.
So all your information about medications, did it come from Ms. Richins, or were there other deputies that told you or repeated to you what Ms. Richins had told them?
Both, yes. So there wasn't, as I recall, there was another deputy who informed me, hey, there might be more medications in the bathroom.
More medications in the bathroom as compared to the bedroom?
I don't recall if the bedroom was mentioned, so I can't give you a firm answer on that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Where specifically in the home did you look for medications?
I looked in the, to my recollection, I looked in the bathroom.
That's the only room you looked in was the master bathroom?
Looking for medications, yes, I believe that was the only place I looked for medications.
It's the
All
most
right.
common
Now,
place to look for
you
medication.
started, is it a handwritten log, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let me just have you take a look at this. You recognize this?
Elpire Ava for 2 says, I really hate that I'm getting flashbacks. Wait a second. Is this you? Is this you in court? People trying to dox you and they just actually expose you that you're really right now you're live super chatting from the courtroom. That's what it is. That's what it is. DMZ 7696 says she sounds like Jodie Foster. That's good.
Yes.
All right. So that's a list of medications that were found. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is not all in your handwriting, true?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and I'll bring up this one point. It's actually a good one by longtime member MB Han says, I think the PD cut a lot of corners. Well, the question is going to be, and this is what you guys have to put together, is does that mean that they botched something enough that what they're bringing up is incredible or could have messed something up in the process? Does that make their case bunk, right? Does that take everything apart, right? You have to analyze that.
So what part of that is in your handwriting?
The first 3 of them that are in black ink, I believe, are my handwriting.
And are you aware who finished that report?
I do not know. No.
Okay. Let me grab that back from you. Can I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Okay, how long are we going to be grabbing this thing? Hold on, let's.
First 3 medications on this list were ones that you found.
Correct.
And what do you recall what those 3 medications were, or do I need to have this back?
Yeah, I do not recall the medications.
All right.
Some of them have longer.
Before I get, I'm sorry, I have a tendency to talk over
No, I'm sorry.
my mouth goes faster than my brain.
That's a lot. It's called autism. No, I'm going to continue with this.
Are you aware where the other medications that are in someone else's handwriting, where they were found?
Emeru? It could be Emeru.
I do not know.
All right. Let me just have you take a quick look at the first 3 then that you found again.
Okay.
Lautism. That's right. It's lautism. We love lautism.
And
here.
you said you found those 3 all in the master bathroom?
To my recollection, yes, I believe it did.
All right. And the first one on that list is naltrexone, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware what that medication is used for?
I am not.
All right. The next one is the hydrocodone, which we've spoken about, correct? That's what
Yes,
the next
yes,
one is
that's
you
the
wrote
next
down. And the third one was You might have to remind me.
I'll do my best.
This is totally Ava. Stop the count.
Doxycycline.
Doxycycline. Okay.
Yeah.
Doxycycline
All
can
right.
turn
And
your
you're not
skin
aware
green.
what that medication's for then?
No.
All
It
right.
could turn your skin green if you go to the sunlight, apparently at a certain, like, too much sunlight. You take that for like any number of antibiotic, purposes, right? And there's certain things that are resistant to other things. So you take doxycycline instead, right?
Well, we'll talk about that then later. All right. So during the time you were there, you only found 3 medications?
To my recollection, yes.
All right. Over that hour and a half?
Yes.
Now, you said that you had a conversation with Miss Richins, and was it Ms. Richins that told you there were THC gummies, that Mr. Richins had possibly taken a THC gummy?
I believe she did mention that there was THC gummies, yes.
Did you ask her where the gummies were
I don't know if they were
located?
faithful
I
Mormons.
do not recall if I asked her that question.
All right.
And there's a lot of Mormons that,
Would that be
cheat.
important to know since you were looking for medications to log?
Only if they were prescribed to him would I be looking for them.
Well, didn't you testify that you would also look for illicit drugs?
No, I was not looking for them, but if I had seen them during my time, then I would have made a note of them.
You would have made a note if you'd seen them. However, you were told that he had possibly taken this drug, but you didn't think to ask where that might be located so you could log it?
No.
All right.
So I guess the one of the defense theories here is saying that they were laced or there's something in the THC gummy. I mean, once again, that is possible, right? That does happen. There are a lot of stuff that's laced out there, so that's why that's gonna crop up as well.
So where specifically in the master bathroom did you look?
I believe I looked on the counter. If you walk in and then on the left side, there's a counter there. I believe I looked on the counter. I believe there was a mention of one of the drawers had it. And then also on the opposite side, above the toilet, there is
That's a pretty good advice there.
I'm sorry, will you say that last part again?
So on the right side of the bathroom, there's a toilet, and then above the toilet there is a cabinet, and I looked in there.
All right. And now that bathroom is connected to a walk-in closet, correct?
Correct.
So you go into the bathroom and then into the closet.
Yes.
Did you look in the closet?
No, I did not.
Did you stay in the closet? Okay, I'm moving on.
And you said you looked in the drawer, and I don't know if I understood you. Someone told you to look in the drawer?
I believe that somebody mentioned that there was a medication, not a medication, pill bottle, but it's one of those organizers for pills in the drawer. And I believe that one of the deputies came to me and said that one of those was in the drawers in the bathroom. So that's why I looked in those drawers.
All right. So when you left at approximately 5 in the morning, a little bit after 5,
Mhm.
what did you do with that medication log?
So the medication log and the medication that was collected was left in the room on the dresser that was in that room.
You didn't hand it over to the person that was taking over for you?
No, I did not.
You didn't write a report that night, correct?
No.
But you went back and wrote a report in January of 23, correct?
That's correct.
So almost a year later?
Correct.
And what was the purpose of that January of 23 report?
I was asked to write a report for that incident at that time, so I went back and wrote that report.
And was the purpose, well, let me rephrase. In that report, it was a very short report, correct?
Correct.
And it was basically that you left the medication log on the dresser, correct?
It was, yes, to
So someone asked a question, don't you need a warrant? This is kind of an exigent circumstance, right? So this is obviously in relation to like emergency aid, safety, right? There can also be consent, right? There's no murder scene exception, but it's not just plain view necessarily. So they're not just purely relying on plain view doctrine.
describe my involvement in the case.
That's a good
Medication
question.
log, yes.
Why were you asked to do that a year later?
I don't recall why I was asked to do that. I was just asked by my supervisor, so I so I did it.
And you don't know why they needed that.
I do not know why they needed that.
Is it typical that you wouldn't write a report about what you did with the medication log at the time?
It depends on the involvement, the overall involvement that I have in a case. If my involvement is just a medical log where what I had done is logged on a medical log, then no, it's not typical that I would write a report.
All right. And did you type up what medications were found? Was that you or someone else who had typed up the medication list?
No, my involvement with the medication would be this log that you have given me.
So that's it. You were there for an hour and a half, and during the time you were there, well, about an hour and a half, you logged the 3 medications.
Correct.
And just, you only looked in the bathroom. You didn't look in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't look in the drawers in the bedroom?
No.
And you didn't look anywhere else in the house for medications?
Correct.
And you didn't ask Ms. Richins where medications for Mr. Richins would be located?
I believe I did ask her.
You didn't ask her where the THC was located?
No, I did not.
All right. One moment.
So, okay, I'm going to clarify this again because somebody is struggling with this in chat. For a death investigation, they can go out and they can secure the scene. I'll pull this up real quick, right? So they can secure the scene, and usually if you're a resident, right? So the spouse or whatever is calling the police and inviting them into the home. That's typically looked to as valid consent, right? So that's an exception. Once again, when you're looking at plain view doctrine, other stuff like that, in order to search, search around the house, right? So there can be, once again, we'll see if they try to bring up objections or say they searched somewhere where they didn't, but I don't think that they're going to contest the validity of the searching of the house, right? She called 911, so.
You mentioned that you were also in charge of scene security. What did you do in terms of security that night?
I secured the rooms in which Mr. Richins was found.
That's why you hear that term over and over again, secure, 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 because that links back to what they're permitted to do is secure the scene.
How did you secure that room?
I just stayed by the door to make sure that no one was getting in.
That was the entirety of the security at the scene?
Well, that particular area, yes, there were some children in the house that were trying to get in, so my job was to make sure they didn't get into the room.
Did the children, they did try to get into the room?
Yes.
Was Ms. Richins with them?
No.
All right. And you said you're with K9? You're with the K9 unit, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And as part of your duties to the K9 unit, you search for illicit drugs on
Ye-
scenes?
It
Fair.
depends, but yes, I have done that in the past, yes.
Well, I mean, the point of a K9 dog, isn't it a drug sniffing dog?
The point of mine, yes. Yes,
All right.
that's
So you're familiar with searching for drugs on the scene?
correct.
So is it fair to say that the search you did that day was not a complete search for drugs at that scene, correct?
Correct. I was not searching for drugs at that time.
Let's bring the canine in the room. Let's put the
So you
canine
were
on the
logging
stand.
medication, but you weren't searching for medications.
That is, I was logging medication, but I was not searching for illegal narcotics.
And you weren't searching for medications either, right? Other than what was in the bathroom.
Other than what was made known to me, yes.
Made known to him. See, there you go, guys. So made known to him. So it's, okay, consented to come in, told you it was there, right? He wasn't going into like a secret safe or something like that. That, once again, that's a situation that might require a warrant if you're, breaking into something and you don't have permission to go into it, et cetera, right?
All right. I have nothing further.
Ms. Sherbanek, any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Deputy Pimentel, are you issued a body camera as part of your equipment?
Yes, I am.
Were you wearing a body camera on
Ooh,
the
do we
night
get
of
footage?
March 4th, 2022?
Yes, I am.
When you prepared your report for this case, even though it was some time later, did you review your body camera to refresh your memory about what took place?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, are we getting body
If we
cam?
could please show the witness 1-28D.
Oh, here we go. Okay, let's see if we get it on screen here. Are we getting video? Emaru is on the defense. Yeah, that.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is my body cam footage.
No, is it a? Can you tell how long it is by looking at that?
How long
The clip that you're looking at, does it have a time on it? I don't see it.
it does not, what I can see does not have a time.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now it does.
Call the tech
How
people.
long is that clip?
That looks a little bit over, so about a minute and 53 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 1-28D.
His body cam footage clip. So they're just asking how long is his body cam footage clip. So we'll see. Maybe they play it right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Any objection to admission of states 1-28D?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 128D is admitted. Is there sound for this one, Scott?
There should be.
Yes, Your Honor. I just had it muted for
Oh, my apologies.
Oh,
Okay.
he's the expert. Mr. Mustache, Colonel Sanders' father here over here. Kind of Jeff looking over there. He's the tech expert. Nice.
Let me publish.
I like it.
Go ahead, sir.
So describe for the jury what we're looking at here on your body camera.
So this is the cabinet that was above the toilet that I was mentioning earlier that was on the right side as you walk into the bathroom.
So
And
not
this is
locked,
the bathroom
not
attached to the master bedroom.
Correct. This is the bathroom that I had mentioned earlier.
Are you opening the cabinet? It's kind of hard to see. We only have the bottom.
Yes.
And what are you looking for?
So again, I'm looking for medication that is prescribed to Mr. Richins.
Based mustache, yes. So searching for prescriptions. No dog, just him sniffing.
And that was the counter you were talking about in the
That's
drawer.
correct.
He opens it. Oh, did he take one? No. There's like a random, was that a $1 bill over there? Okay, and they got a little pill box. He described that earlier. Got the family photos there.
And so you testified that you're looking for medications of Mr. Richins, and you're not doing a full, complete search of this house, are you?
No, I'm not.
And that's because you don't have probable cause to do so.
There you go.
I don't have a reason to search anywhere else. in the
There you
house.
go.
Right.
Searched.
Chat.
And to do a
Here's your
complete
answer.
search of a house, you need probable cause or a warrant, right?
Correct.
Note the word there is a complete search of the house, right? So incident to securing the scene, plain view, given consent for what he did.
You're looking in that cupboard above the toilet. There were no THC gummies in there, were there?
Not that I can see, no.
And you opened it up and you looked inside.
Correct.
You didn't see any weed gummies in there.
I did not.
Ms. Lewis, anything within the scope of redirect?
Can you pull up
State's Exhibit 1-8.
She is
Just for the-
way older than I thought would have that voice, but it's just if you're stuck with that voice for life, I guess.
Just 1 second.
Asman, if he was a cop in Utah, I don't know if he'd be this intense.
You'll see it at the same time as the witness, Ms. Liz. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. You and the witness.
I think he has more hair than Asman, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, I have to go back over here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was looking for
So
prescription
in the body
pills
cam
and
that we just saw,
THC
which
gummies,
is
as
on
you
your
pointed
left,
out.
you're looking at a pill bottle, correct?
Correct.
And you took a photograph of that bottle?
I do not recall if I took a photograph of that bottle.
So the photograph on the right, is that the same bottle?
I believe so.
All right, we'd move to admit 1-8. No objection.
Okay. State's Exhibit 1-8 is admitted, and anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
That's the hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you said we saw in the video, you were looking at the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
Did you look on top of that cupboard?
I do not recall if I did.
Well, that's a very high cupboard, correct?
Correct. I believe so.
So you wouldn't be able to see the top of the cupboard unless you got up on the toilet, true?
Probably.
All right. And are you aware that later that is where all the THC gummies were located?
I wasn't made aware of that, no.
All right. So when you were looking for the gummies, well, you were looking for medications. I know you weren't specifically looking for the gummies.
Try
but
to
in your
balance it.
experience, do people usually
you.
keep illegal drugs just right in their bathroom cupboard, or do they often put them somewhere out of sight?
It depends.
They often put them somewhere out of sight. True?
Speculation, but okay.
I mean, they can, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you didn't look at the whole cupboard. True?
I just looked where there might be medication.
But not on top of the cupboard.
To my knowledge, I don't believe I looked on top of the cupboard.
All right.
So they're out
And
of
did
reach
you
of the
photograph
kids. Yeah.
that before you started
Good point.
taking things and moving them around the cupboard to document it?
No, I did not.
Let me ask you one other thing about when you secured the bedroom. Who came in and out of that bedroom when you were securing the bedroom?
There was some other deputies and possibly some medical personnel.
Anybody else at all?
I do not recall if anyone else came into the bedroom.
All right. I have nothing further.
Sure. Anything further?
No, yeah.
Deputy, you can step down. Thank you. You mind taking that glass of water with you? Thank you, sir.
So, not too much there, but I guess, once again, trying to
Cancel the state's next witness, please.
get around this
Margaret
THC
Offred,
gummy
Okay.
issue. So in Utah, cannabis is legal for patients with a valid Utah medical cannabis card who purchased from an authorized dispensary.
Is offered. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
So medical marijuana is legal. Medical.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Please have a seat.
Thanks, Cody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and pull that mic close to you as we
Oh,
pick
sorry.
up your answers.
So another prosecution witness.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Margaret Offred, Offret.
You go by Margie. Is
I
that
go by
right?
Margie, yes.
Where do you work?
For this, I work for the University of Utah.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a medical assistant coordinator.
What about in 2022? What was your role back then?
Same role, but I also do part-time EMS, and at that time it was for Park City Fire.
What do you do as part-time EMS? What's that role?
Emergency responder, advanced EMT.
Is that similar to a paramedic?
Yes, one step below.
And how long have you been working
I want to
as?
just ask thoughts on the wife taking a stand. I think that would be very silly for her because this is not a situation where there's like a self-defense, et cetera. So I don't think it would be smart for her to take the stand. That's my 2 cents on that one, right? Unlike, for example, in the self-defense cases, like we're going to get into with Clenny, where they have to formulate that defense.
An advanced EMT.
Almost 40 years.
Now, given that experience, have you been called out to a death scene before?
Many, yes.
How many would you say?
Over the 40 years, probably more than 100.
Have you been called out to the scene of an overdose before?
Yes.
A drug overdose?
Yes.
How many?
20 to 30.
Honestly, I would have expected more, to be completely honest. But
What
that's
kind
still
of
a lot.
certifications do you hold to be an advanced EMT?
Well, I have advanced life support, pediatric advanced life support, and I do monthly training and recertify every 2 years.
And you're up to date on that training?
Yes, ma'am.
As you were back in 2022?
Yes.
Were you working on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And did you respond to the scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
We got our gear and went to the bedroom where our patient was.
Where was he when you arrived?
In the bedroom on the floor.
What was the position of Eric Richins when you arrived?
He was laying flat on the floor, straight.
Was he on a sheet?
I don't recall.
Let me show you States Exhibit 1-4S1. It'll pop up on your screen there. Do you see that?
Not yet.
You got lucky never having to testify as a paramedic for 8 years. That's
I
lucky.
can see it.
You can tell these
Do you
officers
recognize
they don't
that?
like testifying.
Yes.
They get called in
What
a
is
lot.
that?
The scene in the bedroom.
That's the scene that you were just describing.
Yes.
Judge, this has already been admitted. I would like to publish it to the jury.
No objection.
Okay, 1 moment.
So when you arrived on scene, if Mr. Richins had been on top of a sheet on the floor, would you have moved him?
No, only if it was in the way of what we were doing.
Now, were you made aware that Mr. Richins had been pulled to the ground from the bed?
I don't recall that we were aware of that. That's just where we found him.
Does anyone like being in the courtroom except for lawyers? The judge, this judge, I think he actually enjoys his job.
Now, in your line of work, have you been on a scene where people have been pulled to the ground on a sheet to perform CPR in the past?
I don't recall sheets, but people have been pulled off the bed.
When you saw Eric Richins on the floor, was there anything that stood out to you about the position of his body?
That he was at the foot of the bed instead of the side of the bed.
Why did that stand out to you?
Because most places when we go, the person is on the side of the bed. Just easier to get them off.
And anything about the physical position of his body that stood out to you?
He was just very straight.
What do you mean by that?
Straight, like everything was straight.
What would you expect if someone had been
Sometimes
pulled?
arms are flailed about.
Okay, just let me finish the question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that our both of our voices are being picked up. So describe what you said. What would you expect when someone is pulled off a bed?
They're a little not straight, angled. Their arms are flailed about.
Did you perform life-saving procedures on Eric Richins?
Yes.
What did you do to attempt to resuscitate him?
We hooked up the Lucas machine. We
There you go.
started an interosseous needle and gave him epi and the cardiac arrest protocol.
So I'm going to have you describe a couple of those things
Lucas
for the
machine
jury
is
because
chest
I know
compression.
that you use these terms all the time, but they
Okay.
might not know. What is a Lucas machine?
There you
A
go.
Lucas machine is the machine that does compressions for us so that we're free to do other things such as IVs or IO needles, interosseous needles to give medications.
You also mentioned that Mr. Richins was given epi. What do you mean by that?
Epinephrine, which is a medication that we give to try and start the heart again.
And so those things were being performed on Mr. Richins.
Yes.
Is it also your protocol to ask if your patient is taking any medications?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Kouri Richins if Mr. Richins was taking any medications?
Yes, I believe I did.
Were you given any medications that Eric Richins was taking?
Yes, I believe she told me it's in my report, but naltrexone for Lyme disease, possibly?
Did she hand you that medication?
No.
Any other medications that you were made aware of that Eric Richins was taking?
She did also say CBD gummies.
It's technically medical, right? So
As you are performing these life-saving measures on Eric Richins, are you also looking for things in his immediate area that might explain what's happening with him?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you see anything that to you might explain what's going on with him?
No.
Now, when you've been on the scene for an overdose death or an overdose call in the past, what are some things that you see around the person that might indicate to you what's happening?
Sometimes you see drug paraphernalia or pill bottles.
Did you observe any of those things?
No.
Now, were you there when the time of death was called for Eric Richins?
Yes.
What time was that?
3:58, I believe.
And
And that
mind
would-
you, in Utah, this is an important fact, just real quick, guys. So for the THC gummies in Utah, like if he purchased those through a regular venue, then he's having to go through the state regulated, authorized pharmacy, right? So he's not buying. That's, I mean, you'd assume, and we'll get into that if they go down that trail, you're not getting like the street gummies, right?
Be in the morning, right?
Yes.
Hey, what's up, Kirk? Good to see you in the chat.
Now, later, you talked about Eric Richins being down sometime or dead sometime.
Yes.
What was that observation based on?
He was cold to the touch. His body was cold to the touch, and his heart rhythm, which when we hooked up the monitor, showed that he was in asystole.
What is asystole?
That's flatline.
So he's dead.
So no heart.
No heart electroactivity at all.
Did that ever change while you were there?
No.
Just a moment. Ma'am, those were all my questions for you. Thank you. The defense may have some as well.
Thank you.
Very short there.
Ms. Lewis, please.
Just showing he was dead because they have to prove that. That's an element here because it's murder. I mean, they got to show he's dead.
Good morning.
You weren't the first EMT or EMS to arrive on the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene, others were already starting to work on Mr. Richins, true?
One person, yes.
Was working on him?
Yes.
All right. And what was that person doing?
Compressions.
So you don't know if the body had already been arranged in any sort of way by the prior EMT?
I do not.
All right.
You've been dead.
Now,
for a
when you
while,
were
right?
first called to the scene, you believed it was a call for cardiac arrest.
Correct. Yes.
That was the chief complaint that was brought to your attention.
Yes.
All right. And what did you do? What was the first thing you did when you arrived?
We hooked our I had a partner. We were hooking up our monitor to see what kind of heart rhythm we may have, and then attaching the Lucas machine, which does compressions for us.
That's cool.
It is cool.
All right. So you went directly into the bedroom when you arrived.
Yes.
And you later wrote a report. It's called a pre-hospital care report.
Yes.
Is that true?
Mhm.
I'm just going to have you take a quick look at this and tell me if this is, well, actually, can you just pull it up on the screen and show her?
She has it.
Why is it always
All right, is
money
that
when
your
it comes to
report?
murder?
Yes.
Well,
All right.
it's a
We
motivator,
moved
guys.
to
Come on.
admit that is, I guess, defense exhibit. I think now we're at 3005.
I would object.
Especially when they were going through the process, the road towards separation / divorce. So this is not a, in the middle of a happy, marriage. It was as it was peeling away. Right. So, and they'd already take steps. The husband had already taken steps to, put his property and his money in a trust, and to remove her as a life insurance beneficiary. So he'd already taken steps to isolate her, which is when, she was kind of escalating in her behaviors. She took out a HELOC loan, an improper HELOC loan, and she's charged with a bunch of financial crimes. Now, they split off the majority of the financial crimes because those are boring and we're not going to watch the financial crimes trial, right? And also there was a civil trial over the trust because there was a lot of dispute over that and the administration of the trust by the deceased sister.
The witness can still see it.
Oh, she can still see it, you said. I'm sorry.
Note to self: if you
All right,
divorce them,
so-
don't be around them. Smart move.
It's, yes, it is small here too. I can. All right. So where did you get the information that he was possibly,
She was taken off as the beneficiary to life insurance about a year or two. Let me just pop over to the timeline right here. But I believe the beneficiary was November 3rd, 2020. So that's 2 years, almost 2 years before the death. So that's a significant amount of time before.
having a cardiac arrest?
That's what the dispatch came across as.
So, but you didn't know if that was correct.
No,
And it turned out not to be correct, right?
that he was in cardiac arrest.
He didn't die of a cardiac arrest.
Well, I mean, he was in cardiac arrest. I did not know, and I don't know what he died from.
All right. Explain that he was in cardiac arrest at that time. What is the,
And yes, she did apply for a new life insurance policy. But that's the issue with that one is that's part of the forgery, right? So that's part of the forgery charges that she has against her.
He was in asystole, which is a flat line, which means there's no electrical activity in the heart. That's cardiac arrest.
all right. So
And he was
think,
not breathing, obviously.
so as a layperson, I was reading that you thought he was in the process of having a heart attack, but that's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
All right. So that just means someone who is not having their heart functioning at the time when you're called in. That would just be called a cardiac arrest.
Correct.
All right. So that was the information that you based what you did
Yes.
following when you got there.
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived, you spoke with, well, first you said you went right into the room
Correct. Yes.
and you administered epinephrine.
Once we got our lines started, yes.
All right. And you also, I'm just lost the word. You also admitted, Narcan? Is that-
Yes, we did give Narcan.
Okay, what's the purpose of Narcan?
Narcan is to reverse any possible drug overdoses with narcotics.
All right.
Won't work on everything though.
But he had been help me with the word,
Asystole.
asystole for a while by the time you gave him that.
Yes.
And that typically would be helpful if it was given pretty immediate after.
Yes, that's kind of a last effort. Let's try this.
Okay. And then at what point did you go from in the bedroom to, well, let me rephrase that. What did you do next? You gave him the Narcan, you gave him the epinephrine, and what else did you do in the room?
I just continued to work the code until the Park City Fire medics got there.
What does that mean, work the code?
try to.
No, Narcan can work on, so Narcan can work on Fent, heroin, and oxycodone, right? But it's not typically effective if it's like a stimulant like cocaine or meth, right? So there's certain things it wouldn't work on. And like Afix mentioned before, it's highly likely because the first attempt allegedly was with a fentanyl sandwich that he literally noted, hey, I think someone's trying to poison me. And then she allegedly once again ordered more Fent, like stronger, more Fent. So obviously she like super dosed him. If that's the theory, right?
To save him, continuing CPR, trying to figure out why he's in a cardiac arrest.
And yes, if you're dead for 3 hours, Narcan is not going to
breathing for him, things like that.
Were you able to determine why he was in cardiac arrest?
No.
All right. Not at that time, anyway.
No.
And then you left the room, true?
Yes.
And at the point you left the room, you knew that he was deceased, correct?
Correct.
And you went out, and is the first person you spoke to one of the deputies that was there, Deputy Winn?
I don't recall.
Right. Do you recall telling one of the deputies that you thought maybe it was possibly an aneurysm?
I just possibly coming up with ideas, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And at that time, did you know his medical history?
Yes, what I was given.
And who gave you that?
Kouri.
Okay. And she gave you the same medical history that she had already given to the deputies, correct?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the deputies about the fact that he had Lyme disease?
I think I probably told them that's what she told me.
All right. And the information about what medications he was on, did that come from her or did that come from the deputies?
That came from her.
And this was after he'd already passed, you got this information?
I believe while we were working the code, I had asked those questions.
All right. And you said that one of the medications that you were told he was on was naltrexone?
Guys, these Emeru comments are killing me with like her plushy defense. Come on, guys.
Correct.
And you were told that was for Lyme disease?
Correct.
However, that would be a off-brand use for naltrexone?
Correct.
Naltrexone is typically used for people that are suffering cravings either from drugs or alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I think we need to lay a little more foundation here.
I'm done.
We'll just move on unless you're going to ask this witness more questions about the
Not about the naltrexone.
on-label and off-label uses of medications.
No, that was all.
Okay.
All right.
I'm done. Are you really done? You can ask one more
Just
question.
give me a moment. Let me just look at your report here.
Oh, she's not really done. She's just done with that line of questioning.
Can you tell me about, in your report, you talk about blood sugar obtained.
Yes.
And you say the blood sugar obtained of 458. That was his actual blood sugar at that time?
Yes.
That's extremely high, correct?
It's high.
All right. And would that be a natural thing just based on someone passing that their blood sugar would go up?
I don't know why his blood sugar was that high.
All right.
Good answer.
And you also have in there that he had a GCS of 3. Can you tell me what that means?
Glasgow Coma Score. So that's basically he scored 1 on everything, which it goes from 5 to 1. Someone who's alert and oriented would get a 5. Someone who is not responding gets a 1. That's the
All right.
lowest score you can get.
1 is the lowest score.
3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Yes.
And tell me again, what does GCS stand for?
Glasgow Coma Score.
Okay, thank you. All right. So then, are you the one that told Ms. Richins that Eric was in fact deceased?
Yes.
Is this something that you've had to do before?
Yes.
So it wasn't the first time you told someone that their spouse or someone else with them had passed?
No.
And I imagine this is difficult.
Very.
And I would imagine that you've seen many different reactions from different people to that kind of.
So they're going to her emotional
Yes.
response.
From silent shock,
They can lead because it's cross.
correct?
Yes.
To hysteria,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes people throw up?
I haven't seen that but once.
You haven't
But-
seen anyone throwing up after hearing that news?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Okay.
You never know what
Not once.
to expect, though.
Correct.
You never know how someone's going to react
True.
when they get terrible, traumatic.
They're trying to
News like
normalize her
Yes.
her
Probably a
Yeah,
little bit different
seemingly
for
not normal
an
behavior.
unexpected death than maybe someone who's been terminally ill. True.
Yes.
Is it fair to say unexpected deaths get a wider range of reactions than someone who's been dying, say, for months than it was expected?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, you
Just
want
back
to
to report for
cross-examine.
one moment. So
Cross-examination
everything in
is
your
easier.
report was done. You were just writing down what you did based on the information you had. True?
Yes. Yes.
And you didn't know if the information was correct at that time. It's just based on the information you had.
yes.
I'd move again to admit Defense Exhibit 300.
I'll withdraw my objection, Judge, if they want to admit it.
Okay. This would be defense. Give me the numbering again.
I believe it's
3005.
5, yes.
Katie, is that right? Okay. D3005 is admitted. Is there any part you want to publish to the jury?
Not at this time. I just wanted to admit it.
Okay. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Legal Emerald getting stuff
Anything
in.
else for this witness, Ms. Charbonnet?
Just briefly, Judge.
Guys, like the video also. Appreciate
So you testified to Miss Lewis's questions that you had made a guess that maybe Eric Richins died of an aneurysm. Why did you make that guess?
Because he had a lot of blood coming out of his mouth when we arrived in while we were working on him
And was that happening? When was that happening, the blood?
during CPR.
So when you arrived, the blood was already coming out of Eric Richins' mouth.
Yes.
Did you have an explanation for why that blood was coming out of his mouth?
No.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Here we have within the scope of redirect, please.
They can only ask what is asked as part of the redirect.
It's not unusual to see blood come out of someone's mouth during CPR, correct?
Not normally, but it seemed more than normal.
All right. So the machine, the cool machine, what's it called?
Lucas
The
machine.
Lucas. That
It's super cool.
can you describe the sort of pressure that machine uses?
Well, it compresses the chest as you would in CPR. It's a continuous compression that, it's like doing CPR with your arms, only more steady than a human can do.
And consistent in terms of the amount of pressure.
Correct, yes.
Whereas humans of different sizes have different amounts of pressure.
Correct.
Did the machine break any of Mr. Richins' ribs?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Does it sometimes do that?
I don't know.
All right. Well, as a trained
It's a
EMT,
machine.
when compressions are being given hard compressions,
Mm-hmm.
if there's blood in the lungs, it wouldn't be unusual to see that come out, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in order to do efficient CPR, one, you would need to be trained, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that a very small person who's untrained would have difficulty doing the strength
Like
of
legal
compressions
Emeru?
that's necessary when giving CPR.
They could, yes.
Anything else? All right, I have nothing further.
Theoretically. So that's a theory for the blood, I guess.
You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shervnak, the state's next witness.
Sergeant Andrew Cernich, please.
All right.
Okay, we got that one down. Very straightforward witness. Once again, we're just establishing kind of the death there and that happened and getting that element in. Not too much, nothing crazy there on that one.
Sergeant, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
The cops always look like they don't want to be
morning.
there.
Good morning.
Go ahead and move that mic close to your mouth so we can get all your answers. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Andy Cernich, CRNICH,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your role there?
I am a sergeant on patrol.
And what about back in 2022? What was your role? First, let's talk about the sheriff's office. What were you doing for them in 2022?
In 2022, I was a sergeant working in the jail.
And back in 2022,
His
did you
head
have
looks
other
soft.
first responder roles or other jobs that you did?
Yes, I also worked for the Summit County the South Summit Fire Department as a volunteer fire.
What do you do as a volunteer fireman for South Summit?
I respond to emergencies through the fire department and assist on medical calls.
So were you working on March 4th of 2022?
I was.
What capacity were you working in on that day?
I responded as a on-call firefighter to assist medical.
And did you respond to the home at 282 Willow Court?
I did.
Now, describe for the jury, even though you're a trained police officer, what happens when you're on duty as a fire department role?
On the fire department role, we're trained in numerous different things as first responders. I also recently had quit working for South Summit EMS as a advanced EMT. So we assist with whatever needs fire department needs. At that time, I assisted with the CPR efforts of the individual.
But it's fair to say that when you get called to a scene in your EMS role, you don't mix that with your law enforcement role.
Correct.
You stay in that lane for that call.
Correct.
So what were your responsibilities? Just highlight that for the jury when you arrived at the scene that night.
When I arrived that night, EMS had arrived before I had. I asked what they needed, and they asked me to take over airway.
At some point during your responsibilities there, were you asked to look for medications?
I was.
If we could please show the witness Exhibit 1-5S.
He has it.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the bedroom where we were working on the individual, and it shows me reaching into the nightstand.
Fair and accurate. Is that photo a fair and accurate representation of you on that night?
Yes.
I'll move to admit Exhibit 1-5S.
I just need to clarify, is there a second photo that's on this? Are there two photos? Because the one I have has two photos. And this may be a later one or an earlier one.
Ms. Sherbanek, forgive me, is this the?
We'll see what the purpose is here, but someone asked, was everybody there to search for medication? No,
No
but
objection. As
more
long as
than one
both
person
pictures
could
come in,
have,
No objection.
right? So
Sure.
Okay, Scott, will you go back to picture number 1? And I'll publish now.
but the medication is
Just
very,
make
I guess,
sure
very
the jury
key
sees
here.
both photographs in 1-5S, which has been admitted.
And that's the exhibit you just looked at.
Yes.
And describe for the jury, where are you in this photo?
I'm the one wearing red next to the bed, where I just turned around from
Santa.
retrieving that bottle from the nightstand.
Scott, if we could go back to the first image, please. And what does this image show?
I believe that's where I was searching the nightstand drawers for any type of medications.
And you were asked to search, right?
Correct.
Who told you to look for medications?
I believe it was Margie Offred, who was the EMT on scene running the scenario, or not scenario, but the scene.
And Scott, if we could go to the next image. And you pulled something out of that nightstand, right?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 1-8, please.
Was it a cock and bull?
This has already been admitted. We can publish it to the jury. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the pill bottle that I found in the nightstand.
The hydrocodone.
Just a moment. Sir, those are all my questions for you. The defense may have some as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing. So the prosecution is buzzing through them. It's really the defense that is asking, 5x the amount.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's see if it's legal Emeru again.
Good morning, officer.
Ooh, no, it's the
My
main.
name is
it's the main
Kathy
attorney.
Nestor. I represent Ms. Richins along with several other attorneys here. So I want to just clarify, you said when you first got there, you were assisting EMT that were already on the scene,
Correct.
and someone was already doing CPR on Mr. Richins when you arrived in the room?
I believe when I arrived, they were just hooking up the Lucas machine, which is a machine that does CPR or chest compressions.
Okay, so there was not a human doing compressions before they hooked up the Lucas machine?
I do not recall if they were doing it and stopped to hook up the machine or if they were actually in the process of hooking it up.
And the individual, before they hooked up the machine, can you describe, besides Miss Offred, who was around the body?
I believe there was my partner firefighter that was there next to them and the other EMT that was on scene, but I do not recall who that was.
Can you describe their build for me?
Medium build males.
Both males?
Yes.
Thank you. You took over the airway, so you had to just clear an airway so they could get oxygen to them?
Correct. So my job was to deliver oxygen to him.
So did you put a tube down his throat?
Yes, I did.
And when you put the tube down his throat, was there any blood on his face before you did that?
Not that I can remember, no.
Okay, great. And after you put the tube down his throat, did you see blood come out of his mouth?
Shortly after, there was blood that showed up in the tube.
We're tracking the blood now.
How far down does the tube go that you insert into his throat?
Sits on top of the larynx.
So down to about where your voice, that's your voice box, right?
Correct.
Sorry.
Yes, correct. That
Not
area.
great at biology. Okay. All right. So have you seen that before where when you insert a tube into someone's throat, it can cause there to be bleeding in their throat?
Not usually, but yes, I have seen that before.
Okay, great. So then they're doing the CPR, and you were asked by Ms. Offred, who we just heard from, Margie, to check the nightstand for any medication. Is that right?
Yes.
And I noticed, can you pull up, please, Exhibit 15S, which has already been admitted, Your Honor. Can we please publish?
One moment.
I noticed you went to the bedstand on the nightstand on that side of the bed, right?
Correct.
So is your understanding that was the side of the bed that Mr. Richins had been on?
Yes.
Right. And you're pulling out a drawer. Is it the bottom drawer or the top drawer? Do you remember?
I believe there was only one drawer, but I am not sure.
Okay. I'd like to show you now exhibit, and this is not admitted yet. So if we could take down the publication and just let just the witness and counsel see exhibit 14S. Is it up?
Yes.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
gonna have.
thank
I mean, they're not gonna show the full
Uh,
uncensored dead body. That
Is that the nightstand
Not
you
a
pulled
thing.
the pill out of?
That
bottle?
looks like the nightstand, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, could we move to admit 14S?
States 14S is admitted.
It's defense, yeah.
It's not the way it's marked.
Oh, sure, right. It's 14S. Sorry about that. Okay, there's the nightstand, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on that nightstand, Katie, can you zoom in to the top of the nightstand if it's possible? You may not be able to on this photo. Yeah, there you go. So that's a phone is sitting in a charger. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And right next to it, it looks like an Apple Watch that's on a little watch charger right next to it. Is that right? Can you tell?
Is that the one in front of the phone?
It's to the back of the phone.
he's got a new Apple product.
The little,
that,
the little
yes.
square. I think that's an Apple Watch, but if I'm wrong, tell me.
I do not know. It very well could
You
be.
have to be brand
And
conscious.
this
What are you
picture
doing?
Of the nightstand, there's no wallet on it, correct?
Correct.
There's some pills and a little metal like push thing that you push pills out of, right? Do you see that next to the TV power?
Yes.
Android Chad.
And were those pills taken by you or anyone else, do you know, to be tested?
They were definitely not taken by me.
Okay. All right. Can we also just to the witness only show States Exhibit 1-9? Only the witness. It's not admitted yet, Your Honor. Do you see that picture? That's a little better and clear and close up.
Yes.
All right. In that picture, were you still there when the wallet was put on the nightstand?
I do not recall if I was or not.
Okay. But that is the same nightstand we're talking about.
Yes.
Your Honor, can we move to admit 1-9? No objection.
States 1-9 is admitted.
May we please publish it to the jury? Okay. Can we please blow that up as big as we can, just focused on the nightstand? Okay, so here you can see the Apple Watch a little more clearly,
Is it
right?
an Apple Watch?
And you can also see
Could be a Chinese
a
knockoff.
wallet that's been added to the table that was not there before, right?
Yes.
Did you put that?
We don't know the timing of these photographs. That foundation has not been laid.
Well, it's in now, so.
You can compare the photos. You can't state when the wallet was there or wasn't there.
Okay, sorry. I'll retract that. That's fair. Can we zoom in at the very bottom of the power of the power TV? There's some white specks on the nightstand. Can
Oh,
you
white
try
specks.
to zoom into that if possible?
White
Right there.
specks.
Do you see those white specks on the nightstand?
Yes.
Did you see the white specks
Colombian
on the
booger
nightstand
sugar,
when
what is
you
it?
were there that night?
I do not recall it being there.
Did you gather them or swab them or put them in a little plastic bag to be tested later?
I did not.
So as you sit here now, can you tell the jury what those white specks are?
White specks.
That's it.
Sorry, bro. I know what you're thinking, chat, and it's degenerate. Okay, I know what you're thinking,
Also, was
chat.
there a time where you found Mrs. Richins' phone and handed it to a deputy? Did the deputy come in looking for her phone?
I do not recall.
You can't remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember her phone being in the room at any point?
I do not.
All right. And did you personally have any conversations with Ms. Richins that night?
I may have asked her if he had taken anything or how long he had been down, but I do not recall.
You can't remember for sure.
I don't know for sure.
In your experience, both as a police officer and a trained medical responder, is it fair to say that it was apparent to you he had been deceased for some time?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's all I have. Just one moment. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Ms. Shervinick.
One question, Judge. Sergeant Cernich, was it your job that night to collect evidence?
It was not.
That's all I have.
You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Burning through the witnesses. I
Your
like
Honor, he
it.
can be finally excused.
Yes, you are released, sir. Thank
Good
you.
stuff.
Thank you for asking.
They've got massive witness lists, so.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state has a witness ready, but I think the defense wanted their expert to be present.
Judge,
Expert witnesses can be
we
present
had
during certain testimony.
agreement that we would be notified of when an expert would be testifying, that we are expert to listen in. That wasn't done. And so we're trying to work that right now. We emailed or texted our expert and we're working on that, but he has not responded as of yet. So I've asked Mr. Burmester if he could move it to the back of the line until I get noticed.
That expert is somebody that's physically present in the state of Utah.
They're expert.
Yours.
No, he's going to be remote WebEx listening in.
Okay.
They're going to remote in. Okay.
May we take I'm going to let you stretch your legs here for a minute. This may take a minute. Rise for the jury, please.
We'll pause here. Thank you, Leprechaun. Go for the $20 super sticker. Thank you guys for the support. Hope you're liking the trial coverage. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Share it out. Thank you very much for all the support. Appreciate that. Shiva Bucks. Thank you. Let's fast forward here. So we're going to fast forward.
Mr. Ramos, tell me, what was your understanding of the deal that you had reached with
This is
State's
jury is
counsel?
gone.
So what we would do is we would be given 24-hour notice of their expert testifying. So we can make arrangements for our expert.
Dueling
to be
experts.
Present physically or listen in to the proceedings.
With the idea that if they're listening in real time, they can send you feedback, suggestions.
Not even that. But, I mean, obviously, I would be able to consult with them if that was the case. But more than anything, so they could listen in to see if they were going to offer anything in rebuttal.
They can do that no matter what. I mean, I can watch the entirety of yesterday's proceedings right now
No, I
on Court
understand
TV.
that. That's why I'm saying it's two.
Oh, you give it a little shout out.
Okay. And then
We're watching it on local news.
I'm inferring that your position is that who's the expert?
Your Honor, it's Dr. Almer, the medical examiner.
Okay. Was this person on the witness list for, or the proposed list for
He's a good
today?
judge.
Your Honor, I guess no, although we had a discussion at the end of yesterday's trial that where were we going after crime scene? And I said, you know, I informed counsel, whatever, 5 o'clock yesterday that we would be going to medical examiners after crime scene. So it's not, this isn't a shock, but I did not say we will bring in Dr. Ulmer tomorrow.
All right.
How long do you think you have in your direct with Dr.
Also, speaking real quick, Tank Rat 6 dropping 50, a big 50 legal mindset memberships. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thanks for making it, stopping by for the trial stream. And if you received one of those 50, please say thank you to Tank Rat. He's one of my OGs, very based boy. Appreciate that very, very much, brother. And thank you for the support. And hope you guys are liking the trial stream because you know, we try to have a little bit of levity in a murder trial, but you know, I do take the analysis seriously, and obviously I'll let you guys know at the end of this each day kind of how I think things played out and how things are going. But thank you so much for that, Tank Rat. Very based.
My direct is probably 30 minutes.
Okay. So what if we say we'll do the direct of Dr. Ulmer, which your expert would be able to go back and review during the lunch hour if you need to, and we'll start cross after lunch.
So my only concern is that I'm attempting to get a hold of him to see if he's available right now to view those. So I've sent a text message as soon as Mr. Burmester told me. So that's what I'm waiting on. I have no problem with that, assuming I can get confirmation that he can log on. Right?
That's the best I can do.
So that can,
That's the best I can do.
I understand.
Okay.
Could he,
I'm expecting Maggie Mobley, who's the more.
Yeah, the judge has a great voice.
She should be getting here any moment.
You want to slip her
I
in
will be
first?
covering the full trial.
If she
Yes.
gets here in the next minute or two, it would
All right.
be no
We
problem.
could, Your Honor, we can also start with Chelsea Gibson. We've been trying to accommodate Dr. Ulmer. She is out of town and all the things.
We're going to be doing
And
more
so,
trials when they're fun like this one. This is a good trial. This is a good
That's
trial.
why now. But we have we can start Chelsea Gibson. Maybe she's going to be a long way.
I don't know if you would.
that's better for us because we get more time to be able to, and that's, yeah, that is what we expected.
Hold on. Etchy Boy gifted 10 legal mindset memberships. Thank you so much. No.
Objection.
That's actually based. Thank you. Say thank you to both Tank Rat and Etchy Boy if you received one. Appreciate that, guys. Really helps out the channel. Love you. And
When you say-
by the way, we'll be doing a member stream very, very, very soon. So if you receive a membership, we'll probably be doing those probably on the weekend when there's a break from this. We'll do a members only stream.
They start though, we would not be able to get her direct completed before lunch, correct? Would we be able to do Ms. Gibson, understanding we need to interrupt direct during lunch and cross her and then get Dr. Ulmer on and off today?
That's the state's concern, is that crosses have been tending to take longer than direct.
They take what they take, sure.
And
The defense is kind
I
of
can't say
dragging it
that.
out,
We
but
would
yeah.
start Chelsea Gibson.
Let's not do that.
I'd rather not.
My sense is that that's a self-inflicted wound. So how close is Ms. Mobley?
Ms. Mobley, I'll go back out and check.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break. We'll see what percolates during that 5 minutes. Okay, very good.
A lot of things percolate. Listen, hey, that was an interesting choice there, Judge. Things are percolating during bathroom breaks. So, okay, so far we've gotten a lot of the sheriff's deputies as well as the medical staff. Not too much there that I think weighs badly for the prosecution or defense, although I do think getting the fact about the blood and the source of the blood was very interesting. So we'll see what they have queued up for after this. So let's skip ahead here. And here we go, back into it.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Maggie Mobley, Mobley.
Are you employed, Ms. Mobley?
Yes.
How?
I am employed with the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
In what capacity?
Right now, I'm a medical examiner's assistant.
Okay. Do you know the term morgue clerk?
Yes, that is what I was in 2022.
Oh, okay. So it's a different job assignment, not a
Yes.
rotating one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We may ask you just to pull the mic a little closer to you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
So in 2022, you were a morgue clerk.
Correct.
Could you describe what a morgue clerk does?
A morgue clerk is responsible for receiving and releasing decedents, as well as answering phone calls and the door.
I see. So could you tell us just very briefly how a body comes in just generally and what the procedure is?
So a case will come up in our system. We will make a folder with the decedent's information, and then transport will bring the decedent to us, and that's when we take custody of the decedent, and then we will inventory the decedent's belongings.
I see. So you say transport. Is that oftentimes a vendor that's contracted with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, were you working on March 4th, early morning?
Yes.
March 4th? Did you receive the body of Eric Richins on that morning?
I did.
Okay. So walk us through. The vendor brings the body in. What happens? What happens?
I'm responsible for breaking the seal.
Okay.
As long as the body bag has been sealed, I will take a photo of the seal before it has been broken. I'll record
Never
the
break
number
the
of the
seal.
seal and then take photos of the decedent and his belongings, inventory that on an inventory sheet before putting the decedent in a cooler.
Okay. If there are belongings, are they inside the bag or outside of the bag?
Inside the bag.
I see. And when you have belongings, do they go in the refrigerator with the body?
The belongings will.
The belongings will. Okay. In this particular case, can we see, it's already been offered and admitted, so 10-3.
Any objection to publishing to the jury, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the first photo I take before the seal. So that is the seal before broken. So it will be sealed on the scene,
Okay.
transported to us, and then that's the first photo I take before opening the body bag.
And did you make sure that this had not been broken
Yes.
into in a different way?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your case number from the office?
I don't think either side is arguing
Yes.
that the body was tampered with in transit.
So how do you break the seal?
With scissors.
Okay. And then once that's happened, what did you do in this case?
You'll open the bag. We will write down the seal number on our papers for
Okay.
our record.
This is a written checklist or a written
Yes.
form that you fill out?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
And then we record the clothing.
Hold on, I'll get this one. Artemos 1020 for 199 says body bags are like condoms. Never use a broken one. Truer words. True words are never said.
That the decedent would be wearing, any medications that would have come with the decedent, and any identification as well.
Okay. Did you record that in this case?
Yes.
And what did you do with the identification?
Driver's licenses, we make a copy on our copying machine, and those will stay with the folder and the paperwork.
How about any medications or medication bottles?
Yes, we receive those and put those in a locker as evidence.
Okay. And are those made available to the medical examiner doctor who later
Yes.
does an autopsy?
Our investigation will take custody of that, and the doctor has access to all of that information.
I see. Upon completion of the autopsy, and if it comes to a point where there's no more need for the physical body, in this case of Eric Richins, what happens next to the body?
With the body, as you mean as a morgue clerk?
Yes.
We would release to a funeral home. In this case, I'm unaware.
Okay. Are the driver's license and those sorts of things released to the funeral home as well?
Yes, as long as they were not collected as evidence.
I see. Okay. I don't have any more questions for this one.
Mr. Rebels. Very briefly.
This is not death penalty because they're not seeking the death penalty. So they are not seeking death penalty here.
Morning.
We've spoken on the phone before.
Mhm.
Just to get clarification, it was unclear to me in the way the question was asked. When you receive the body, the medications are inside of the bag, correct?
Correct.
And I imagine they're in a separate bag.
They would be in either a paper bag or a plastic bag.
And do you open that bag?
I would not,
Okay.
unless there was a driver's license in the same bag.
And in this case, do you remember if they were separate?
I'm unsure.
Okay. But you knew they were medications.
Yes.
And I imagine the reason, or just tell me the reason how you knew they were medications.
They're in the photo. You
Okay.
can see them.
And which photo was that?
Those intake photos.
Is it just the one that you just took? Or I'm sorry, the
Um,
one that was just shown to you? Is there a different one?
I'm responsible for taking photos when I receive the body.
Okay.
So they are with the body.
Got it. Do you remember the medications in this case specifically?
That's not my job to look.
Okay. I'm going to show you two documents, and just to her, Your Honor. And the first one, I do see I believe it's your initials or maybe even your full name. So we're going to start with that one. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell me kind of what it is?
That looks like a printout of the record that I put the medications in a locker and the chain of custody aspect of it.
Perfect. I'm going to show you another document, okay? Now, do you recognize what this document is?
I recognize what it is, yeah.
Okay. But you didn't do this part.
No.
Okay. One second.
Never say that. That's not my job. Poor customer service. In the government, it could behoove you to stay in your lane.
Now, is this this document that you're looking at right now, is it related to this case?
Yeah, it's a good way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
I'll give her one moment. You can now see.
Yes.
Okay. And is this something that's kept kind of in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. We would move to admit at this point, Judge.
No objection.
I need a number.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll put one
It'll be
on.
3006, Your Honor.
Okay, so any objection to publishing this to the jury, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor, I'll be
You
using
don't
it
need
for
to.
Dr. Ulmer.
No, we don't need to publish it right now, but just
Okay.
as long as it's admitted.
I just need to create a descriptor for Brittany, defense D3006, entitled Report on Prescriptions Found with Body is Admitted.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you.
That's it. Real quick, moving through. Who decides on the number? They kind of make it up on the spot when it's entered based on
What's
like
next?
an order and which side.
Numbers here.
So defense has exhibits,
I'll
prosecution has
get
exhibits.
Dr. Ulmer.
Very good.
All right. So we're going to new witness. Moving through them today. I like this.
Mr. Burmester gets Ms. Fulmer made, Mr. Ludwig and I approach.
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward through him talking to the judge.
Brittany will get you sworn in.
New witness. So once again, this is Kouri right here. This is legal Amaru here. Here's the main attorney. I'll call her lawyer Imbiggen because that was what that's what she did with the case. She kind of opened up the case wide to talk about all the civil irresponsibility there. And then you have Ramos over there.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
The pains and penalties. I like that. Although people are not gone after for perjury nearly as much as they should be.
Mind bending the mic down just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Burmester.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Pamela Sue Ulmer, Ulmer.
Ms. Ulmer, are you employed?
No, I'm retired.
She looks retired.
In 2022,
She's done
were you
with it.
employed?
Yes, I was a medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
There's a term forensic pathologist. Is that what the capacity you were serving in?
That's correct.
What is a forensic pathologist?
So a pathologist is a medical doctor who has gone through all of the medical training and then done residency in pathology. For a forensic
Okay.
pathologist,
This
we
should be
do
more
additional
interesting.
training in forensic pathology specifically. And then we sit for boards and take all of our board certifications for both pathology and forensic pathology.
I see. So when you receive a body, just generally speaking, into the OME, what is the procedure? What happens?
So basically, I'll start at the scene because an investigator will be at the scene. And then the body at that point will get sealed in a body bag that has a seal identification number on it, goes through the zipper pull so that it can't be tampered with while it's being transferred from the scene to the office. Once it gets to the office, then it's brought in and documented by a ward clerk who's going to put various information into the computer, identifying information and stuff. We used to actually open the body bag at that time and take an identification photo, and then the body would go into the cooler. But I believe we changed our policy though, so that at the time that this event was going on, the body bag was still sealed when it went into the cooler, and it wasn't unsealed until we would start the autopsy examination.
I see. So did you perform an autopsy on the body of a person named
Here we go.
Eric
Getting bloody.
Richins on March 5th of 2022?
I did.
Do you recall about what time that began?
I don't have any paperwork with me, but it was around 7:30 in the morning.
I see. You very briefly went into your education. Could you give us a brief description of your
Establish
education
she's
to become
legit.
a forensic pathologist?
Sure. So medical training is a 4-year degree. I specifically went to an osteopathic school, but whether it's an osteopathic or an allopathic school, it's the same type of training. So I did my medical school at Des Moines University in Iowa. Then I went on to do my pathology residency training at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. So that's typically either a 3-year or 4-year program, depending on what you're doing. For me, because I was going into forensic pathology, I opted to do 3 years of pathology and then 2 years of forensic pathology training to take care of all of my residency and fellowship training.
Qualified for sure.
So after all your training, where did you go next?
So I did my fellowship. The first year of my fellowship was at King County Medical Examiner's Office in Seattle. And then at that point, I still had 1 more year of training that I needed to do, but I got hired on at the Medical Examiner's Office in Salt Lake City. And so we coordinated so that my first year at the office would also count as my 2nd year of forensic pathology training.
I see. Did you stay on then after that year?
I did.
Okay. How long did you serve then at the Utah Medical Examiner?
So I started my employment there in July of 2009, and I retired January 1st of 2023.
That 2009 is including that year of
training, yes.
Yes, okay. Are you, or at the time, were you certified by any certifying board?
Yes, so I was certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology by the Board of Pathology.
Were you a member of any professional organizations?
Over the years, I've been a member of a variety of pathology-related and forensic pathology organizations, including the National Association of Medical Examiners, as well as the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
Have you ever testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
I'm sure she
Multiple
has.
times.
Yeah. That's a for sure.
Ballpark figure for how many times?
You know, I don't have my case log anymore, so a lot of it was preliminary hearings for various cases, and then as well as doing like other types of cases. So maybe about between 75 and 100 times.
Oh man, she is experienced.
When
not fucking with her.
When you do an autopsy, first of all, what is an autopsy, I guess?
So it's an
Stop hitting on her
external and
chat.
internal examination of the body. So we're basically looking for why the person died. We do an external examination describing any unique features of the body. In a forensic autopsy, we also describe like the clothing, any identifying features like the color of the eyes, any tattoos, anything like that, because we need to know who the person is as well as why they died. So all of those items get documented. Additionally, any like scars or anything like that to show any prior medical procedures or injuries. Any injuries that they might have sustained, whether it's bruising or a gunshot wound or anything like that. And then once all of the external items are documented, then we start on the internal examination. So we'll do a Y-shaped incision on the chest. Skin gets reflected as well as the fat and muscle. And then we can see the rib cage. The rib cage will get removed. Then we're looking at all of the organs in the chest and abdomen. So those all get examined in the body, and then they're removed and weighed to see if they look normal and whether they're of normal weight or within range of normal weight. And then we do the same thing with the head. We'll make an incision across the top of the head, reflect the scalp, and cut the skull off so that we can look at the brain in place and then remove the brain and look at it out on the table and weigh it. everything is sliced so that we can make sure there's no natural disease on the inside that would explain why they're dead. Like if a person had a stroke, you might see that in their brain. If they had a heart attack, we might see a blood clot in their heart, or there might be muscle deterioration. So a lot of different things that we can examine and document to explain why the person is dead. We also draw different blood samples, urine sample, gastric contents. We're looking at all of that so that A, we can see what it looks like, and B, so then we can retain it for toxicology purposes.
I see. So you go through, it sounds like you go through these methodically, like but system by bodily system.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the standard in your field?
It is.
You mentioned also that you take samples, blood, gastric, etc. Do you always analyze those, or is that just by case by case?
Some items are case by case. We'll routinely do toxicology analysis on blood and vitreous fluid. So that allows us to screen for common things, and then we can determine whether an expanded panel is needed or other testing. Since this case was during the COVID era, pretty much everybody was getting swabbed so that COVID PCR could be done. And then there's other microbiological cultures that might be performed on a case-by-case basis.
She's got stories. You can tell she's got
and
stories.
As well as other types of laboratory testing for, say, like potassium level or something like that. So it depends on why we think the person might have died to answer those questions.
Mustache Man is the tech guy. He's the prosecution's tech guy.
Those samples get sent out to other labs, or are they examined internally at the medical examiner's office?
They get sent out to other laboratories.
I see. You talk now about generally the procedure. Is that what you followed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. With identification, you mentioned right off the bat is an important thing. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes. So obviously at the scene, because he was at his residence, his wife was able to identify him. But we also look at photographic identification, meaning driver's license, and we can compare that to the individual to make sure that they look like their photo. So that's if it's a case where there's additional identification needed, because maybe we don't know who they are and they don't have any identification with them, then we can do fingerprint analysis, or we have to go further, we can do DNA analysis.
But you didn't have to in this case.
No.
Between Agent Scully, Undertaker, and
do you have a
Undertaker's mom,
worksheet
you
or
guys have some
something
good
that
names for her in the
you
chat.
use as you go along and write information such as the time, seal number, and all those things?
Yes, there's an autopsy worksheet.
Okay. Can I show to the witness States Exhibit 10-4? Do you see that up there?
Yes.
Could you, do you recognize it?
So it's a body diagram
Okay.
showing notes that I made during the autopsy.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate copy of that worksheet?
Yes.
State would offer States Exhibit 10-4.
Yes. No objection.
10-4 is admitted.
Would ask to publish that.
All right. What was inside him?
There you are.
We got to know.
Okay, there's one thing I wanted to have you identify is have you written down the tag number from the seal?
Yes, I have.
And what's that number?
It's 0002713.
Okay. Let's move on then to the external exam. What did you notice or anything? We can take 10. I don't think that 10-4 is necessary.
So basically, he had evidence that he had received CPR. He had an endotracheal tube in his mouth. He had needles in both shoulders in order for IV fluid to be submitted. He also had defibrillator pads that were on him. There was really no evidence of injury. EKG pads were also present, and I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, was there blood present externally on his face?
There was.
Can you explain that?
So in cases of potential drug overdose, it is not unusual for opiate overdoses specifically to have pulmonary edema. So you've got foaming of the mouth coming from the lungs. And then in addition to that, then when you're receiving CPR and you have that intrathoracic pressure that every time a compression is made, that's contributing to the lung injury. And so it's not unusual to have blood seeping out with that fluid from just the vasculature of the lungs. But in addition, when somebody gets intubated, there's a risk that they might get mouth injury or they might get other injury just when the tube is being inserted. And so with that, every time you're doing a compression, you've got potentially a blood-tinged fluid that's spurting out.
I see. Did you see any evidence of injury that contributed to death during your external examination?
No.
Okay. Let's move on.
Wasn't
then to your
strangulation
internal
or getting
examination.
chopped up.
What is the first thing that you look at?
Well, the first thing I looked at were the ribs. He had rib fractures on the left side, on the front. I believe it was ribs 4 and 5 were fractured, which
Probably
was
from
most
the
likely
Lucas
from
machine.
CPR.
I see.
And then you remove the chest plate and you're looking at the heart and lungs.
Well, let's take a look then. Let's go down system by system. Did you lay those out system by system in a report that you subsequently produced?
I did.
Okay. Cardiovascular system. There's a mention here of 50% occlusion. Could you tell the jury a little bit about what that means?
So it just means that he had the beginning stages of coronary artery disease so that the lumen of the vessels in his heart were thickened. It's usually not thought to be significant until they're at least 75% occluded or more. And this is a common finding in adult males in general, and then adult women as they also age. There was no indication of any kind of coronary artery thrombus to indicate that he had a blood clot form in his heart and cause a heart attack. And so there was no damage to the heart muscle. The heart was within normal range for weight.
Okay. So that was not a cause of death?
No.
Okay. Respiratory system, you noted trachea, bronchi, foam present.
Correct.
I think you've said that was probably from
Thrombus is definitely a good word.
CPR.
So it's probably originated from his fentanyl overdose.
I see.
So she's just jumping into it. She's just throwing it out
also
there.
cause pulmonary edema. But since he had no return of circulation during this CPR process, the majority of that fluid and that foam probably originated from the drug overdose, but CPR can still contribute to it.
I see. Okay. Pleural surface small tan white nodules.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So on the surface of his lungs, he had these little tiny white nodules all over, which are little granulomas. I looked at them. So in addition to removing all of the organs, I also did histologic examination on the main organs, which means I took a little piece of tissue so that it could then be cut very thinly and then stained and looked at under the microscope.
And did you look under the microscope at these?
I did.
Okay.
And so you can visually see them on the lungs just looking at them grossly. They were very obvious. And they're just little small granulomas that were coating the surface of the lungs.
I see. And, is there some significance in this case about those?
There is, because his history, his work employment history, he was a stonemason. And so all of that dust that's created when you're cutting either
Can imagine,
or blocks,
that stuff comes back to
inhale
haunt
it
you.
if you're not wearing a respirator or a mask. And then that goes into your lungs, and your body tries to protect itself by sequestering that stuff off. And so then these little granulomas form.
I see. Did that contribute to his death?
I don't believe it did. He had the granulomas present. He also had a small amount of pleural fluid present associated with these, but it wasn't significant enough. There wasn't like scar tissue that it was in his lungs that was preventing him from breathing or anything like that. So I felt like it did not contribute.
They're
to
just
his death.
eliminating that as a possible excuse other than
Did you
fentanyl. 'Cause
know
it's got to be
anything
fentanyl
about
for
his
murder.
liver and,
That's the direction it's got to go. It's
system?
got to be fent.
Biliary?
So the defense is going to try to,
From my
we'll see what they do
recollection,
with
the
this.
liver was normal. There was no surprises there.
What did you note, if anything, about the digestive system?
Again, I don't have any notes in front of me, but he had about 700 milliliters of pink fluid that also had like food particles in it that were partially digested. Some of that was retained and saved for toxicology purposes.
Did you have a discussion with Brianna Peterson from NMS about the volume that you measured from the gastric?
I may have, I don't recollect it.
I see. Do you have any idea about the pink coloration? Was that from anything that you're aware of, or?
No.
Is it? Okay. Urogenital system.
Okay.
Was there anything? Did you know? anything?
Kidneys looked fine. Bladder looked fine. The genitalia all looked normal within limits. So
Normal balls, guys. Normal balls.
Reticuloendothelial system.
So that's referring to more like your organs, like the spleen or lymph nodes, things that have to do with immune response. And he did have, so when you have those types of granulomas in the lungs, it's not unusual for the lymph nodes surrounding the lungs to also have the same kind of stuff in them and also have granuloma formation. And I did see that when I did histology on those lymph nodes in that area.
I see.
Otherwise, the spleen and everything looked normal.
Endocrine system. Was there anything that you documented?
No.
Excuse me. And musculoskeletal system. Anything?
Other than the rib fractures, it was all normal.
I see. Now you mentioned you sent some samples out to histology. Did you receive those things back and look under the microscope yourself later?
I did for part of them. I did. Part of them were examined, I guess, at the state lab. So let me clarify. So we did microbiology testing of the lungs, which you just collect a swab. And so each lung was swabbed and sent to the lab. We had that tested for bacterial infection as well as fungal infection and then TB infection. And that was significant because we had all of these granulomas in the lungs, as well as he'd recently had a history of having COVID. And so just to confirm that there was no active infection going on that I could document that was causing those granulomas, like TB, for example, or any kind of fungal infection, all to explain what was going on in the lungs. And the only thing that I saw again was
great
the
expert.
granulomas that were
Definitely
due to
knows what she's
his
talking about.
Work history.
And she's eliminating alternative causes.
In addition, I did special stains to confirm that there were no fungal elements present and that there were no significant changes to the lung tissue, as well as the heart and the liver and the kidneys. I did see the granulomas in the lungs and those lymph nodes.
So absolutely no fungal infection in the lungs?
No. And to clarify, that was not by culture, that was only by looking at the stain. So
did you, no, we'll get to that, I guess, in just a minute. I guess with histology, you also sent out liver samples.
I wish I had an ad to show here.
Or was this just part of your internal exam? Maybe I mixed that up.
I think I did submit a section of the epiglottis, and I'm not sure whether that was specifically because he had a history of allergies that was reported. And just to confirm that there was no evidence of anaphylaxis.
And was there?
The tissue was denuded, but I did not see any evidence of histamine release granules that were in the tissue itself. So I can't, it did not appear that anaphylaxis was an issue.
Yep, good responses. Nothing for them to
did
really
you
pick
send
apart.
out samples or send out samples to the health department for disease and fungal cultures?
So I did for the bacterial cultures, I did for the TB stain or the Mycobacterium stain, and yeah, I don't have the autopsy report in front of me, so I can't answer a lot of this stuff.
Would it be helpful to look at your report?
It would be, yes.
Yeah, so there was a statement that Kouri told him that Eric died of a lung fungus. So we'll see if that comes up in any way, shape, or form again today, especially during the cross here. But this woman is going to be hard to cross-examine. She, like Danielle said, she looks unflappable, and I don't think she's going to blink at defense, even if they come really hard at her, which I don't think they're going to be able to break. I don't think they're going to be able to throw her off. I'm very interested to see how the defense tries to handle this. Glorious mustache man, of course, still rocking it at the tech. And I'm not sure whether their witnesses, whether their expert witness is listening into this or not. So I'm not, I mean, since it's a remote witness, not sure whether or not, I would hope they have an expert listening into this, because
They approached the witness.
the defense has really got to, if they want to poke holes on the fentanyl theory, they got to do some work. How much fentanyl? I think we may figure out.
Familiar to you?
Yes, this is the report that was generated by myself after the autopsy examination was performed on Mr. Richins.
Can you find the portion of your report where you're talking about
So guys, if you want to buy me a coffee or a Thai Red Bull, you can go over to my Ko-Fi. The Andrew Caffeine Fund is up for the trial.
samples that you sent to the
Thank you.
Public Health Lab.
So for the public health lab, we did an Oramine O stain, which is a special stain that they do looking for acid-fast bacteria, and that's to help rule out tuberculosis, which again would be something that would cause that type of granuloma pattern on the lungs. And that was negative as reported by them because they observed it. I did not look at that particular
I take Monster
slide.
Energy too. That's fine.
In addition, we did bacterial cultures, again, on the right and left lung.
I don't think the important
Those
cock and
grew
bull.
up multiple organisms, and when I see that, usually what it means is it's just normal flora from the respiratory tree, and then as you are dead, these organisms just continue to grow inside your body, and so you will see more of them show up with these postmortem cultures. If the person was dead from a specific bacterial infection, say like streptococcal pneumonia or something like that, you should predominantly just see the streptococcal bacteria and not all of this other stuff quite as broadly. So that just looked like postmortem change. And then we did a blood bacterial culture, which also, it came back no growth. And so there was no evidence of any kind of sepsis. The COVID swab for SARS-CoV-2, which is the organism name, that was positive. So he did test positive for COVID. And my understanding is that he had been sick with COVID-like symptoms, more of like a cold, recently prior to his death. But at the time of autopsy, he did not show any evidence of like pneumonia that we would normally see for someone who's dying from COVID.
Your Honor, there's a good little portion left. I wanted to know, based on time, if this was, could we break and return to Dr. Ulmer, or would it be?
Any objection?
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Roberts?
Ava. Appreciate that. For enough coffee to last me an
Okay.
hour. Thank you. Thank you.
Sit tight for just a moment, if you don't mind. Folks, let's take a lunch break.
Okay,
We have
lunch.
for you.
We're getting lunch.
It's 12:10. Why don't we come back at 12:45? Is that agreeable, counsel?
It is for the state judge.
All right.
Just a little bit more, just give you the issue that would go with the expert.
No problem. 1 o'clock?
I'll take anything. Thank you,
Yeah.
Judge.
Hey, Chris,
Okay.
I was
1 p.m. We'll be back on the record. I appreciate it. Please stand for the jury.
okay. So before I fast forward here, Tank Rat for 50, it says, I was shocked you're doing a court stream, Andrew. It's been a long time. Honestly, they take a lot out of me. It's a lot of energy, but this one was interesting enough. I thought that this case is one that is got a lot of, it's got a strong team. There's a lot of people on the defense, rather, right? It's not somebody who's just pro se, crazy, whatever. You've got a really great judge. You've got an interesting set of facts. So it's kind of the perfect storm for me to do trial coverage. And it's at a time when I've got other topics to cover. We're still doing Somali. I got some other stuff. And obviously there's going to be some updates in the Miskiff lawsuit, all that sort of stuff that I'm going to get into in my normal coverage. But it's a good time to do it because I happen to be up late a lot and I like watching with you guys and hanging out with you guys. So it's kind of a little bit of a mix in there. And, I like to try trial coverage now and then, and we'll be getting into the Clenny case, come a few months from now. So it's kind of getting me warmed up for the OnlyFans murder case that I've been waiting several years for. Okay, so we're going to skip the court recess. Let's see here. How far are we going to go? Okay. We're going to go very far. Here we go. So we're almost caught up here. We may not get that much skipping coming forward because we're pretty caught up. But thanks, everybody. Appreciate everybody's here. Make sure you smash the like button. Let me know you guys like this content. And the poll, 80%, 85% of you have not heard of this before today. So that's good. You guys we get to learn it together and kind of learn some facts. And sometimes it's good to come in fresh to a trial. Waiting for the jury.
All right. Mr. Please proceed.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Ulmer, when we last left off, we were talking about the results from the Public Health Department.
Yes.
Neighboring the Public Health Department is the tox lab. My understanding is there was you had sent a vitreous
She's now put on a
sample
suit. That's her. That's Kouri.
Tox lab for
What was that? What was that, Kouri?
testing there.
Okay.
It was routine to send vitreous samples to the state toxicology lab for
I believe
volatile testing.
she's in her 30s. I don't want to say
which would
34,
mean
maybe
looking for
37. No,
various
I don't know.
alcohols like
She's in her 30s.
alcohol that you would ingest, like ethyl alcohol.
Also, Brunch Princess, thank you for the One Legal Mindset membership. Say thank you for receiving that gift. Appreciate that. And all the gifts today. Tank Rat, Doug Diaz, everybody else. Thank you so much.
Or methanol or other alcohols that could be determined whether that would participate in the cause of death or not.
The vitreous fluid is from the eyes?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, did you get a result back from them?
If I can get that report back, that would be helpful. But my recollection was that the vitreous fluid was negative for any type of volatiles.
Yeah, the deceased was 39. Yeah, she's 35 currently. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Born in 1990. Been in jail for 17 months before trial.
Yes, it's none detected for ethanol, acetone, isopropanol, or methanol.
Okay. Is there something important about vitreous versus blood with regards to alcohol?
I actually think it might be more than that even.
That
For
you're
one-
aware of?
Well, it's multiple things, actually. For one thing, it's kind of a sequestered area. You don't have direct blood flow to that area, so things just kind
I'm
of
sorry, it's 3
pass
years,
through
not
the
more than
membranes
17
as
months.
opposed to having direct blood flow. And so it's kind of protected and it's delayed. And so like if you're comparing like a blood alcohol to the vitreous alcohol, the blood alcohol will be different than the vitreous alcohol depending on whether the alcohol is going up or going down in the intoxication time frame.
I see.
And then
Let me stop here real quick because we got a 10. Thank you. I'm here for the scuff for the 10 Legal Mindset memberships. Appreciate that very, very much. No objection. Thank you so much for that. And if you receive a gift membership, please say thank you. I appreciate all of them and appreciate you guys. Thank you.
also because it's protected, you're less likely to have bacterial contamination of the vitreous fluid because some bacteria produce alcohols during decomposition. So you have more of this sequestered environment.
Okay, so a more perfect record, so to speak.
Yes.
So did you, you also sent out samples to NMS Labs?
That's correct.
And what is NMS Labs to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
What is NMS Labs to your knowledge? I mean,
They're a reference laboratory that does toxicology testing. So they do clinical toxicology as well as forensic toxicology. And we were using them at that time for any of our more complicated cases.
I see. Okay, and so you send it, and this lab is located in a different state or something?
That's correct. I believe it's in Pennsylvania.
I see. Did you get a result from them?
I did.
And what information did you get?
So the primary information was that there was a fentanyl level of 15 and a norfentanyl level of 3.3, and those are both in nanograms per mil. Additional information that was not confirmed but still indicated presence was naloxone, caffeine, and 4-ANPP.
Okay, so, and that's from the blood samples that were sent?
Correct. I'm sorry, because we did 2 different stages of testing.
Okay.
So this was all of the blood testing. And then after I got this testing back and we decided we needed more information, then we also had testing performed on gastric contents. And the purpose of that was to determine if there were any other drugs present in the stomach contents that weren't necessarily showing up in the blood test, and then B, to give an idea of where the fentanyl might be coming from, because
Point there.
the question would be,
Did he
was
eat
it
it?
orally ingested or was it injected, or, trying to narrow that down a little bit.
Okay.
And so that was part of the rationale for doing the gastric testing.
Let's stick to the blood for a minute. First of all, where did you draw the blood?
So initially, they probably would have attempted to do a femoral stick, but because when you die and you start going through all of these changes that your body goes through after you're dead, the blood clots. And so I'm not sure if this was specifically what happened for this case, but they probably tried to draw femoral blood. And because it's a smaller gauge needle, because they're just going down through the skin, they were probably unsuccessful in getting any of the blood to come up into the needle or any significant amount.
When you say they, who is they?
The autopsy techs assisting on the case with the autopsy, so that we have folks who are trained to assist with the autopsies, and so they will a lot of times do the toxicology sample collection.
Okay, so it's a team.
It's a
You and these other personnel.
That's correct. Our office is way too busy to just have the doc go boom, 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 and do everything. So,
I see. And so, did whoever drew the blood from that team, where did they end up getting it from?
so they ended up having to go inside when we opened the body up, and they entered in through the inferior vena cava. And then you direct it down towards the femoral artery, because the syringe that you're using when you're collecting these samples, when you're going into the body, not through the skin, but once you're inside and actually doing it, is a huge syringe with a big long needle. So the needle itself is probably 5 to 6 inches long.
I see. So I'm not sure, femoral artery, I gather, is the legs?
You're going for so it's
By your finger.
but usually when you're collecting it, when you're going through the skin, you're going in the groin area.
I see.
And so you kind of go femoral, inguinal region. And so in this particular case, we weren't necessarily getting specifically femoral blood, but we weren't getting blood specifically from the inferior vena cava either. It was in that region.
Okay, so what is the inferior vena cava?
So in the body, you have arteries and veins. The arteries, generally, you're taking blood from the lungs that's oxygenated, and the heart distributes it out to the different portions of your body.
Okay.
And then the veins bring the deoxygenated blood back. And so the best source for collecting toxicology samples is peripheral blood, which is further away.
Okay.
And so when you're talking about the inferior vena cava, the leg veins come back and they connect in the middle, and this is the inferior vena cava that then eventually moves the blood back up to the heart. And so that's the process of bringing the peripheral blood then back up. And so it's still essentially peripheral
artery,
blood,
not
but
artillery.
you're getting closer to the major organs.
Okay, we'll talk about any problems with that in just a minute. So this quantity, you said there was, I think you said 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl?
15
correct.
nanograms per milliliter. Okay, let's see.
As
Lethal dose.
a medical examiner, is that, explain what the importance of that number is.
So what you're doing is you're taking the information that you have and you're looking and comparing it to what would be expected in someone who's not taking the drug at all. You expect not to find any. Someone who's taking it as a prescribed medication, so you expect it to be within therapeutic range. And then once you start seeing above that, then you have the potential to go into a level that would be toxic. And if it's high enough, then potentially cause death.
Okay. And in this case, the number 15 nanograms in the blood, given its location.
So with the information available to me at the time of the autopsy, the decedent did not have a history of any kind of illicit drug use or prescription medication abuse. So the fentanyl level should have been 0. There should not have been any fentanyl or norfentanyl.
No acceptable level of fentanyl.
The fact that I have fentanyl present tells me that fentanyl was obviously ingested at some point recent. And then if you try to manipulate from the information that's available in the toxicology report, as well as other toxicology references, then there's kind of estimated therapeutic range versus toxic range versus.
15 nanograms per milliliter, is that a toxic range?
In someone who is not prescribed this medication and taking it routinely, it is toxic.
And what is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So you're ingesting the fentanyl drug, and then it's being absorbed and going through the liver, and then you are having it broken down into other pieces, and norfentanyl is one of those metabolites.
Okay. And okay, when it breaks down, like is it the body's way of getting rid of this toxin? I mean, it's breaking it down so it can get rid of it.
It could be breaking it down to be getting rid of it, or it could be breaking it down into a component that actually does the work.
I see.
So the drug that you ingest may not be the drug that's active. It might break down into other components that are active, or there might be other variables that play into it that
Fentanyl
I'm
typically
not
doesn't
describing
stay in your system
because
very
it's been
long,
too
but
long since I've done this.
The at some point in your at some point in this process, did you request a Doppel report? You know, the report of any prescriptions.
That was a routine process that we did on cases, just to review and see if there were things that we should be paying attention to. And
depends on what
in this
test you use,
particular
obviously, for
case,
anything.
I believe that we reviewed at least 1 year's worth of medical history, and we might have gone back even a little bit further.
She has to lay it out
once we
because
saw the fentanyl
this needs to be
present.
very, very clear and
But I don't have any
unassailable by the defense. That's why she's
further
being
information
methodical.
other
She's
than
doing this
just the fact
correctly.
that there was nothing that was seen except for some testosterone, I believe, was the only thing that we saw
I see.
that was in Doppel. So they don't see all medications. I think they just predominantly see things that are classified
Schedule 1,
Right,
2, 3,
right.
4. Your Honor, I'd like to just show the court and the council States Exhibit 1-27.
Yeah, she does kind of look older than 35. I'm not gonna lie, but she's also been in jail, so that does age a woman or age a man too.
I'll fix that. I promise.
That's on them, guys. Not on me.
Scott, do me a favor. Would you mind unplugging and plugging back in to see if that helps?
Okay, let's see if we could. I'm gonna fast forward past the unplugging and put it back in. Tech issues. Oh man, tech issues are lasting a while.
The witness is currently looking at states 1-27.
Wow, that was
Your
long.
Honor, the state would proffer that 1-27 is a self-authenticating document, and we would offer states 127.
Is there any objection? What's that? Is this a one-page document?
It should be 2 pages, Your Honor.
Scott, can I see the second page? And you should take a look at the second page.
Oh,
before
sorry.
Yeah.
How many lawyers does it take to look at one page? Got Emaru there. Got Embiggen. This is the hardest 2 pages in legal history. Yeah, I know we're really close to catching up to the real live stream, so we'll actually have real bathroom breaks.
Of course.
Okay, we are dangerously close to real time here. I may have to start later, guys. Maybe tomorrow I start at like 12:30. We'll see.
Next question, please.
Yes. The excuse me. So, did the medical examiner's office receive prescription medication bottles and or prescriptions with the body?
Yes, they did.
And so, did you or your team make note of those?
Yes. There was information in the investigator's report, and then there's also a separate form that shows the inventory that would have been done by a different investigator.
Can I take a look at States or Defense Exhibit 3006, please? I think that's been offered and admitted and published.
Yeah.
So,
It hasn't been published yet, but.
oh, it hasn't?
No objection.
Okay. Would ask that it be published.
Okay, one moment. There you go.
Okay. So there appears to be 5 substances. Can you, I guess they're not substances. These are taken from labels of bottles.
Okay. So
Yes, these are
hold on.
medications.
So he's on testosterone, he's on TRT, right? Doxycycline, hydrocodone, disulfiram, and then naxoltrexone. Okay.
Okay. Can you, starting from the top?
He did not die from
going down to
TRT,
the
guys.
bottom, can we talk about those?
So there's an injectable form of testosterone, doxycycline,
Don't let the feminist propaganda get you guys. It wasn't TRT.
acetaminophen, and then disulfiram and naltrexone.
Okay, so let's take, what is the doxycycline?
It's an antibiotic.
It's an antibiotic. It's
I've
a broad
taken that so
spectrum
many times.
antibiotic.
And according to the label, when was that prescribed?
That was prescribed July 3rd of 2019.
By Dr.
It was prescribed June 29th of 2016 by Dr. Charles Lind.
And hydrocodone, do you know what that is? Or
It's a pain medication. It's another opiate pain medication.
okay. Then we've got disulfiram.
Sulfiram was prescribed December 9th of 2019 by Dr. Andrew Peterson.
And does it have multiple uses?
It does.
I love court stuff too. Court scuff too. All scuff is good scuff. I'm here for the scuff, and we enjoy all of it. And you know, today my scuff has been minimum, so the court is making up for it.
As a prescribed drug, it's commonly used for alcohol prevention. So another common name for it is antabuse. And then as an off-label use, it's used for chronic symptoms of Lyme disease.
I see. And naltrexone.
He had Lyme disease.
Naltrexone was prescribed August 24th of 2020 by Dr. Hunderman. Again, it's also used for helping to prevent people from drinking. And then it's also used for opiate reduction. So,
And does it have an off-label use?
it's also used for chronic symptoms or complications from Lyme disease.
And this
Lyme
last
disease
one
is worse than lemon
was
disease. Yes.
prescribed in
Yes, JP.
when?
2020. It's August 24th of 2020.
And how many were prescribed according to the label?
90 pills were prescribed. There were still 88 pills that were remaining.
Now, this is probably a super dumb question, but take hydrocodone.
Welcome to the
example.
the donut operator raid
it's
on Kick.
old
Appreciate you
and
guys.
beyond
Welcome to the trial
its,
watch. Over there on
Expiration
Kick.
date. Does it spoil, like food spoils and becomes more toxic, or not?
Not that I'm aware of. Generally, what happens is that these medications tend to get less useful. They get weaker, if anything, but pretty much for a
Watching
lot
the
of them, they're
Kouri-
stable
the
for a
Kouri
really long
Richins
time.
Trial, fentanyl murder. Currently have a prosecution medical examiner
Let's
witness
move on. You said that at
who's
some
going through all
point
the
you
medical
asked
background.
to have NMS lab examine the gastric contents.
I did.
And you published a second report?
Yes.
This is the in case you have to, if you can't remember, you've got the gastric in the main one?
I hope, well, the supplemental is
hope.
attached with the
Okay.
original, so I got it.
So what was tested for out of the gastric contents?
So again, it was for a complex toxicology panel that does, a wide range of drugs. And in this particular, so in the gastric contents, and I just have to be careful when I'm looking at this because they've combined both items into one report. So there was some ethanol present that was 279 milligrams per deciliter.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a second. Does that mean there was 279 milligrams per deciliter of vodka or beer in his stomach when they tested it?
Well, It's not that simple because you have to take the volume of the gastric contents and
It's going to
then
math us.
determine a bunch of information. So in essence, yes, per the aliquot that was measured, this is my understanding of it, that's the amount that was present in that test.
Now, you mentioned before about decomposition. Is that a potential problem for this
It
gastric
is.
sample?
It is, because you'll have bacterial contamination in the stomach, and so that could potentially create a false positive.
Is there a way to determine what is alcoholic beverage versus decomposition alcohol?
No.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting fact. So some of that could be
What else?
corpse
did you receive
alcohol.
back?
So there was a presumptive positive for acetaminophen. There was a presumptive positive for caffeine.
Oh, he's on caffeine, guys. Come on. By the way, donate to the
Quetiapine,
Buy me
which is an
buy me coffee.
antipsychotic medication, was present at 16,000 nanograms per mil. The ethanol level was confirmed. Again, fentanyl was present at 20,000 nanograms per mil. And then norfentanyl was present at 52 nanograms per mil. And acetylfentanyl was present at 29 nanograms per mil.
As a medical examiner, do those numbers mean something in particular?
They mean call the toxicologist.
Okay.
Basically, as a medical examiner, I can say that we know that he reportedly had a drink at bedtime, so that might explain that presence of ethanol, or it could be decomposition, either one. We know that he was not reported to be taking any medication, so then I have no explanation for the quetiapine
Cat figured it out. Dr. Pepper
or the
murdered him.
norfentanyl or fentanyl or the acetylfentanyl.
It's Dr. Pepper.
You've already said if for someone who is not using fentanyl that the 15 nanograms per milliliter in the blood was potentially toxic.
Correct.
How about 20,000 nanograms per milliliter in the stomach context?
I can honestly say, since I haven't talked to a toxicologist in over 3 years, that I would defer to them, because it sounds like a lot, but without having reference ranges to go by or someone to consult, I would not jump on that bandwagon by myself.
Quetiapine, did you find any evidence that he had been prescribed quetiapine, either through Doppel or through the medicines that you looked at?
No, and I didn't see any mention of it in the medical records that I had reviewed at that time. So
She's being honest about her
Well, that's
limitations, which is good.
Good point.
But the defense is
When
probably going to
you
circle back
made
to that
your
issue.
Report, were you able to come to an opinion, a conclusion?
Because they're going to
Yes.
point out
Cause
every
and manner of
single
death?
thing that she doesn't know for
yes,
And at that time, what was it that you were relying on to render this opinion?
so I was relying on information that was provided by family members on how he'd been feeling or how he'd been acting. I was relying on information that was acquired by our death investigator. I was relying on information provided by law enforcement. And then I was also reviewing medical records from the physicians that I knew of that I could get records from.
Okay. In addition to your own observations of autopsy.
Right. And then in addition to,
Lab
reviewing Doppel and seeing what
So-
his history was.
Okay, so what was your opinion of the cause of death?
My opinion of the cause of death was drug intoxication by fentanyl.
In addition to the NMS labs, was there other evidence that you looked at specifically, say, for example, pulmonary edema, that corroborated the information that NMS labs provided?
Yes, he had heavy lungs and foamy edema. You know, like I said before, some of that could have been contributed to the CPR, but it was still quite an abundant amount that was present. So I would have a hard time excluding that wasn't also caused by the drug intoxication.
That's primarily occurs due to opioids?
No mention of THC gummies
yet.
yet.
It can happen with other medications too that
None of that
cause
yet.
respiratory depression.
But there weren't any other intoxicants or medications other than fentanyl
that were
quetiapine
prescribed or that were contributing.
that we know of. There was quetiapine found, fentanyl found.
Quetiapine can cause some sedation, but in this instance where we didn't initially see it in the blood, I don't know what to make of that since it was only seen in the gastric.
Empirics had that fun fact in the chat of Seroquel producing an opiate light high if you do too much. Do not recommend you do too much of these things. Don't put yourself in the ER, guys. No downing NyQuil to get drunk. That's not a good idea.
Did you come to with regards to manner of death?
Could not be determined.
Okay, now let's talk about that determination is guided by a statutory scheme. Is that true?
Yes, we have classifications that it's divided into, and basically it's for statistical purposes. It's not really designed for other purposes per se. And so we're limited to natural, accident, homicide. I'm just blanking here.
Suicide?
Suicide, and then undetermined as well. And so because this investigation was still ongoing when I retired, I felt that could not be determined was the best solution for me to finish my report before I retired.
So were there some, since the investigation's ongoing, you didn't have access to certain things?
Correct.
Did you have access to the forensic examination of electronic devices?
No.
Did you have access to financial documents investigation?
No.
She would not be part of that.
Okay.
Hopefully they don't ask her financial questions. If they try to ask this woman financial questions, I'm going to lose it on the defense. I'm going to lose it on those guys.
Do you release your report to family? Or
Yes, unless there's some reason not to. Yes, they need it for insurance purposes and just other documentary reasons.
okay, so on can we take a look at State's Exhibit 124, please?
The Weeks has it.
Do you recognize this?
No. Oh, it's scrolling through, so I'm.
Oh, okay.
It's a records request form.
Okay. There's some notations on it about ready for pickup and
You may need to zoom in, Mr. Burmester.
Yeah, they went over everything that was found in his system.
This record is from the Office of Medical Examiner, is it not?
But
Yes, but it's not something I would normally be looking at.
there you
so-
go. It's not a scope of her job.
We can, let's move on. during the course following the death of Eric Richins, until the records were released, did you have an occasion to talk to Kouri Richins?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. And how did that, mechanically, how did that operate?
She would call and leave a message with the front office staff. The front office would leave a message on my desk, a written actual message form.
Can we see States Exhibit 122, please?
And then I would call her back.
Okay.
Do you want her to see 122?
122.
My apologies, one moment.
See if we get to see that.
Okay.
Are those the slips that you received from your reception?
Yes.
Okay. And then, do you? Is it a
They're not
policy
going to show
of
us.
the OME
They're not going to show us the slips yet.
Document when you talk to people, such as when you call?
Yes,
Kouri
we have a
Richins?
log form that we fill out.
Okay. I see States Exhibit 123. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it would have been information that I typed in from a conversation.
Okay. On March 17th and then later, April 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Do
Did you
have
miss
an
much?
independent
Yes,
recollection
we're
of those
past lunch right now,
conversations
so
today?
you missed the first couple witnesses.
Not explicitly, no.
So
Not across yet, though. This is all
Did-
still direct.
Corey Richins provide you certain information in those conversations?
Yeah, she provided me a lot of health-related information, indicated that he'd had Lyme disease 2 years ago, and that he was still having problems with neuropathy, so therefore he was getting treated for that. And that's apparently a chronic problem that you can have with Lyme if it's not treated right away with antibiotics. Also indicating that he wasn't feeling well currently or right before his death, that he was not feeling well in general and his chest hurt.
Did you explain to her about the granulomas that you observed?
Yes, and so the not feeling well and chest hurt could have been part of the problem with just recovering from COVID, as well as this granulomatous lung disease that he'd had from his chronic work exposure.
Did she offer up any other information to you?
That his mom had died from a fungal infection 3 years prior.
Okay.
And so, we did fungal stains just to make
I'm
sure.
going to answer this one real quick. Is this length of direct comment from medical examiner? Well, this is very key evidence as to the cause of death. So they really need to get this out there. They really need to get this in there. So yeah, for the medical examiner, and I can't think of them picking a more experienced and kind of locked in and straightforward and, I think unflappable witness. I mean, it's the person that actually did it, but she's been a fantastic witness. But for this case, yes, because it ties back to the murder. If they're able to undo that or, throw a wrench in this, then that would undermine fundamentally the murder charges. So, yeah.
Sure that his lungs weren't showing any indication of fungal pneumonia. And then just the fact that, he was a stonemason, and that's where he was getting this exposure to what I was seeing in these granulomas. So that was helpful to me because, he's cutting stone. So
you mentioned that you did this stain. That's part of the histology. You went back and looked for or was that the?
That was for the fungal organisms. Yeah.
And did you exclude that?
Yes.
If there's a murder, there's going to be a medical examiner always. So you were always going to get one in a murder trial. We're going to get one in the Clenny trial. We're going to get one, all around. There's always going to be a
April
medical
21st,
examiner.
you had another conversation with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did, and I believe that I indicated that the case was still ongoing. I asked if he ever had any history of drug use, and she said, other than just using some THC gummies, he had no.
Oh, there we go. We got
no
the
history
THC
of drug
gummies
use.
in
So
again. THC gummies mentioned.
So that was helpful.
Never used drugs is what your note says?
Correct.
Did she talk to you about those two substances on your list, the last one,
Yeah.
ETOH tests?
Yeah, the medications that are used for helping people not to drink. Is that what
Yes.
you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, basically he was being prescribed those medications to try and help with his chronic Lyme symptoms.
I see. Did she say he hadn't used those for a while?
That he hadn't taken any of it for 4 months.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is there?
Are we admitting 122 or 123?
They keep saying
120.
Someone clarifying from my mad THC or CBD. They keep saying THC. So that's what I'm going with because it's been pretty consistent THC. They have not said CBD. They consistently said THC.
Any objection, counsel?
123.
Yeah, that's.
So, yeah, no objection.
Okay, 1-23 is admitted.
No
Mr.
further.
Ramos is witnessed. Okay, very good. Did one. Okay, very good.
At least that's been the state. Sorry, but let me clarify that again. That's been the statement of what she said, right? So we'll get into the examination of the actual thing, right? But it's been THC. Why is she only up for attempted murder? Well, she's up for actual murder, right? She's got multiple charges. So aggravated murder, the charge are aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of insurance fraud and 1 count of forgery, right? And then you've got a separate financial crimes case, which is not this case, a separate case for 5 counts of mortgage fraud, 5 counts of forgery, 7 counts of issuing a bad check, 7 counts of money laundering, 1 count of communication fraud, and 1 count of a pattern of unlawful activity. So she's got a massive financial crimes case as well. So let's not forget about that. So she's not getting off light.
Introduce 122 as well, or just 120?
Just 123. I have no problem doing 123.
Yeah, can we do 122 as well?
Okay, very good. States 1-22 is also admitted.
Very good question. I'll answer this one. Explaining aggravated murder real quick. In this case, there's especially in Utah, looking at the Utah code, it's obviously an intentional killing, but there has to be something else like killed in a commission of a felony, or if the person was a law enforcement officer. But another one is if the murder was committed for financial gain. So that's one of the factors there, the aggravation factors there in Utah. We'll get into some of the other explanations. Also, Royal We 762 here says, never heard of pattern of unlawful activity. What? That's a financial crime. And I'll put a pin in that. And when we get to a break, we'll talk about that more in detail.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hi.
How's retirement? Besides today.
Okay, here we go with the defense.
It's good.
Good.
I recommend it.
I'll get there one day. We talked about a lot, and I'm trying to kind of drink out of a fire hose, so I'll try to follow some semblance of a good timeline. But I want to talk about what you just left off on. You indicated chronic Lyme. Could you explain what that is?
So with Lyme disease, you can get kind of an antibody response that then also affects your body as it's trying to ward off the Lyme infection. And so you can end up with like chronic fatigue syndrome or peripheral neuropathy or things like that. Things that maybe more recently people would associate with long COVID. So,
Okay. Is it painful? Bless you.
I guess it can be.
Yeah, you guess.
Yeah, I mean, peripheral neuropathy is definitely can be painful. So some people will just have tingly pinpoint feelings. Other people, maybe they just can't feel anything. So it varies from person to person. So.
And did you gather more information about Eric's Lyme disease and the pain that he was feeling?
No, I have not had the opportunity to review any of his medical records that I reviewed 3+ years ago. So my current recollection is limited to reviewing the information that I have available to me.
That's fair. Did you confirm that he actually had Lyme disease?
No, but it was in his medical record, I do believe.
Okay. Would you have been able to, having what you had at the time, you doing the autopsy, the records you had, would you have been able to confirm that?
I don't know how long the antibodies stick around, so I can't answer that effectively.
So possibly.
Possibly, but I don't know.
Okay. You indicated that one of the, and I can't remember which one, so if you can't remember, we'll pull up the medication that was listed. You mentioned opioid reduction for one of them. Do you recall that?
That's the naltrexone.
Naltrexone. And that was found in the system, correct?
No,
one was
naloxone
not.
was found in a system that would have been given by when they were doing CPR, so that would have been given by EMS.
So the naltrexone, that's the one he had a prescription for.
Correct.
Tell me about opioid reduction. What do you mean by that?
So for people who are chronic abusers, whether it's using too much of their prescription medication or using illegal narcotics, and when they want to stop, then they might need something else to help them stop.
Okay. And do you recall how many were left?
Of the naltrexone?
Correct. Would it be helpful to pull it up?
Yes, it would be very helpful.
Just publish it just to
I want to say it was like
the doctor.
88 out of 90. So 90 were prescribed and there were still 88 present.
And how do you know, with the information you have, do you know how often they were, or Mr. Richins was told to take it?
Good comment by Uncivil. I don't like Attorney Humpty Dance very much. Well, the of the defense attorneys, I gotta say this guy he's not the worst of them, right? Definitely not. Mrs. Embiggen definitely is the one that I think is the clown of the defense team, but he goes into some arguments that I'm like, where are you going, bro? But he's not the worst.
If I were to go back and review the scene photos and look at the bottle, then yes.
But not with what you have.
Not with what I have, no. But this prescription was from 2020.
Oh, good question. Is a judge a fair one? This judge is super fair. Very by the book, very efficient, very procedural, very good judge. Excellent judge.
Do you know if those who are prescribed naloxone, is it something that you need to take daily, or does it vary just whenever you feel the urge, I guess?
I'm sure it's
The fact
supposed
that
to
you
be
laughed
taken on a certain time frame, but I don't know what that time
All
frame
right,
is.
no problem.
I like that you laughed at that one. The Royal We 762 says for 5, I just remembered she wrote a children's book about her husband's death for her kids. This woman is an absolute monster if she actually did it. Oh my God. Oh, I have it pulled up. So we're going to read the Goodreads description here and look at the book when we get to a break. Like that is happening, right? We are looking at the book summary and we'll be reading that shortly. But yes, she wrote a children's book. And the irony is she was arrested like days after that book or very shortly, sorry, after that book came out. So it was kind of an ultimate irony that she's arrested as she tries to put out this accounting.
Mr. Burmester was talking to you about
she wrote a children's
blood alcohol level, or rather the presence of alcohol. I'd like to talk about that now.
Mhm.
So you mentioned that initially there was no presence found in the initial testing, but then there was an expanded panel done, and it was at that point that it was found.
Well, it was found in a different sample.
Correct. The gastric.
So the initial testing was done on the vitreous fluid, which was negative.
And was it found in the blood?
No.
So in the vitreous and the blood, no alcohol found, correct?
Correct.
But then with the expanded one, it was the gastric, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, does that tell you in your profession, and you had mentioned earlier that maybe it's a toxicologist world, so let me know if that's the case here, that does it tell you those two things that you have, or I guess 3, blood, vitreous, right, and then gastric, does it tell you kind of chicken before the egg, which one was ingested first? Can you tell me that?
I can tell you that there was no measurable intoxicant related to alcohol that was in his blood or vitreous.
And with your knowledge, if it's in your gastric, does that indicate timing wise whether that was first and then it goes to the blood?
If it's from ingestion, I would say possibly. If it's from bacterial decomposition, then it doesn't tell us much.
Okay. And did you do any I don't know, additional tests or studies to try to determine that in this case?
No.
Okay. Was that asked of you?
No.
Okay. At any point, was it asked to determine whether or not the fentanyl was taken along with alcohol?
These are questions that I would not be able to answer because I don't think that they are answerable.
Okay. Actually, I'll go back to that. Let's go to the, was it 122, the calls, the messages, Katie? Can you just show that to just the witness judge? And page 2, please. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I mean, it's a typical note that we would get.
And this is one that was addressed to you.
Correct.
At the very bottom, there's a signature. Is that yours?
Yes, it says the call was returned on March 17th of 2022.
Perfect. Could we go to the case notes, Katie, for that same day, please?
Timu Waldo? I don't know. He's not that bad. Waldo?
123, so it's over here.
I like Waldo. Don't
Sorry,
slander Waldo like that.
Is what's in front of you, is that for the March 17th that you returned that call?
Yes.
Okay. Now on the case, is it called the case log, case notes? What would that?
Same thing.
Same thing. Is that automated?
Is it automated?
In terms of the, let me be more specific. Is
No,
it
I have to type it in.
But in terms of the time and date,
No,
it's not automated.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't know for a fact.
Okay. could we just do a? Yeah. Could we not call it out? Yeah. just like that. So there you have a full view of what I see as case notes, case log, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so you can see that on the top, it has a date, time, doctor, and I guess who's calling. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, I know you're retired, whether you
They've
would have
given-
inputted that information? Not
we
the
have a time
contents
of death. They've talked approximately about it.
I believe I certainly would have entered the date and time. So yes, I think I would have entered that.
Okay. And
Because generally I would try and enter these as soon as I was done with the phone call. It didn't always happen in that fashion because I'll usually make paper notes and then, because you can't remember everything and you're not recording the phone call. So
correct. So when you get to the point where you are inputting it, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of inputting that information is that whoever's working on that case can have the information that you have.
as far as investigators and stuff,
Sure.
sure. But mostly it's just a documentation of what happened.
That day.
Yeah.
Okay. And it seems like whenever calls were made to you, you did a pretty good job of summarizing what was discussed.
Yes, it was more for my recollection maybe than anybody else's.
Correct.
Because remember,
And
all government records are
with
part of
that. Kind of like
Can
you
be part
said,
of-
you were trying, or you indicated we. I imagine your team.
Even
correct?
your own notes.
Yes.
Can come
Does that
out
include
before.
anybody outside of the Office of Medical Examiner?
No.
Okay. So people at the Office of Medical Examiner working on this case, notes for you to try to determine what the manner or cause of death is going to be in this case. Fair?
Correct.
And as people are calling you to get information, you're uploading all the contents of those calls, correct?
Yes.
And you do that with every call?
You try to do it, but sometimes you might be someplace, you might be in a situation where you can't. Like if, for example, when I was in the process of retiring, I might not be working from the office. I might be working from someplace else, and it just may not be feasible to do it because I might be making phone calls on my personal phone, for example.
Sure.
So,
And so in this case, you did get a note that Ms. Richins called on March 17th, and then you did speak with her that day, correct?
yes,
And then you put that information in there.
yes,
And in that discussion, you talked about the lungs and how Eric's mother had died previously, correct?
yes.
And I want to get the timing right. Mr. Burmester asked you about the fungal testing that you had done. Was that before or after this call?
I'm sure it was before because since I already knew they were granulomatous lungs, I wanted to look at what might be causing that problem.
Okay. And when did you get the results back from fungal?
So asking about why, what was going on
Well,
with the lungs.
when did I get the slides
Okay.
back?
Yeah. When did you determine that the fungal?
Because it's weird, right? Because you found
I
some
can't-
weird lung stuff.
I
Not
can't
a cause
say
of
for
death,
sure
though.
when I reviewed the slides.
So it could have been before or after this call.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to review them until they were back.
Right.
So I don't know the timeline on that.
Okay.
It would have required special stains, which I think I did order up front. But I'm not sure that I have that information
Okay.
in front of me.
You discussed the NMS labs and how you had sent out, or your team had sent out for further testing. The expanded lab, or the expanded panel?
Yes.
Okay. Can we pull that up?
I want to see where he's going with this.
Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw a couple of these during Mr. Burmister's direct examination, correct?
Yes. One for the blood toxicology and then one for the gastric toxicology. Yes.
Okay. And now we're just clicking through all of these fairly fast. I just want.
Let me ask this one from Royal We 762 for 5. Is the prosecution trying to show and hang their hat on that she waited until she knew she was very dead and could not be revived to call? I don't know about that. I mean, he was very dead, like at the moment, because he had been dead for a while by the time they arrived. So, he was already very, very dead. As we saw with the previous witness, he was very dead by the time they arrived, and there were no signs of life at all, despite anything they did.
Do you remember how many pages you received back from NMS Labs?
I mean, and let me just expand real quick here. Waiting, showing an extended period of time at the prosecution, it's like you waited an egregious amount of time to call. I mean, that can be a thing. I don't think the prosecution, though, necessarily relies on the amount of time she waited as much as other factors.
What I see is what's in the autopsy report.
Okay, so let's pause there, Katie. So with the NMS Labs, the only document that you received was just that one? The one that's in your...
The one that's in the original report, and then the one that's in the supplemental report.
Okay, and those are the only ones you received from NMS?
That's what I received, yes.
Okay. If you could highlight, Katie, for the doctor, the page number at the bottom for the last page. Can you see that, doctor?
Yep.
And how many pages is that?
999.
Now, you
Calling
mentioned
him
earlier
frat bro
toxicologist.
Esquire, come on.
As she was clicking through all of these, I think there's graphs and everything. Is that something that's more suited for a toxicologist to be able to interpret what's in those documents?
For this extent, yes, yes.
Okay. So I won't ask you any questions on that.
Okay. I've never seen one of these before.
That's good. Would have been an awkward cross-examination. No, we talked about that. I'd like to talk to you.
I was never in a
about
frat, for the record.
I think it was before the lunch break. You talked about the anaphylaxis.
Too busy playing Magic the Gathering.
Reaction. Do you remember that?
Competitively.
Yes.
Could you talk to me a little bit more about that? I want to make sure I understand that.
So he had a history of allergies, just a broad history.
Right.
And I don't really know how much information I had, and I don't know whether I was more concerned about the COVID or about the allergies when I put that section in of the epiglottis. But for people who have chronic allergies and who are known to carry EpiPens around, then that's always something that you're concerned about.
Okay. And so what is it that you found exactly?
I found nothing of interest. It was just normal inflammation, and I didn't find any histamine response that would be of concern with anaphylaxis. So you have cells that release the histamine, and that's what causes you to have the throat swelling or whatever response you have when you have these severe allergy reactions. So,
and the allergy reactions, they could be for plants or trees?
Yeah, I mean, the one that we classically see is for peanuts.
Peanuts.
Nuts. Don't trigger Hassan, guys.
Medication.
Could be. There's really only a couple of things that I've actually seen it for in the office. Peanuts is one of them, and maybe another thing would be like for like an antibiotic.
Like penicillin.
Yeah.
What about opioid drugs?
No, I've never seen that.
You never seen it? Does it exist?
I don't know, but it possibly could. I mean, there's always going to be somebody who's allergic to stuff, but I've never seen it, so I can't answer intelligently about it.
That's fine. If somebody were to have been, I'm allergic to, well, I shouldn't say this. This is funny.
Yeah.
If somebody's allergic to a medication, and
He's
you,
giving away his medical history.
it would come up. Right?
Thousands
And so
of people.
That medication or that nut allergy, you would think that you would see it every time that individual ingested whatever that was.
No.
Yeah.
So a nut allergy could happen once and not again.
It happened. Usually what happens is it doesn't happen and then all of a sudden it happens. I mean, it's going to vary, and this is, again, getting a little bit out of my realm,
That's
but you may have a mild response to it, but you never know when you might have a maximum response to it. But the range of drugs or whatever that would cause that type of reaction are beyond my purview, and so
you can't say
That's a good
sitting
word.
here today that
Beyond my purview.
Fentanyl causes an allergic reaction in anybody.
I cannot. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I can't say it does.
If it had, you would have seen it here.
I don't know what type of allergic reaction it would cause. Not all things that cause. So most of the medications that your doctor says you're allergic to, it's just that it didn't work for you. Like they'll switch you from your one high blood pressure medication because now you've got a cough.
Okay.
And so they're saying, well, we need to put you on a different one. And it may not be that you're allergic to that medication. It may just be that that medication either A, isn't working for you, or you have a side effect to it that's undesirable. And so when you have all of these things that you're listed in your medical record that says allergies, it may not really be an allergy. It's just where they document that stuff.
Understood. The food particle that was, you indicated that you saved it. Is that correct? Food particles?
The gastric contents?
And the gastric contents, correct.
We saved a portion of it.
Okay. And did you locate any THC gummies in there?
Nope.
Okay. Did you look for them? I should have asked that first.
I'm sure they would have melted by then.
That's fair enough.
And there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis either.
That's a good, see, that's one where the defense kind of asked that question and then it opened up and then she dropped that in there. So very good addition there. She wasn't necessarily asked that, but it opened it up for her to say that. So good note there. No THC in the system.
No, that I would have had to order that specifically. I can't remember.
Okay.
Very good point.
Can we pull up the...
Also, somebody asked about Tylenol Americans. We support Tylenol Americans in chat, and we support internet autism and autism. So we support that.
Can you, may we publish, Judge? Just to doctor.
So we're going to show the witness this document. Okay.
She looks
Can you see that?
1,000 yards there.
Yes.
The time of death, that is, you are referring to the time that it was called, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Richins actually passed, do you know?
No.
So the time of death is just the time it was called.
That's correct. We have limited information that we can go by.
Somebody asked about time
Last
of
known
death.
alive time.
Here's your answer.
And when CPR was performed, once they stopped performing it. And if there's no obvious information in between, there's maybe some soft factors that we can use to kind of narrow it down. But typically, I'm going to go by last known alive time and when his time of death was called by EMS or in the emergency room or wherever.
Okay.
Can we go to the second page?
Another possible explanation would be time found. So those are the three kind of guidelines.
So it's not, guys, it's not, time of death is not some sort of, it's going to be mad. If they're not there present, no one's there to measure it, right? No one's there to find you, right? That's going to be some guesswork. Why is there so much focus on the time of death? Well, it's not, let's see where they go with this. I don't think they need to overly focus on it. I don't think it's a major point of contention, but they may bring that up. If there's a certain factor where if she'd, called earlier, done something earlier, X would have happened, right? So we'll see where it goes from there. I'm here for the scuff. For 5, so that face looks like, oh shit, this is not going well. No, I think she's not done anything wrong on the stand or said anything wrong. The only thing she's caveated is this is beyond the purview of my experience, which is exactly what you're supposed to say if you're an expert and that's something that's outside your field. So that's not embarrassing for her to say. It's not her job to be the everything, MD. She's just there to fulfill her role.
And now with what you have there in front of you, I want you to just review that real quick. Do you recognize both pages of the document in front of you?
Yes, this is the form that when you request a death certificate, this is what it looks like.
Okay. And is that the final one?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit. Is it 3?
It should be 6.
300. No, 7. 3007.
Do you want to use defendant's exhibit for the time?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and very good point. That is strategy to try to get to say, hey, you're doing stuff that's not your job, right? Or you're going outside the scope of your job or the scope of your expertise. So if they can catch them doing something outside the scope of their job or expertise, and then point out an error in that, or point to a series of conclusions you could draw from people working outside the scope of their job, that's a theory that the defense can work on. So that's actually true.
Mr. Burmester, defendants 1088.
We do not object.
Okay, defendants 1088 is admitted. Are we publishing to the jury?
Yes, Judge. Second page of that highlight. Or
Will you
that
show
call
the
out.
first page before we get there? Just so they understand what they're looking at. Thank you.
So this is a certificate of death here, correct?
Correct.
And now the information that's contained in it, this was, I don't know, like for a better word, you signed off on it.
Yeah, we do a preliminary death certificate initially. Just you have to have a death certificate of some form in order to initiate a lot of things that occur after death for, the funeral home and whatnot. So we'll do a preliminary one that's basically just says.
Oh, sorry. I'm here for the scuff. I got it wrong. I scuffed it. You meant it looks bad. The oh shit face is on the defendant. Yeah, because remind you, she's facing not just murder, but all these financial crimes. So all the money that she was interested in, like that's not that picture. That boat is sailed. All the proceeds from that she was going to rake in off of her sweet book that we're going to read about. We'll pull up when there's a break here. That's flushing down the drain. She's kind of seeing the reality play out. So that's very common, I think, for defendants for sure.
Ending.
Okay.
And then once we determine what the cause and manner of death are, then we amend it.
Okay. Let's go to the second page if we could do a call out. And so this is the appending on that first line, correct?
Yes.
Now, the amendment, it seems to just track the same day. I imagine that's not obviously how it went. Maybe this was internal. Could you just help explain that? Is that just when the amendment was?
That's the amendment when that was done, yes.
Okay. Now, initially, the immediate cause of death was pending, as you said, and then it changed to drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Correct.
Now, that was the cause of death, and now the manner of death was pending to not determined.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that never changed, correct? The manner of death, as I'm reading through it.
What do you mean it never changed? It changed from pending to not determined.
Sorry, since then, I apologize.
Oh, no, it hasn't changed.
Okay. So that's remained the same.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we could take that off, Judge.
She gets as much time as they need for the medical examiner. They're going to let this one go as long as it needs to. Because
You indicated that as you're working specifically on this case, you are gathering information from everywhere.
Correct.
So from NMS labs, correct?
Yes.
Getting fungal slides or testing done,
Yes.
speaking with law enforcement,
Yes.
and using their reports
Yes.
from your OME investigator, correct?
Yes.
From calls that you've received from Ms. Richins,
Yes.
from calls you received from other members of the Richins family,
Yes.
and those are all documented as we saw in the case log, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Now, did you have meetings with Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. I mean, I certainly had phone calls with them. I don't know whether I had in-person meetings or not. I can't remember.
Okay. And during those calls, what did you learn, or meetings?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Were you told that law enforcement believed that it was a poisoning? If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, yeah. I'm sure that I had some logs in there that indicated some of the conversations, but
But you don't remember now.
I don't, yeah, I mean, I can't remember.
Yeah, a murder case doesn't require this is a big thing, and thank you for somebody asking in the chat asked this question. The murder case doesn't necessarily require them to have a specific, like manner of death, right? So you can go and prosecute a murder case without that medical examiner's, certificate, saying murder of death, murdered by crazy wife, right? You're not going to necessarily have that on there, right? So, and we've seen lots of cases where we've gone through where the manner of death might be undetermined, but it could result in the conviction. So it's not necessarily that's not legally determinative, right? So what they put on their medical certificate doesn't necessarily convict you. So that's a big thing because and a lot of times they make a point of that, right? Particularly if it doesn't benefit them. So this is something that we see time and time again in trials come up, which is why the medical examiner is pretty important, because oftentimes what happens is that as a jury, you're going to defer to the expert. So if you're like, well, the expert said this is the cause of, this is what happened, well, then we're just going to go with what the expert says, right? So that distinction and dividing line is often clarified by the attorneys, and they make a point of it. So good note there.
Individual conversations. That's why I make notes.
Right. Now, regardless, with all that universe, right, of information, you can also ask for follow-up, correct?
As far as what?
Anything. So let's say Ms. Richins indicated something to you, you can have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
Try to get a little bit more. Correct?
Yes,
And when you're speaking with, did you speak with Detective Woody?
I did.
And so with speaking with Detective Woody, Detective Woody was giving you information, correct?
Yes.
And you could also have a conversation with Detective Woody and say, well, could you follow up on X, Y, or Z? Correct?
I usually don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
I'm just trying to see that
Neither
all
am
of this
I.
you indicated
Neither am
you
I.
were gathering all this information so that you could ultimately make a determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that you had, make sure I get this right, natural cause of death?
Yes.
Suicide was one of them?
Yes.
Homicide?
Yes.
Not determined?
An accident.
An accident. So, for example, the accident with the information you have here, if you were to have been given information, hypothetical, that Mr. Richins took a pill, not knowing what it was, that could have assisted you in determining whether it was an accident.
Correct.
Okay. And that is why it's important to get all the information, all the details to you so you can make that determination.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, when was it? I think it was June, but correct me if I'm wrong. When was it that you made that final determination of undetermined or not determined? Do you recall the date? Or would you like to see the death certificate? Or
The death certificate said June 22nd.
so that would have been it.
I would imagine.
Okay. So after you have all the information, you've gotten everything back from NMS Labs, you've spoken with everybody, the world of that information, the answer you came up with was not determined.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you've been retired. When did you retire?
January 1st, 2023.
So about 6 months before.
He really
right?
got dragged back 3 years later.
In that time, did you see in your line of work overdose deaths
All the time.
from fentanyl?
All the time.
Accidental?
All the time.
Not determined?
She's super experienced.
I probably saw some of those as well.
And then
She's seen it all.
I imagine
This woman
suicide.
has seen it all.
Yep.
Would you say that during your time that has increased? That number that you saw?
During that era, yes.
And what era would that be? 2020 to 2022?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
2018 to 22.
Were you familiar with the one pill, one kills? One pill kills, I mean?
Not that phrase, but
Okay.
certainly the concept.
And were you trained on that in while you were or before you retired as to the increase in fentanyl overdose?
I saw it. I didn't have to be trained on it, yes, but I mean, sure.
Okay. My point is that you've seen unfortunately, a lot of fentanyl overdoses before you retired.
Yes.
Okay. Promise you I'm almost done. Okay. Check with my colleagues.
Okay, so trying to say that she could have ruled it a homicide, but she left it undetermined, and she'd seen that, but did it go there? Once again, I think a great comment from the chat. Doesn't push away her capabilities or the fact that she did her job and what the actual findings were. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. I hope you guys like this. Hope you like my covers. Like me doing trial streams. Hopefully we do more if you guys like it. Make sure you like that. Actually, I'll put up a little poll.
In your case log, a case note, specifically that March 17th call with Kouri, there was no reason for any of us to believe that call did not happen, correct? No, I know it's funny.
Correct.
Yeah, because you did have that call on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did speak with Miss Richins on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did discuss lungs and what was in that day, correct?
Whatever it said.
And as well as you knew, at least at that point, or timeline's off, but at least that you looked into that fungal situation, and you were aware of Eric's mother's passing from something related to fungal infection, correct?
From the information that she provided, yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Oh, okay.
Enjoy retirement.
Let's see where is there redirect?
So, to be clear, the fungal infection information was not you providing it to her, but rather she provided it to you.
That she being Kouri, the defendant.
The fungal
From that
phone call.
information, yes.
Yeah.
But the testing that I performed was just routine testing for the type of case that it was with the granulomatous lungs.
And
Harry Reid Jr. Oh no.
so could we get that last, I didn't get the dates right, I guess, on the death certificate. Did we look at that last page again? I thought it was already published, and yes.
I mean, so the jury can see it right now.
Publish it, bro. Just publish it, bro. Frat bro Esquire.
The second page.
Publish it, bro.
Now, do you create this document? You, the OME, the Office of Medical
Vital
Examiner?
records. I mean, I typed the basic information in.
Once again, oh my God, let me claw back here. So the point they were kind of putting out here, once again, immediate cause of death, and this is her just filling it in because it was blank before. So the cause of death, drug intoxication, fentanyl, the manner of death, not determined, right?
Medical
Vital
Examiner.
records. I mean, I typed the basic information in, and then this information is populated through vital records.
And so the only thing I see on here is June 6th. So you change, no, not change, you finalize the cause and manner of death on June 6th. Is that a fair statement of what's going on there?
That's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So, as of June 6, 2022, did you have any of the text evidence from Kouri Richins' phone at your disposal to make your determination?
No.
How about phone calls from Kouri Richins?
Anything further would have been what was documented in the call log.
But you didn't have recordings of phone calls or Verizon or T-Mobile or whatever things, correct?
No.
Okay. And you didn't have access to any financial documents at this point?
No.
June 6th. Okay. Let's talk about what's going on there. That's you have those categories, and that's required by statute. You need to call it at some point in one of those homicide, suicide, accident, natural death, or undetermined, correct?
Yes.
So homicide, that isn't a legal criminal determination.
Boom, I told
No,
you.
it's simply a term that we use indicating that the death was caused by another person.
As opposed to suicide, for example.
Yes.
When you're, this is, I would guess at its core, a scientific endeavor. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What you do or did do?
Yes.
So, in pursuit of science, you don't start from a presumption, I would assume, that you look at all the evidence before you make and you go off of the evidence that you receive before you proceed in any direction.
Correct. You might have a working hypothesis, so you have a direction to start in. But yeah, you have to be receptive to all of the additional information.
Okay. And by June 6th, in your possession, did you have anything that would help you to determine whether this was a homicide poisoning or accidental or
No,
suicide? Okay. And that's why you came up with the decision you came up with.
that's correct.
Do you consider motive evidence when you're making a determination of homicide, suicide?
Not typically.
I think I just missed it, but you said there were some things that you are unaware of whether they can be determined, or the things that can be determined. Is one of them whether the alcohol found in the gastric fluid ingested or decomposition, to sort those two out?
There's no way to sort those out because the chemical makeup is the same either way.
I see. Lyme disease, is it fatal?
It can be.
I see. Did you see any evidence that Lyme disease was fatal in this case?
No.
Finally, is there anything, any change in your opinion that the cause of death in this case was fentanyl intoxication?
No, I don't have any additional information to provide otherwise.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, anything within the scope of redirect?
Yes. Of course. No post. You know, it's going to be quick.
From June, when that change was made, until you retired in January 2023, you had the opportunity to change anything if you felt it warranted changing, correct?
It was discussed with law enforcement that if they had additional information that they would let me know. I was busy signing out hundreds of other cases. I was still cutting cases, and this was not the only case that I was working on.
And during that time, you weren't provided with any additional information.
I'm not getting the
from
fentanyl. Calm down,
law
people.
enforcement that did cause you to change anything.
No, because my understanding was the investigation was still active.
Okay. And
I might get the bathroom
from that
break
point
maybe in a
on,
second.
obviously you have nothing else to do with it, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
I have nothing else, Your Honor. for this
Dr.
witness.
Ulmer, thank you for being here. You can step in.
Okay.
Okay.
Folks, let's take a restroom break, please. Please rise
Awesome.
for the jury.
All right. Well, we are almost caught up here. Let's see how far we get, and then I'm going to pause it for a second.
Have a seat, please. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we take a recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor,
Do we need to deal with the altered
Yes, that's-
document?
I'm going to talk about that now.
You know,
Let's one
Yes,
step at a
I'd be happy
time.
to.
So,
Altered document.
do we need to deal with this now, or do you want to keep running with?
while they're on a break, I don't mind talking about it, but if the court chooses to,
Okay. Who said next stream Mudang has a Narcan spray in her mouth? How dare you slander Mudang like that? Mudang does not need Narcan. She is drug free, okay? Mudang is definitely drug free.
that, as we were preparing for trial, I recognized that though our subpoena had asked for the full year, they got us a random month in March. So I sent I asked them to give us the information we had asked for. Then they send us the correct time frame, but the header, the caption labeled Eric Richins defendant. It's not appropriate. So we said, okay, can we try and get the information that we asked for? They finally provided it, and that's why what they had received prior, though we've continued to send out the reports as we received them.
Can, forgive me, I've already forgotten how this document was marked. What's the number?
It was 1-27.
Can somebody put 127 up for me?
I've got it up, Your Honor.
Okay, one moment, please.
Okay, Judge Magitek working his tech.
Scott, would you please go to page 2 for me?
I can't see it. I'm sorry, Judge.
I appreciate that one.
Okay, hold on. Let me fast forward through a little bit of the boomer teching here.
That this declaration signed by Jeffrey Henry and dated 19th of February 2026 is the declaration that you most recently received along with the document. That's page 1 that you most recently received. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is really problematic. So I am looking at the original document they gave us, and it has different dates that have been altered.
Well,
And
hold
the
on. Why isn't it just different documents produced at different times? What
got her.
indication do you have? For
She's
example,
smiling right there because the judge got her. I mean, like, she's trying to frame it as this nefarious thing, and the judge is like, no, this is just documents that were set at different times, right? You know, you're trying to make it into something like, no, look, the state altered a document. Oh, we got them. The evil government. Oh, hey, how about they just sent 2 different documents at different times? Like, I mean, talk about swinging for mistrials. I mean, and she smiled. She let's go back here for a second. Hold on. I want to get that smile. Hold on.
what?
Look at that. She knows they got her. She knows the judge is based, and he totally got her there. And people are just looking dead-eyed up at her like, what the fuck? Like,
indication do you have? For example, the one that you're
hold
looking
on. We got to do the clip. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Okay, let's continue with that.
at. The declaration, that's page 2. What's the date on the declaration?
3/1/21.
No. What's the date on the declaration?
It's dated January 9th, the exact same date as, I'm sorry, this one's dated 19th of February.
So they're not seeking to admit the one that you're looking at. They're seeking to admit a different one that is authenticated on a different day. If you would please have a conversation with them about whether you have any objections to that one during the break, we can pick it back up after that.
All right.
Thank you. Folks, back at
Schooled, literally sent to school.
Please.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I'm going to pause it here because I want to do a couple things like real quick since we have some time and we're in between this. Also, thank you, Redhead Undead Coffee, for our boy. I definitely appreciate that very much. Very, very much. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the support, guys. You guys have been absolutely fantastic, outstanding for everything. And obviously, you can also go over to Ko-Fi and drop something there. Appreciate all the support. I think I pinned that one in the chat. So let me pull this down for a second while we're on this break. And there was another question about pattern of unlawful activity. So I want to just speak about that real quick. So pattern of unlawful activity is a Utah crime that involves, it's part of the Utah Criminal Code, and it's essentially racketeering. So it's essentially racketeering, which involves 3 related episodes of criminal conduct committed within at least 5 years of each other. So within a 5-year range, 3 related acts of criminal conduct showing a continuity of illegal activity. That's what they call pattern of unlawful activity racketeering. So in this case, she has a slurry of financial crimes, much more than 3, right? Which are all related to the same sort of thing of her money extraction and kind of fraud, alleged, right? Because they got to prove all these things, schemes, right? So that's what she's charged with in the financial crimes case. So, and they're all wrapped up because they're related, right? So they're trying to get her on all of that. So essentially, she could be hit with, I mean, it's almost a dozen, I believe, over a dozen 5 counts of mortgage fraud, 5 counts of forgery. That's 10, 7 counts of issuing a bad check, 17, another 7 counts, 24, money laundering, 25, 1 count of communications fraud, and then pattern. So she had 25 before she got to the racketeering, right? So that's plenty to show a pattern, right? Plenty to show a pattern. And then I wanted to show this as well before we get back into it and start fast forwarding it. This is the book. This is the Goodreads summary of the book, Are You With Me? By Kouri D. Richins. And I want to read this to you guys. You guys have to see this. First of all, it's got 1.72 reviews, so not doing that well in the review department. Got the little angel up there, which is kind of diabolical if you think about it. Well, perhaps, right? Perhaps. We read the book on stream. Oh my God. Wherever you go, whoever you will be. You bought the book? You bought the book? Okay, anyways. Whoever you will be, their love remains with you. A heartwarming and reassuring book that gently guides children through the difficult experience of losing a loved one. Written by a loving mother who personally faced this challenge. This book is designed to offer comfort and solace to young minds in a way that is both accessible and engaging. With vivid and colorful illustrations, Are You With Me follows the story of a child who has lost their father, but who is reminded of his presence still exists all around them, just like an angel watching over them. Whether it's playing at the park or simply enjoying quiet moments at home, the child is comforted by the knowledge the father is always by their side. As the book that celebrates the resilience of the human spirit, Are You With Me is a must-read for any child that has experienced the pain of loss and for parents who want to provide their children with emotional support they need to heal and grow. A story of hope, healing, and unbreakable bond between parent and child. Grief, 41 pages, Kindle edition, March 5th, 2023. So that was that was published in March 5th, 2023. In May 8th. So just, what is that, 3 months later, right? She was initially charged with murder and, everything else related to the death of her husband. So not a long delay between publication and arrest there. So very, very pertinent facts there. How long was she writing the book? I mean, she had time after the death. So, I mean, she must have gotten on that pretty quickly. Will there be a part 2 about the mother being in jail? Oh no. Okay. Let's see here. We'll try to fast forward this. See where we get here. We have to go live. Are we live? We're almost live here, guys. So I may start a little bit later tomorrow just because of the fact that we caught up, and I like to be able to fast forward like this because now we don't have any wiggle room.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Shall we?
Please have a seat.
There we go.
Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness.
Yeah, I'll cover the Charlie
State
Kirk
calls
assassin case,
Allison
but I
Christensen.
mean,
Ms. Christensen, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you
we'll
sworn in.
see about that one.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Can you please state your full name and then spell both your first and last name?
Allison Christensen, ALLYSON,
Now, I know that you brought into the courtroom your own bottle of water and some cough drops.
I think she's
Yeah,
back.
I'm just getting over a cold and have lost my voice
Oh, was
over
she
the
here
weekend,
before?
so I'm just hoping my voice will hang with us today.
No, this is
Okay,
the new one.
excellent.
All right. Well, let me back that up real quick. I wanna make sure I
Weekend,
get
so
her name.
Into the courtroom.
LYSON,
Oh, no, new
CHRISTENSEN.
witness. Okay.
Now, I know that you brought into the courtroom your own bottle of water and some cough drops.
Yeah, I'm just getting over a cold and have lost my voice over the weekend, so I'm just hoping my voice will hang with us today.
Okay, excellent. I'm rooting for you. Okay, so are you employed, Ms. Christensen?
I am.
How are you employed?
I work for the Statewide Information and Analysis Center housed under the Department of Public Safety.
Is Did you work for them in 2022?
No, in 2022, I was working for the Office of the Medical Examiner.
Okay. What were your duties and responsibilities at the, or let me rephrase that. What was your capacity did you serve OME?
I was an autopsy assistant and an autopsy technician supervisor.
I see. And so what are the duties and responsibilities, very briefly, of that position?
The autopsy assistant is there to assist the doctor in a variety of ways with removing organs during autopsy, taking notes, photographs, or handling toxicology.
Okay. And on March 5th of 2022, were you serving in that capacity and on duty that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what role you were? My understanding is that's a rotating role.
Yes.
Do you know what you were doing on that particular day?
That day I was assigned to handle the toxicology samples.
So what does that mean? You were handling the toxicology.
So all of the samples are collected during the autopsy, and then my role would be to get them ready and prepared to be sent to their various labs for testing.
I see. Okay. So in this particular case on March 5th, did you receive some samples from Dr. Omer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What did you receive?
I can't recall directly. It's been a few years.
Okay. Do you remember? Now, let me just give this to you. No.
Yeah,
Do you
she definitely
recognize,
looks like she's
for the
suffering.
record, what those items are?
Yes, these are our toxicology requisition forms that we use. And it looks like the samples, the toxicology forms for the samples that were collected that day.
Okay. Does that then help you remember what it was you were working on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was the name of the body from which the samples came?
It says Eric Eugene Richins.
Okay. And so what was requested by the doctor?
Can you clarify?
What sort of tests?
For the testing?
What did you have to prepare?
So testing that was requested, it looks like there was samples to be sent to NMS for testing. There was one sample that was sent to our state lab for different testing. There were some histology tests requested. And then it looks like some cultures that are also done at the state microbiology lab.
Okay. So I'd like to focus in on the NMS samples.
Sure.
What did you receive to send out?
So I would have received the samples after they were collected at autopsy. They're placed into a fridge. So I would have gotten the paper, just like the one that you handed me, and would have used that to submit the test request through NMS.
Okay. Do you know what samples you received, what they were?
On the form, it says that there were 3 tubes of IVC blood, which is inferior vena cava.
Okay.
2 tubes of vitreous fluid, which is the fluid from the eye. 1 tube of urine, 1 container of gastric fluid, and 1 container of liver sample.
No semen sample, guys.
Now,
no semen
was
sample.
there an
Okay.
indication to do something special with one of those 3 blood tubes?
Yeah, it says on the 3rd blood tube that the doctor requested that it be held in our freezer at the OME for possible future testing.
And is there these tubes that they're collecting in? Is there something? Are they just blank test tubes, or is it they prepared with anything?
No, they're prepared with things. So there are two gray tops, and a gray top, it's a vacuum sealed container. It's just like when you get your blood tested in a hospital. That gray top indicates that there's something inside the tube to prevent the blood from clotting.
Okay.
The other tubes, it looks like they were red tops, which means there's nothing inside of those. So they're still vacuum containers, but there's no additive inside. And then the gastric and liver samples are in, it looks like a cup. So that would have just been a small plastic container.
With no preservatives.
With no preservatives, correct.
So you have those 6 samples that you're going to send out, 1 you're preserving.
Sorry, correction, 7.
Yeah, 6 that you're going to send out, 1 in addition that's going to go
Yes,
away.
sorry.
Or stay, rather.
Yes.
Right?
She didn't look at the PP. That's true.
So
they actually
how
did
do
look
you
at the
package those up, and what's the process?
For NMS in particular, the process would be I would take the requisition form and I would use the online portal that NMS has. We enter all the information that includes the case number, the patient name, date of birth, date of death, date of collection, the person who collected it, what was collected, and then the tests that are requested. Once all that information is put into the system, a form is printed out and it has all of that information on it. I'll use that form to double check against the samples to make sure that everything matches, so that everything as far as the case number, the name, what the samples are, everything matches on the samples versus the paperwork. Once that's done, the tubes are placed into a plastic vial sleeve, which is just a plastic envelope that has slots in it for these vacuum container tubes. I place the tubes in that's sealed shut. And then the other specimens that don't fit in that, so the cups and that sealed envelope, would be placed into a biohazard bag. I would sign and date the paperwork to say that I was releasing those samples to NMS through FedEx to be tested. I'd place that form inside of the biohazard bag, seal that shut. All of that is placed into a cardboard box that is provided by NMS, and it's 1 case per box. And then that box is, again, sealed shut with a evidence label that I would sign and date.
Okay, so it's sealed from contamination from each other and from other sources, exterior forces.
Yes.
Do you notify anyone that you're doing this?
Her boss.
FedEx?
We would know.
NMS?
Yeah. So NMS would be notified just by using
Gosh,
their
she
online
looks
portal.
so
They get that
in
notification.
pain.
And then once there are enough samples, like at the end of the day, we would notify FedEx.
I feel
to come
bad
and
for
pick
her.
them up.
I genuinely do.
I believe March 5th was a Saturday.
Okay.
So these samples would have been held in our toxicology lab until the following Monday and then sent on that Monday.
So that would have been 7th?
Correct.
Okay. And okay.
Give her some
The,
Fent for the pain.
Let's take a look
Oh
now
no.
at the Tox Lab.
No, no,
Health
no.
Department. Where are they physically located vis-a-vis the OME?
They're in the building next door. It's just a short walk next door to the lab.
Okay. And so did you have any samples given to you to send to either of those two?
Yeah. So the state lab is not open on Saturdays for the vitreous testing that was requested. So that would have been held until Monday. But the other samples for the cultures would have been walked over directly to the microbiology lab at the state lab.
And did you do that?
I did.
Okay. Now let's talk about histology. Did you get histology samples?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a particular experience and training with histology at this point?
Yeah, prior to working at the medical examiner, I was a histology technologist at a hospital. I am board certified as a histotechnologist through ASCP, the same board that certifies doctors for medical examiner. So yeah, I have some experience in that.
Okay.
And
So
very good point by Joe
did that-
Schmo. You have to, the whole point here, there's a big, on the direct side, prosecution side, is chain of custody needs to be read into the record by witnesses. So you've got to go through the process of where did the body go? Okay, who found the body? Well, how did you pack it up? Who did it get to? What did they do with it? Like where'd the labs go, right? Because this goes into potential spoliation of evidence. So any evidence that might have been mishandled, either knowingly or recklessly, et cetera. So that's something that they need. The prosecution is trying to say, hey, all of this was handled properly. This all looks good. The defense, meanwhile, wants to poke holes in that and say, no, well, there's a problem with the chain of custody, or things weren't done right here, or there's, this evidence was tampered with, or, was dealt with in a non-standard way. So the defense will try to poke holes wherever they can get when it comes to the handling of evidence. So
Did you have a particular position within the OME regarding histology at that time?
It didn't really have a title, but I did oversee the histology lab, if you can call it that, or the histology storeroom.
I see. And in this case, when did you receive any histology requests on this case?
It would have been collected at the time of autopsy. So on the form here, it says March 5th.
Okay. And is there a delay for sending it out?
There can be. So histology is a different process than regular blood testing. So histology tissue needs to be what we call fixed in a formaldehyde type solution. So the histology samples were sent to an outside laboratory in California, and they would all be batch sent, usually once a week. And so while waiting, they would be in a container of that formaldehyde solution.
Now, is any staining or anything done at the lab or done by you?
And I think someone was asking a question about what you're talking about. Histology, which is the scientific study of the microscopic structure of cells, tissues, and organs, also called microanatomy sometimes. Histology.
It would be done at the lab.
I see. And in this case, what did the OME send out to histology?
So it looks like, so histology is labeled alphabetically. Each alphabet letter is one cassette, I guess. The tissue is placed into a plastic cassette. It's about 2 centimeters by 1 centimeter. And so each cassette is labeled in that way. So it looks like there were samples of heart, right lung, left lung, liver, kidney, hippocampus, epiglottis, lymph node, and coronary artery that were sent.
Okay. Did you receive the prepared slides afterwards?
Yes. It shows on the form that I signed and dated that.
When did you get it back?
On March 23rd.
Of 2022?
Of 2022, yes.
Thank you. That is all that I have for this week.
Oh, she's quick. Okay, quick witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Let's see how the defense drags this out.
Christian said when we did speak that I wouldn't have any questions because she answered all my questions. No questions.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much.
Wow, I spoke too soon. You know what? Naughty legal mindset. Objection. I judged not, I judged the defense too quickly. They actually did not ask questions. I'm impressed. I'm impressed here. There wasn't much to go on there. I'm going to be honest. Also, somebody asked once again, what age is the defendant? The defendant is allegedly 35, but I mean, a lot of people say she doesn't look like she's 35. We're almost caught up with the live feed. I'm going to let some of this air hang because we'll obviously get a recess where we're going to have more substantial time. But I hope you're all enjoying it. No, I mean, once again, we see where the defense is. I mean, I think I can see where the defense is kind of trying to go to open up other possibilities and to introduce reasonable doubt. Once again, that's their job. The burden's on the state to prove everything. So it's got to be locked away, square fentanyl in order for it to fit into the state's case. And let me let that play. Also, the Ko-Fi is here if you guys want to get me a coffee or a Thai Red Bull. There you go. You can support me over there. Thank you, guys. Love you.
Ms. Gibson, take your time.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Thai Red Bull is technically like the original company, but it has some different formulations. I think it hits stronger. That's my personal opinion. Comes in smaller packages.
Afternoon. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Chelsea Gibson, GIP as in Papa, SON.
Move that microphone a little bit closer to you. Just pull it forward. Yeah.
Better?
Better.
Okay.
Thank you. Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Total about 7 years.
What is your current assignment?
Lead crime scene investigation technician.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4.5 years.
What did you do before you were the lead crime scene technician?
I was dispatching for the county. And while dispatching for the county, I would do part-time as helping out with the evidence room and crime scenes.
So as a lead crime scene technician, what are your main responsibilities?
To oversee the evidence room and respond to crime scenes, to document, analyze, collect, and process evidence.
Do you have any type of training to perform that responsibility?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science with a minor in criminal justice. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association of Identification. I have over 700 hours of training in crime scenes, death investigations, and digital evidence, as well as being Celebrate certified as a operator and physical analyzer.
Thank you. Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to a scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes, I was.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-1, and you can put it up for the jury. It's been admitted. Is this the scene that you responded to?
Yes.
Approximately when did you arrive?
Approximately 6:30 in the morning.
Who else was there when you got to the scene?
Family members and law enforcement officers, I believe Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Deputy Orgel were on scene.
What was taking place when you arrived?
OME Sessions was finishing up with her investigation of Eric Richins.
When you got there, what, in general, we'll get to the specifics, but in general, what was your primary focus when you got on scene?
To document the scene and assist Detective Woody in looking for anything that could have explained Eric Richins' death.
I want to begin by talking about the crime scene generally. Was a 3D scan completed of that home?
Yes, it was.
What is that called?
We utilize what's called a Matterport. It's a camera that takes a three-dimensional scan of the inside of the residence.
Actually sounds really cool.
That allows the user to remotely or virtually go into the scene at a later time. It also takes measurements during the scan.
Did you create one of these 3D scans for the home at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When was that scan completed?
I believe it was May 8th of 2023.
So not the night you arrived, but sometime later.
Correct.
How functionally, how does it work when you're creating this scan?
Essentially, it's a large computer that takes a three-dimensional photo. It's placed on a tripod, and you scan in different areas of the home. It's typically, you want to keep about 5 to 7 feet from the previous scan. The program will then let you know if your next scan is too far, and it'll have you rescan at a closer point so they can be spliced together. And then it's uploaded onto the Matterport that then creates a three-dimensional view of the scene itself.
And you did that for the scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 6.
Okay. Well, that's kind of cool.
And from the master bedroom, it's going to move into the master bathroom.
Yeah, to be clear, and this is something Danielle pointed, their marriage was on the outs. They had been, they were in the direction of separation, splitting, and they'd already taken steps to, specifically the husband had taken steps to distance himself from the wife, of course, in response to some of her financial, problems and dipping into the funds, etc.
And then it'll show the master closet as well. And now we're going back through the master bedroom, through the main hallway of the home.
The gummies were allegedly on top of the cabinet.
And that's our front door there to the right where you enter.
Yes, to the right's the front door, and then Carter's room.
At least that's what the defense implied.
Right in front. And then there's a set of stairs that leads to the attic. And then to the left is the living room.
And yeah, that's another fact. That's another fact.
And now the living room's connected to the dining area and the kitchen.
We see a black case on the countertop there. Was that your equipment?
Yeah, that's what the Matterport was in.
Gemini Dawn 7315, a member for 6 months, says, all donos I make go to Tiara for Mude. Okay. I know the Tiara is very important to you guys. I know I got to get on the Tiara. Thank you, Gemini Dawn. The gummies have come up. I don't know whether they're going to try to make that into a alternative vector for whatever went down. But I think the problem with the gummies, because someone asked what's the relevant of that, why do they keep coming up? It's because the medical, and I'm saying the medical examiner saying there's no THC in the system kind of works against, the THC gummies were some sort of vector, or using that as a source for reasonable doubt. But we'll see. We'll see where they try to go with that, where the defense tries to go with that. I think the gummies are like more of a red herring, like Danielle said in the chat, and there's something that's brought up, but they're not necessarily relevant to the case. And I know a lot of people are saying they could have been laced. They could have been laced with Fent, theoretically, right? But then once again, if he was purchasing these, and we talked about the Utah laws. If he was purchasing these legally through a dispensary, you would assume that these state regulated, dispensaries, pharmacies are not lacing their things with Fent. I mean, that's a presumption.
And where are we headed now?
This is the mudroom hallway connects to the kitchen, and then the laundry room and a half bathroom.
Really sorry, they're not laced with Fent when they're sold, right? They could have been laced. But anyways, we'll continue on that.
To the right. And then the attached garages to the left.
So turning your attention back to March 4th of 2022, what specifically were you doing on scene when you got there?
I was there to assist Detective Woody in documenting the scene as well as collecting any items of importance.
When you say documenting the scene, how do you do that?
It's a lot of photographs and taking notes.
As you were doing those things, did you see anything out in the open that might explain the death of Eric?
By the way, this trial does have awesome names as well, like Bloodburn, Detective Woody. Like there's a cast of characters here with like very, very, very good names.
Richins.
There wasn't any obvious signs when I arrived on scene.
Did you see any THC gummies?
No.
Did you see any drug paraphernalia?
No.
We've asked a couple other witnesses about drug paraphernalia, but I don't know if any of them have described what it is. Why don't you tell the jury, what are we referring to when we say drug paraphernalia?
A simplified version, it's anything that is an item or a piece of equipment that can be used to consume or conceal illicit drugs. It's typically known as pipes, bongs, needles. Can be
Did he
concealed in
have
little baggies.
Did he have a bong or did he have a crack pipe? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Throckmorton. That's another one good. Throckmorton is another good name in there. And Mrazek, I call him Judge Magitek because I like Final Fantasy, but Throckmorton is good.
So you mentioned that you took some photographs. I want to turn your attention to the master bedroom. Did you take some photographs in that room?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-10 and 1-11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
What are they?
Overall photographs I took of inside the master bedroom.
Fair and accurate depictions of those rooms on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-10.
What are they
110
doing?
and 111 are
Why are they going to
admitted. Do you
object
want
to
to
this?
publish?
Yes, please.
Wait, did they object? Okay. I was like, why would you object?
Did you also take a photograph of a nightstand in that bedroom?
Yes, I did.
I think we've already admitted this exhibit. So if we could put up 1-9. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And this is another photograph that you took?
Correct.
Now we see a safe there. Did you later look in that safe?
Yes, later on that day, yes.
What was located in that safe?
Inside the safe were a couple of firearms, a large amount of cash, I believe some ammunition.
Based.
I believe an empty checkbook and some handwritten documents.
All right. As you were in
Base
the
2A
bedroom,
supporter.
was Mr. Eric Richins was his body still there?
Yes.
And did you document that as well?
Yes, I did.
If we could see exhibit 1-7, please, for the witness. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an overall photograph I took of inside the master bedroom showing where the deceased was located when I arrived.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-7.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-7 is admitted.
And so this is where Eric Richins was when you arrived?
Correct.
Did you look through the bedroom or did you look around the bedroom to see if there's anything that was significant that might have caused his death?
I looked around the bedroom a little bit, yes.
Did you find anything that stood out to you that may have caused the death of Eric Richins?
Nothing that could have caused his death, no.
I mean, he didn't, so it's a defense forgot to verify no firearm was involved. I mean, Oh, I don't think that's like a matter that either side is disputing. There's no gunshot wound here. Like that's so, and because they ruled that out. I mean, the medical during the autopsy, discussing of the autopsy with the medical examiner, they said there's nothing physically, externally before they started it. So you would notice a gunshot wound. How many days for the trial? I mean, this one may go pretty long, but we'll see. Someone had said 5 weeks. I don't think this is going to be a 5-week trial, but it could be a few weeks. We'll see.
Now I want to talk about the bathroom that's attached to the master bedroom in the closet. If we could have exhibit 1-12 and 1-13, please, for the witness.
Sorry, 2A is the Second Amendment in the United States, the right to bear
Do you
arms.
recognize those?
Yes.
Are those photos that you took?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representations of the scene that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 112 and 111 or 113. Excuse me.
1-12 and 1-13.
By the way, fun fact. This is a little fun fact I got today. Apparently, in the exemptions for gun law, I guess it's I don't want to cite the right exemption because I know my gun nut folks will get me down. But apparently, in the U.S., states can just give away machine guns. So and like get around the procedure for it. So apparently West Virginia is now giving out machine guns to people as part of a state sponsored program. So apparently that's the thing. Apparently that was like a loophole that states could just have a program to give out machine guns. And so West Virginia is doing that. It's actually kind of interesting. Very, very based. Yes.
You're admitted.
So again, did you look through the master bathroom and the master closet?
I looked through the master bathroom.
Okay. Any THC gummies found in there?
No.
Any paraphernalia found?
No.
What about, I should have asked you these questions for the bedroom too. Did you see any THC gummies in the bedroom?
No.
Any drug paraphernalia?
No.
Okay, let's move to the kitchen. Did you yourself look through the kitchen?
I did not know.
Are you aware if anyone else did?
I'm unsure who looked in the kitchen.
If something of significance would have been found in the kitchen, would you have been notified?
Yes.
Speculation.
Oh,
Could you rephrase sustained?
Sure.
that was okay. That was a good one. That was a good one. She led there a little bit. So got to lay that out a little bit more.
As other people were around the house, what would the protocol have been if an item of significance had been located?
If an item of significance is located, I would have been notified to photograph and document.
Did you do that with anything in the kitchen?
No.
What else did you do on March 4th?
I collected a few items on scene and that were transported to the sheriff's office.
What were those items?
Medications in Eric Richins' names, and there's a sheet underneath the bed that was kind of balled up.
Approximately what time did you leave the scene at Willow Court?
Approximately 8:29 in the morning.
Who did you leave with?
Myself, Detective Woody, Omi Sessions, and Oracle. We all left it at the same time.
And to your knowledge, when you left the scene, were there any other law enforcement officials still there?
No, there were not.
You were the last ones to leave.
Correct.
To your knowledge, were there other searches made at the 282 Willow Court home?
Yes.
And
Yeah. So someone asked my licensed solicitor. I'm a licensed lawyer, attorney, as we say. Solicitor is like a UK thing in Florida. So Florida and federal law. But I like to learn, anytime I've got an out-of-state trial like this one, I'll look up the law and make sure that the statutes I understand the statutes, because, the thing in the United States, and this is the big thing, is that the statutes can vary. So the way they deal with things, like, for example, we talked about pattern of unlawful activity. That's the way it's framed in Utah. But it's otherwise known as racketeering anywhere else that would be referred to as racketeering. So sometimes we can name stuff different. Sometimes the elements are different. Sometimes there's additional crimes. Sometimes the way they deal with categories of murder or other sorts of crimes is different state to state. There's also different defenses that may or may not be more easily accessible in other states because they might use different legal standards. So there's a lot of variation across the United States when it comes to crime, particularly when it comes to stuff like murder. So that's very important to always make sure you're on top of that when you're looking at a different one. And with this one, once again, we looked at was aggravated murder, which that's the way it's charged in Utah. And one of the things can be done during the commission of another crime, as well as done with a financial motivation. So I think that's probably how they got that to aggravation, because the whole theory here of the prosecution is this was for personal gain, right? And that ties in with some of the financial crime elements.
Were those searches subsequent to March 4th? Were they different than what you did on March 4th?
Yes.
How are they different?
With a search warrant, we have more reason to search the home itself. So it's a more extensive search of the actual home itself. We're looking for specific items pursuant to the search warrant. So typically we're looking in cupboards, cabinets, drawers, inside closets, inside boxes, inside pockets.
And so compare that, what you're describing with a search warrant search, to what you did on March 4th. How is that different?
March 4th, we didn't have too much information to go off of on what we were looking for specifically. So we weren't looking through every drawer, everything. It was more so to the naked eye.
So talking about when a search warrant is performed, how many times have you been part of searching a home or something else for a search warrant?
I responded to the home on Willow Court 8 times.
And what about in general as a crime scene technician? How many times have you assisted investigators in executing a search warrant?
I don't know about including search warrants, but overall including search warrants and crime scenes, over 100.
So when a search warrant is executed, are different officials on scene given different assignments?
Yes.
How are those assignments made?
Typically it's the sergeant over investigations or lead detective, and sometimes the crime scene will assist.
What are the different assignments that are made for the personnel on scene during a search warrant?
We give them names such as a searcher, a finder, photographer, and a scribe.
And describe for the jury what each of those assignments mean, what those people would do.
As they're given assignments, it's also we work hand in hand, so they kind of commingle, but for the most part, a searcher is kind of self-explanatory. You search a specific area that you're given or a room, and then the finder kind of assists the searcher in searching, but is also able to leave that area and go notify the photographer, who then comes and documents the item, where the item was located. And then the photographer then takes additional photographs of the item. They're called mid-range and close-up photos. It's just to show more of directionality of where the item was located. And then the scribe is typically in a common area or more of a central location where the items can be moved to, and they document onto a property seizure form on any item that's collected, where it was collected, and by whom it was collected.
Is it possible that someone on scene could have more than one assignment?
Yes.
Those things could overlap. One person could do multiple things?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 13th of 2022. Were you present for a search of the Willow Court home on that date?
Yes, I was.
And similar to what you've just described, were assignments made to different personnel that were on scene?
Yes.
And what was your role on April 13th?
To photograph and assist in searching.
And to your knowledge, what areas of that scene were to be searched on that day?
The entirety of the home, including the attached garage, as well as the detached garage and shop.
And when you say search, describe for the jury how someone goes about searching each of those rooms.
Room assignments are made, so we number the room numbers. That way it's a little bit easier to kind of keep track of who's searching where. It also helps with keeping track of which item was found in which room. And then people are given their room numbers and they start searching that area.
So talking about April 13th
sorry.
of 2022, let's first talk about the master bedroom. Were there any items of significance located in that room?
Yes.
Scott, if we could put up exhibit 1-15D like Delta 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Matterport video showing the items of importance that were located on the April of 22 search.
So is this scan, explain how it's different from that overall scan that we saw previously?
So this one's showing what they're called are tags. So you're able to tag the area and it'll help depict where the item was located and give you a visual of where it was.
And are you the person who placed the tags on this particular video?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that? Not technologically, but how do you know where to place the tags?
Because it was documented on where the items were located as well as photographed.
And so that's where you put the tags on this scan?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit 1-15D4. No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 4 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please. So again, describe for the jury, we're seeing the same scan, right? But you've added some information.
Yeah, a lot of animal heads.
So I think we were talking, Scott, you can.
I'm presuming that he took some of those animal heads. So, I'm presuming that this guy had a number of guns, perhaps.
Play the scan. I think you were talking
That's
about
a
the
moose.
master bedroom. So we'll wait till our scan takes us back to the master bedroom.
The great Utah desert moose, yes. Yeah, they were at one point a happy couple, but that deteriorated.
And
She
if we could pause it there, please. So if you
made
can
her
use our
moves and
magic
had her
pointer there,
boyfriend.
and on your screen,
She was cheating.
it should let you point out what item of significance was located in this room. You might have to aim it at Scott's computer. He's got the receiver.
That was working for a moment. It's a very small cursor.
Yeah, the bed has dog steps. Yes, note that. Note the dog steps.
It might not
Very cute. Very cute.
work. It's too far away.
It vibrated. I don't know if that helps.
Well, why don't we
Oh,
look
wait.
at, that's okay. We can talk about what we're looking at here without the clicker, even though I wanted to use it. That's okay. So describe for the jury what we see on the scan that was different from before.
There's a yellow dot that's kind of pointing towards the nightstand.
And what item was located there?
A green iPhone.
Okay. Now you've got a box of items beside you.
Yes.
If you could please grab item 9-5 or exhibit 9-5. And go ahead and open that up.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, guys. That's it. The dog did it. We figured it out. The dog was the real fentanyl delivery system. It was really the dog every single time.
Open it.
Well, before you open it, why don't we do it this way? Do you know what this item is?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the green iPhone that was collected that night.
And is that item in your hands now in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was located on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 9-5.
Yeah, no objection.
Go ahead and open it up.
9-5 is admitted.
And you can just hold it up and let the jury see it. Did you determine who this, was it determined who this phone belonged to?
Yes, it was determined to be Eric Richins.
Now, what about in the
Gotcha. Raven said, okay, so I'm back from passing out. What I missed? Well, welcome back. We got past the medical examiner, the autopsy, and now we're going through a breakdown of some of the house and the evidence.
master bathroom? Was that area searched?
Yes.
Scott, if you could continue playing our video or exhibit, sorry. Were there items of significance that were located in the master bathroom?
And yes, some courts do require gloves when you're handling stuff like that. So sometimes you'll see them break out the latex glove, which I think is always very funny. Also, somebody asked RKI next hearing. Yeah, it's Friday. So Friday, I will be kind of doing a double because it's on Asian time. So I'll be reporting on the Somali hearing first, because I'll have that probably around 8 or 9 p.m. Bangkok time. So that's in the morning in the United States or wherever else you are, right? Around 8 or 9 p.m. I'm going to do the live, probably 8 p.m. I'll do the live and then get that out. Probably try to get a fast fax going as well. That's already listed. That's already up. So that stream's already up and listed. So that's going to happen. And then we'll watch this later at night. So it's going to be a long day for Legal Mindset. So that's going to be the tentative plan. We'll see. My endurance is going to be put on test that day.
Yes, if you.
Scott, if you could, pause it there, please. So, what about in that closet?
And somebody asked what that's about. That's going to be the decision on the deepfakes and what they decide to do with that. Do they drop them? Do they aggravate them in the trial of Ramsey Cletus Smile in Korea? So we're going to get a kind of decision on just the deepfakes, not guilt or innocence, but like what they're going to do with those. There's 2 different charges. There's one that might possibly be mitigated or dropped. They could also add a separate charge. Who knows? It's kind of the last chance for them to do that. So that's going to be on Friday.
Item of significance located in there.
Yes.
If you could grab from your physical exhibits, Exhibit 9-1.
Ms. Shervanek, just so my notes are complete, the date of the search, would you confirm that for me one more time, Ms. Gibson?
April 13th of 22.
Okay. Please proceed.
So, do you have Exhibit 9-1? You have a lot of things up there. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead and pull the item out of there. Or take a look at it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
There's a couple bottles of prescriptions that were collected that were located in one of the baskets.
And I don't know that the clicker's working, so why don't you just come down and point to your screen so the jury can see which item we're talking about, where it was located. Is your propeller? Yes. Go ahead. Now you're ready.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the first item we're talking about right now is going to be this orangish yellow dot.
And go. You can head back to your seat. Sorry.
This is the real Law and Order.
And
This is not
the item that you have there.
the fake stuff.
9-1. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the item that you collected from that basket on
Yes.
that day?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to move to admit 9-1.
May I see it, Your Honor?
Of course.
I want to see which bottle.
Yeah, and someone said in the chat, I'm torn on Fent. It's good when properly administered for things like surgery, but when I'm seeing this case so far, she administered 5 times the fatal amount, supposedly. Yeah, this is not a medical procedure. This was something that was supposedly, allegedly, right, done to intentionally kill him.
I'm gonna bring it down then.
Yeah, it can be dry at times, but there's when there's moments.
States 9-1 is admitted.
And I guarantee you we'll get to moments.
Go ahead and open up that bag. Was there a particular bottle within that bag from those items that you took a photograph of?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-20, please. Do you recognize this?
Stop. There it goes. Yes.
What is that?
It's a photo I took of what was located from that section of the linen closet.
That's a photo that you took?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of what you collected from there?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 1-20.
No objection.
If we could publish, please.
20 is admitted. And
Gunnar, can we look at the actual bottle that she took out of the bag since she's taken it out? Can we open it and look at it, please?
Okay, so what is that? Fluke? Okay. Hold on, I want to look this up. Fluconazole. It's an antifungal medication used to treat various infections such as vaginal candidiasis. All right. So could be for some vaginal treatment there. All right.
you want to open the bottle and look at the pills?
Uh-huh. There's no pills, but I want to open the bottle and see the inside.
There's pills.
Real quick, Armando Limon 7465 says, I'm only a time zone ahead of Legal Mindset, and I just put the stream on as I slept through much of it. It's all good. Hey, welcome back, Armando. Appreciate that. Glad you're here.
Oh, okay. Can I have her just open it? I won't touch it, but let
Why
her
don't you
do
and
it.
Ms. Shervinack do it at the same time?
Yeah.
Just the record is clear. 1-20.
Don't get hoo-ha fungus. Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Did she get it from the boyfriend? Did she get the hoo-ha fungus from the cheating boyfriend? Who knows? Speculation. They're opening it to show it.
It's kind of hard to see in the photograph, but is one
This
of the
and I'll say something too for those guys that are new to trials and that have not watched trial streams before. This trial has, and I know you may be shocked by this, good tech. This is a good tech trial because they're actually changing the camera shots, focusing on stuff. They'll pull up exhibits every once in a while. There are many where they will not do this at all whatsoever, where it's essentially like one or two fixed angle, or it's one camera that's like zooming in and zooming out. So they have multiple angles in here. So this is actually good in the scope of courtroom footage shots.
those prescription bottles, a prescription for quetiapine.
Yes.
And is that prescription
For a courtroom.
That bottle prescribed to Kouri Richins?
Yes, it is.
After you documented and photographed these items, what did you do with it?
They were booked into the sheriff's office.
And I should ask you the same question that we did for 9-5. What, after that item was collected, what did you do with it?
It was also booked into the sheriff's office.
When you say booked into the sheriff's office, that's into your evidence room?
Correct.
Scott, if we could go back to 1-15 D4, please.
One moment, I gotta catch up to you. Go ahead, Scott.
Going back to the video.
Yes, please.
And just someone mentioned the jury real quick. So apparently the jury is pretty balanced in age, but they're all white and they're older. So that's the general jury makeup there. So that's your jury, but pretty balanced gender mix.
Commissioner Nick, let me know when you're ready to show the jury.
I am.
6 men, 6 women.
You are now.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at the same view in the master bathroom, and we see another orange.
Yeah, that's
circle
Utah,
there. What was
yes.
collected from that location?
Several packages of THC gummies and edibles.
Did you document those?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead and grab exhibit 9-11 for me.
And yeah, another good note from Danielle here. Thank you, Danielle. The judge is the final arbiter of whether there's stream or not in Utah. That is true. So the judge is the final arbiter and they have the final decision. So if the judge decided it's inappropriate, they could have banned it, right? But we're all glad for, for things like this, that they don't do it, that they don't ban it, right? Florida is very well known for televising almost everything.
Yeah.
I also boosted the audio
Scott, could you leave
1.5x.
the
So
video up?
That was me.
Oh, sorry. You're on.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the items that were collected from that cabinet above the toilet.
Fair and accurate representation of those items that were collected that day.
Yes.
Move to admit 9-11.
No objection.
9-11 is admitted.
Did you document where those items were collected from?
Yes.
Where were they collected from?
They were inside the top shelf of the medicine cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom.
Inside the cupboard.
Correct.
Scott, if I could have exhibit 1-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
A photograph I took of those items that were collected.
Same items we were just referring to.
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of those items on that day.
Yes.
We'll move to admit 1-16.
May I speak to Ms. Chevernak for a
course.
second?
let me edit this banner.
Let me lay a little more foundation for what's in the photograph. So let's do it this way. If you could take exhibit 9-11, please, and open it up. Okay, and
Good question for me. Would I like to be in the actual courtroom versus abroad? Well, if I was in the actual courtroom, I couldn't cover it because obviously I couldn't be streaming it. And honestly, it is a little bit kind of awkward in the courtroom, and you can't have a reaction. So if you were to react or make a face, you can get tossed out. In fact, that was kind of a big kerfuffle during the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case because there was people going in and there were lawyers part of Law Tube that were going in, and one that allegedly, made a face that was disruptive or whatever else. And there was a whole conference on that. That was a whole thing. So yeah, I mean, you can't have these sort of what the fuck moments in the courtroom, and they could say, oh no, you're disruptive, you're trying to cause a scene or whatever else, right? So I think for me, I enjoy being able to view it from abroad, and also I enjoy the fact that, you know, during the breaks or whatever, I can fast forward through it. I think that for me is better. But if I was, you know, active in the trial, yeah, then obviously you want to be part of it, right? But if you're in the gallery, I think I prefer to watch it remotely.
Pull the
You have to not be expressing emotion. Yeah.
items out of there.
All of them?
Pull them out.
And yes, that okay. Going back, because people are bringing up, it was kind of unfair to Larry. I don't want to call it Larry, but the DUI guy, because there were a lot of other people making the face, but because he was a known kind of figure who was covering this and publicizing this, and you know, they're saying it's biased to Amber Heard, they kind of called him out specifically. But yes, to be fair, the whole courtroom made faces. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So we see multiple items in that one package. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could put the video back up on the screen. Can we put it back up for the jury? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we were talking about the cupboard above the toilet, and then we were looking at a photograph that you took of all of these items. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in that photograph, are there items that were collected from other locations?
Can you go back to the photograph?
Scott, can you put up 1-16 for her, please? Just for her.
What are you referring to on the photograph?
So are there items that are in that same photograph and that are in that same package that were not collected in that cupboard?
There's a baggie and looks like a prescription box that are kind of out of focus.
And those items were not collected in that cupboard.
Correct.
But which items were collected from that cupboard?
The 3 dank gummies, the 2 chocolate brownies,
Dank!
the Helix Twist, and the 2 small baggies of gummies.
The clear baggies were located somewhere else. Is that right?
I don't recall on that. I believe they were located in the same area.
I'm going to move to admit 1-16.
Your Honor, we object. That's, she's not laid a proper foundation.
I don't follow. Would you approach for a moment?
The judge disagrees, right? So it's like you have to, before you enter something evidence, obviously you have to, you know, introduce the basis for it, you know, exactly where it's coming from, et cetera. So I think she did that. So we'll see what happens here. We have a little fast forward time, so I'm going to use that time.
So let's see. Pause for one moment. The state's moving to admit the photograph that is State's Exhibit 1-16.
Yes, no objection.
Okay. 1-16 is coming in. Would you like me to publish it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chelsea, do you need a moment to get organized, or do you need nothing?
She might need
Are
some
we
space.
Are we done with this one for now?
Yes, you can
Okay.
put that to the side.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, please.
Yeah, take your time.
Do we have a wipe?
Yep. I think she's asking.
You take a bite out of crime does not mean eat a gummy. Yes.
Something like that. Yeah.
And yeah, this judge is kind of no nonsense for the defense kind of pretending to be ignorant or being obtuse. So the judge doesn't really have patience for that. He knows what's going on. He is based. I am sad we don't get a Binger moment in this one, where like the Rittenhouse case, where like Binger was
Ms.
improperly
Chernak, please
holding the AR. That was hilarious.
After these items were located, you photographed them.
Correct.
And what happened with them next? Were they booked into evidence?
Correct.
Scott, if you could put the video back up, or Your Honor, however order that works. And you can let the scan play forward. Were there items of significance that were located in the closet?
Yes.
All right, if we could pause it there, please. If you could take Exhibit 9-12, please.
That's right. She secretly slipped she secretly slipped one of the gummies into her water on the stand. That's right. She's like, you know what? I want to get high now. Let's just drop this in. No, and someone's saying the defendant does not look comfortable. She definitely. I mean, look at her right now. Does this look like a woman who's having fun? No. It's a very uncomfortable. And to put it in perspective, I mean, this is her life on the line here, right? So between the murder charges and the many financial, she's looking at a very, very, very long time behind bars, potentially, even if only some of those charges hit her. But certainly if the murder charges or attempted aggravated murder charges hit her. And Danielle says, I bet her boyfriend dumped her. I don't know. That would be an interesting fact. I'd want to know that.
And open it up.
She's been behind bars for 3 years.
Do you recognize
believe.
this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pack of gummies that were located in the master closet.
In this location that you've indicated here?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate representation of those items. Are those items in substantially the same condition as when they were located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-12. No objection.
9-12 is admitted.
Go ahead and open it up. While we're doing that, Scott, if you could put 1-17 for the witness, please. All right, and then do you see Exhibit 117 on your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That's an overall photograph I took of the master closet showing a mid-range of the item that was collected.
And that's that same item that you held up there?
Correct.
We could move to admit 1-17. No objection. And publish, please.
117 is admitted.
And so you might have to step down for this one. It's a little hard to see what we're looking at here.
Someone said she handles the evidence really skillfully. Well, that actually goes towards, the jury is looking at her and they're watching this and they're all observing this. So you wouldn't want a government expert that is in charge of documenting, handling evidence, etc., to come up there just fumbling around with stuff and to not look like they know what they're doing and not look like they're taking things procedurally, because obviously that would paint a picture that the government was clumsy with their chain of custody of evidence. There could have been errors, etc. So yeah, that's a good thing for the prosecution. Trust me, this is not even the most opening I've seen. I've seen way more opening in trials.
So we're looking at a pack of gummies that was located in the pocket jacket of the screen jacket.
Thank you. If we could have the scan exhibit, please. You can play it forward, please. Was the kitchen also searched?
Yes, it was.
And were there items that were located in the kitchen that you documented?
Yes.
I'll answer some of the random questions when we get.
And I've been asking you about items of significance. The items you're looking for, those are items that were in the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the search warrant told you what you were supposed to look for.
Yes.
All right. If we could go forward just a small, there we go. All right, we could pause it there. Okay, so we're, what area of the home are we looking at now?
We're in the kitchen now.
And we mentioned that there were items found in here. If you could grab item 9-13, please.
Gently
Do you
grab
recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a package of gummies that was located.
Taste them, taste them, taste them.
And those gummies that you have there, fair and accurate representation of what was collected on that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-13.
No objection.
9-13 is admitted.
And looking on our scan here, we see a couple of different indicators. Where were these gummies located?
It's going to be that orange dot where right above the refrigerator in that cabinet.
So the higher up dot?
Yes.
Okay. If we could show the witness exhibit 1-18, please. Do you see it? What is that?
It's a photograph I took of the item.
And is that fair and
The
accurate?
state's going through and just entering this evidence through this witness. So a lot of the evidence that's going to be used in terms of like demonstrables, et cetera, other stuff they might bring up later, right? Stuff they might bring up in the closing argument, et cetera. That's all got to come in. You got to have a witness to enter this in. So this is the witness that's getting a lot of this evidence in.
Representation of where the item was located that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-18.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-18 is admitted.
And then go ahead and open up exhibit 9-13. And those are the gummies that we see in the photograph there.
Yes.
After you documented these items, what did you do with them?
They were collected and then brought to the sheriff's office to be poked into evidence.
Scott, if we could have the scan view again.
That would be funny. Everyone in the chain of custody notes one less gummy than the one person before. There's an inconsistency with the number of gummies. They seem to be depleting as they pass through the ranks. She brought Fent to court.
And you can play it forward. Okay, you can pause it there. Thank you. So we see a few other indicators of items that were located there. Was there an item that was collected from the kitchen counter?
Yes.
If you could grab exhibit 9-10, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that item, the item that was collected here in the orange dot?
Correct.
We indicated with the red arrow?
Yes.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 9-10.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her say what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. What is that?
It's a set of tweezers and a small piece of plastic.
Someone asked, "Where's the bailiff?" I don't think we've seen the bailiff, but the bailiff hasn't had to do anything in this trial really, and that's kind of a good thing. So you don't want the bailiff to be too involved necessarily. And they're allowing yesterday, the judge made it very clear that the attorneys have that he said, "I trust you guys." So he gave them freedom to move up and approach the witnesses kind of very leniently. So it's not as formal in terms of like approaching and moving around in the well. So I think this judge is treating them like big boys and girls, right?
Is Nestor 9-10?
No objection.
And yeah, and Kouri is not a sovereign citizen. This is not the Brooks trial. This is not some sort of craziness where the bailiff needs to be actively restraining the defendant. She's, got her team swarmed around her and she's kind of been locked in.
And was admitted.
Where, so describe for the jury what, you can open it up and just let the jury see it. They can see through the bag, I think. What is this item?
It's a pair of tweezers that was located inside of a jacket pocket that was laying on the kitchen counter.
And so the jacket was on the counter. Tweezers were where?
Inside of a pocket.
The pocket of the jacket.
Correct.
What kind of jacket was it?
It was a woman's fitted black, medium size Under Armour jacket.
After you collected that item, what did you do with it?
It was packaged and brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
All of these items that we've just talked about, after they were collected, were they sent to the state crime lab?
Yes.
And were they tested there?
Yes, they were.
Did you receive a report back about the results of those tests?
Yes, I did.
We see, going back to the scan here, we see through the doorway another orange dot. Was it an item collected from that area?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 4-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Was this an item that was collected from that same search warrant date?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that you collected that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 4-16.
Your Honor,
Red highlight. Someone asked, is red highlights appropriate in your court attire? And in 2026, they're not going to give you any flack for highlights. She's dressed professionally. That this is not an issue at all. Like highlights are not going to get you kicked out of the court. This is not like 1862 or something like that. Although if I could find a powdered wig for Mudang, I would definitely throw that on Mudang. I think Mudang would look good in a powdered wig. But no, you don't have to have, certainly, like, the court cannot mandate your hair manicured in a certain way. Now, that said, if you came in there with some sort of crazy accessory or something like that, then maybe, it might come out. Obviously, no hats, right? So you're not coming in there with some ridiculous hat. No, F ice hat or something like that. That's not going to fly in court. And you can't have anything that would, potentially send some sort of signal to the jury, right? So, you can't walk in there in a Save Kouri t-shirt, right? That wouldn't be professional.
object on 401, 403, 404B.
And yes, there are significantly less people here today in the courtroom. That might be because, that might be because of the nature of today, and today being a day of a lot of entry of evidence, the medical examiner. Now, the medical examiner is very important, right? These are all necessary things. We have to get through this part of trial to get to other parts of trial that you might consider more sexy, right? But this has to happen. All this stuff has to come in, or we don't get to go there because they can't reference back to evidence. They can't reference back to evidence, right? You don't have any of these things in evidence. You have to have them in evidence in order to use them as part of your case in chief. No free RKI Trump hat. Also question, RMK asked, so far I've not seen the defense doing anything crazy. Are they letting evidence in and waiting for procedural error to go after? Well, they've been trying to, shoot the arrows in there when they can get them on the, on the little chain of custody or working outside the scope of their job, etc. Remember, their job is reasonable doubt.
Pause on admitting or publishing 416.
So
some more questions about
they
it.
just have to
Where
get little
was item
specks of minimum
4-16
reasonable doubt in there.
located?
That's what they're trying to do.
I believe it was located in the master bathroom.
4-16?
But to finish that thought, there's been nothing crazy for the defense to jump on. The medical examiner, you saw how serious she was, nothing really there. The cops, nothing really there. To really jump on and make them look really not credible, right? It's not like one of the one of the members of the one of the cops was like a super big He-Man woman hater or something like that, and they can like drag that out in court. None of that stuff. And that's also because the direct was very short, and they did a good job of keeping their direct examination short, so they don't give them those opportunities to jump in there and try to create problems.
On the screen. If you don't recall, that's okay.
I don't recall this one.
Okay, no problem. Well, let's put up the scan that we were looking at of the home.
One moment.
Do you see the orange dot kind of through the doorway from the kitchen?
Yes.
Do you know if there was a black backpack located where that orange dot is?
Yes.
Do you know if this document was located in that black backpack?
Yes.
What else? Did you look in that backpack?
I believe I just helped document what was inside.
What was inside?
Several documents, as well as prescription medication and Kouri Richins' name.
When executing this search warrant, was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-2, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the phone that was taken off of Kouri Richins that day that was booked into evidence.
Same or similar condition as when it was located that day or seized that day?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 9-2.
Your Honor, at this time, we renew our motion to suppress that was made earlier about the phone. We renew it at this time.
Okay. Your motion is denied for the same reasons previously stated by the court. 9-2 is it?
After item 9-2.
I'll get this one right quick from Armando Limon for 10. Says, I missed a live stream of yours because of lunar holiday. I get it. It's like the happy Lunar New Year. You're the fire horse. You were off selective service conscription. Since the 1940 SS Act, all male permanent residents and undocumented are subject to it. Well, I'm also too old to be conscripted. So that's a thing as well.
Was seized and collected. What did you do with it?
It was booked into the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
So we just talked about a lot of items that were collected. Remind the jury, what date were those items collected?
On April 13th of 2022.
So, and you were on scene when Eric died, and some time had passed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the house at 282 Willow Court searched on May 8th of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for that search?
Yes.
Again, was that search of the home pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness Exhibit 1-15 D3, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is going to be, it's the same 3D model rendering of the home. This one's depicting items that were collected on the 2023 warrant.
Is that on May 8th?
Yes.
And again, the same scan that we've been seeing, but now you've added tags for items that were collected on a different day.
Correct.
All right. Similar to the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, were assignments made for this search warrant?
Yes.
Personnel. And what was your role?
To photograph, assist in a search, and also assist in doing the mat report.
What areas of the scene were searched on this day?
Every room of the main home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
What specific items were you looking for pursuant to that search warrant?
We were looking for several different items relating to, I believe, electronics, as well as documents, and don't recall what else, to be honest.
That's okay. So we talked about Exhibit 1-15 D3. That's something that you helped create. That's the scan.
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1-15 D3.
Okay, 1-15 D is in dog 3. Okay,
Right.
and just to clarify, I'm sorry, I don't know if let me speak with Ms. Shamrock. So this is just adding on the tags from the 8th.
It's not, I mean, iterative, it is iterative, but it's not in addition to. They're just the tags from that day.
Perfect. No objection.
1-15D3 is admitted. Would you like us to publish?
Yes, please. Okay, so again, we're looking at the same scan, correct?
Yes.
And you have included tags for a different date that the house was searched.
Yes.
Scott, you can play the scan, please. And you mentioned that the whole house was searched again.
Yes.
And that included the bedroom.
Yes.
You were looking for electronics as well as documents. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That's what, just reminding you what you said before. Were there items pursuant to that search warrant that were located in the master bedroom?
She's fine. She's completely fine. The defendant, the defense is not getting any major win here.
Yes.
I'll wait till our video catches up before I ask you about this. All right, you can pause it there, Scott. So we see 2 green dots on this screen.
Oh yeah, and by the way, so like someone asked, like, is the jury seeing the defendant's reaction? The jury is watching everything, and it's their job to watch the reaction of the defendant as well as this is going on, and you know, see how she's going, because their impression of the defendant themselves is very, very important, as well as their impression of the witness and whether or not they find that witness credible. That's definitely the job of the jury, is to watch them physically and see how they're reacting. Yes.
Were you there when these items were located?
Not when they were located. I believe I was in a different room.
Okay, but you were the person that collected them?
Yes.
And when they were located, did they remain in their original condition until you documented them?
As far as I am aware, yes.
Okay. Take item 9-15 and go ahead and open it up. What is that?
It's an orange notebook.
And is that one of the items that was collected in May 8th of 2023?
Yes.
And is where that item was located depicted?
Did they check the animal heads for drugs? I don't know. Maybe there's a giant Fent stash in the moose head. That's a very fair point.
Did on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Where was this item located?
It's going to be that bottom green dot that's showing in the top drawer of the nightstand.
We're going to come back to this item. I'm not going to admit it quite yet. So we see another green dot. Do you know what was located, where that is indicated?
Yes, it's a blue iPhone that was located inside the top drawer.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-4, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the blue iPhone that was collected from that drawer that day.
It's in the same or similar condition to when it was, as it was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-4.
9-15, right?
This is correct.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
9-4, the blue iPhone is admitted.
And Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 10-21. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photograph I took of where the cell phone was located.
fair and accurate representation of where it was located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 10-21
No objection.
and publish.
10-21 is admitted.
Publish, please. So we see, zoom back out for us. So we see a phone sitting on top of the dresser. Is that the phone that was collected?
Thank you for the very generous donation on Ko-Fi. Really appreciate that. Going towards the Coffee and Red Bull Fund, Redbeard. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Love you guys.
That's a tablet.
Okay, and so where, we'll have Scott zoom in, where is the phone that you collected, that you just showed us?
To the right of the, I believe is a pair of sweatpants.
Okay, so it's kind of inside the drawer, leaning up against the front of the drawer. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You mentioned that the detached office was also searched on that day.
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-15D7, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the rendering of the detached garage and shop.
The same virtual scan, just of a different area of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D7.
I'm so sorry. This is a new Matterport 115D7. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
115D7 is admitted.
Okay, and you can play that forward, Scott. And so was the office also searched for documents?
Yes, it was.
Sorry, I thought that was
And similar
Minecraft
to the
for a
other one,
second. I mean,
did you indicate
that like, when it's zooming there for a second, that almost looked like a game.
on this virtual scan, if there was a document that was collected on May 8th?
Yes.
And so somebody asked a question, wait, she was caught trying to poison before? Yes. So there was a attempt, which, I have to say allegedly, but the first attempt was with a Fent sandwich where the guy, and it was actually on Valentine's Day of all days, where he ate this sandwich, and they're going to bring in the records of the purchasing of the Fent and stuff like that later. So we're going to get to that. That's going to come up. But essentially he ate this sandwich, got really broke out, felt really sick. And he told others, I think my wife is trying to poison me. So, and that already has come out, right? That came out day one with a separate witness that really didn't even need to get into that, but it got into that. It opened the door to that on day one. So already it was known that, or he told people that she was trying to poison me before she allegedly successfully did it, right? So the death would become on the second quote unquote attempt, right? Yeah, Fent sandwich. Yep.
Oh, I don't see the tag on this one.
It's on there.
Oh, where is it?
Give it a second.
I missed it.
On
There you go.
Valentine's
If we
Day.
could pause the scan.
Because love.
I missed it the first time around. Was there a document collected from that location?
Yes.
If you could take exhibit 9-16 from your stack there. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And is that the item that was collected from there?
Yes.
Okay. We're not going to admit it this time. We'll come back to that document.
And by the way, the suggested vehicle of delivery was a drink, because there was and that's I think the prosecution's angle of that. There was like a celebratory drink they had that night. That's why they talk about the cock and bull and et cetera, stuff like that going on, where there was a possible drink that was the vector for the Fent, right? So, first you try the food and then you go to the drink.
Pursuant to this search warrant was, or not to this search warrant, but on that same date was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person.
Yes.
If you could take exhibit 9-3, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a cell phone that was collected from Kouri Richins' person.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected on May 8th?
Yes.
Got to enter in the cell phone to get the text messages, right?
9-3.
So this is how the order
What
goes.
happened with that
Those
phone after it
text
was
messages are going to come up later. The
I
searches
believe it
are
was
going to come
downloaded
up
by
later.
Detective O'Driscoll and then booked into evidence.
Was there a search made of the 282 Willow Court home on November 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-15D5.
Come on, Scott. All right, I can fast forward.
November 7th.
Yes.
Same as all the other scans we've been looking at?
Correct.
You put different tags on there for items that were located on that day?
Correct.
Similar to the two other search warrants we talked about, were assignments made on that day?
Yes.
And what was your role?
To photograph and assist in document and search.
Same as the other searches?
Yep.
Okay. Again, what areas of the home were searched?
The entirety of the home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
I don't think I've moved to admit 115D5 yet. I'll do that now. Yes.
Yes. Any objection?
This one from November 7th, I'm so sorry, I'm trying to keep up. November 7th, the Matterport is 115.
Now we're going to get to electronic evidence, guys. That's going to come too.
D5 is admitted and published.
Go ahead and play it, Scott. What items were being, specific items you were looking for this day? Excuse me.
Handwritten documents.
Did you locate any of those?
The buffalo,
I assisted in
don't sleep on the
photographing
buffalo.
Document?
Yeah.
Okay, you could pause it there. We see purple circle on the screen there. Was a document located from that location on that day?
Yes.
Take Exhibit 9-17. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that the item? What is it?
It's a handwritten document of what appears to be a timeline. It was located inside that the kitchen cabinet.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that was collected on that day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Just a moment, I'm sorry. I'm looking for Exhibit 8-49. It's a binder.
There's one up here.
There is one up here. Ah, yes.
The prosecution's got to go procedurally with these, so this is just how they have to enter them.
You need to look at some handwriting items.
They have to enter them one by one. They can't just batch enter evidence.
Showing you in States Exhibit 8-49, tab 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this an item that was collected from the Richins home?
Especially for items.
Yes, it was.
Right.
Was that collected during that November 7th, 2024 search warrant?
Yes.
Did you collect this item?
And remember, the
Yes, I did.
jury
And
the
book it
jury
into
gets
evidence?
access
Yes.
to all of these
Took
things.
photographs of it?
Correct.
So
If you could turn to tab 16.
the jury gets to look at all this stuff
We were
and
just on was
K15.
K15.
Yes.
Okay.
someone asked why I'm covering this
Do you
trial.
recognize this?
Interesting
Yes.
facts.
What is it?
Good lawyers.
It's,
good,
coupons with handwriting.
good legal
on them.
battle. Good
Like
judge.
This
Christmas
was-
coupons.
I'm sorry, I should let you finish.
You're fine.
Finish what you were saying before I ask my question.
There appears to be like
Get
Christmas
better.
coupons
This is good, but
that are handwritten.
Another item that was collected from the Willow Court home.
Yes.
Did you take photographs of this item?
I took photographs, yes.
And did you book it into evidence?
I did not. I believe Evidence Tech Matter booked that one in.
Okay, but it was booked into the evidence room.
Yes.
I want to talk
Great
about
names, great names.
a few other items that were collected. Did you did you collect other electronics in particular for, not collect, but I'm sorry, I should use more precise words. Did you book into evidence other electronics for this case?
Yes.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-6, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 cell phones that were collected from Robert Grossman.
And they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Those items in the same or similar condition as when they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-6.
There's nothing for the defense to do here. The defense really can't object to any of this stuff. What are they going to say? Like, this wasn't
You
found,
can
or
open
this
it
is,
up and let the jury see it.
you know. And you can hear that was the defense attorney right now. It's just, she's trying to make herself an ally of the jury, right? Both sides want to make themselves look good to the jury. So she's trying to say, you know, I'm speaking up on behalf of the jury. Oh, can you make sure you show that to them?
Improper foundation. This individual can't
Okay,
testify
okay.
who
Here
bought
we go.
those phones, that they came from Mr. Grossman. My understanding is they were just brought to her, and that's insufficient. We object.
Well, she can testify that these 2 phones were booked into evidence.
Right.
Yes.
So
Sure.
we can admit 9-6 as these 2 phones, right?
There you go.
No. We need a foundation laid of how the chain of custody of those 2 phones, who got them and who brought them to her before they can come in.
Didn't she just testify that they were, forgive me, I may have misheard the testimony. Yes, of course.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's fast forward through this a little bit. They're going to come in.
Exhibit 9-6, 2 cell phones, identified, not yet admitted.
Yes.
Just going to ask some more questions, I guess, here. Lay some more foundation.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-18, please, and 9-19. Okay. Let's start with 9-18. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo. Sorry. It is a phone that was collected during a search warrant of Lauber's residence.
What kind of phone is it? Just the model or the make of it?
It's a Samsung.
Okay. And is that phone the same or similar condition as when you booked it into evidence?
Yes.
And I'll treat this one the same as 9-6. And if you go ahead and show it to the jury. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't entered it yet. I'm sorry. If you could take Exhibit 9-19, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a Motorola cell phone that was collected from off of Carmen Lauber's person.
Is that was that phone booked into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Okay. After I'm going to move away from these specific phones and just talk about some things that the sheriff's office does with cell phones once they're collected. When cell phones are after cell phones are booked into evidence, does the sheriff's office have the capability to download a cell phone?
We currently do.
What about in 2022? Did the
So
sheriff's
yeah, AFIX brought this up about chain of custody. So in Utah, the general presumption is still that the chain of custody is correct unless there is evidence to suggest otherwise, right? So typically, unless a party challenges the chain of custody, it's presumed to be valid.
office have that capability in 2022?
No, we did not.
If the sheriff's office or an investigator in the sheriff's office
So what that means is they would have to argue that it was tampered with or that it was contaminated or that there was a problem with the chain of custody.
wanted to get a download of someone's cell phone in 2022, how did that happen?
It was brought down to the RCFL.
What is the RCFL?
It's a regional forensics, computer forensic institution.
And so the downloads of the phones weren't done in-house at that time.
Correct.
And at some point, did that change?
Yes.
When was that?
Early of 2023.
What happened in early 2023 as it relates to cell phone downloads at the sheriff's office?
We obtained a program called Celebrate.
What is Celebrate?
It is a cell phone download program.
Are you certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. How, not the technology part, but how physically, if you were going to download a cell phone, how would you do that?
We'd obtain the item from evidence and essentially plug it into the program, and then the program basically tells us what to do on the next steps, and it kind of breaks into the phone.
So kind of a plug and play type of thing.
Correct.
And you're certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Did you perform cell phone downloads in this case?
Yes.
Which cell phone did you download in this case?
I downloaded a few.
Okay. Do you remember which ones?
I believe Hayden Jeff's.
Well, don't say the name.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Uh-oh. Cat's out of the bag.
I think the majority of them were iPhones.
Okay, that's fine. When a phone is downloaded using Celebrate, do you get a report after it's downloaded?
Yeah, it gives us the date, like the raw data.
Okay, from the phone.
Correct.
So turning away from cell phones now, I want to talk a little bit more about the
So that
Matterport
gets you
scan.
into.
Did you use
You
that?
have to explain that on how you
or
get
first, let me ask
messages
this
or
way.
other
Is
things
that
from the phone.
Does that software have the capability to do measurements? I think you mentioned that.
Yes.
Did you use the Matterport scan in this case to measure some certain distances?
Yes.
How is that done?
I select basically the X, Y, and Z coordinates on the scan itself and pretty much pick two separate points, and it will give you an accurate measurement within 1% error rate.
How do you know it's within 1% error rate?
It's according to their company.
Okay. And so you measured some areas of the home in this case.
Yes.
And did you verify those measurements after Matterport gave you the distances?
Yes, we also physically measured them on scene.
Okay. And so did you measure the area from the master bedroom to the kitchen?
Yes.
Was that distance 55 feet 2 inches?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you measure the distance from the master bedroom to the front door?
Okay.
Yes.
Was that distance 36 feet, a little over 36 feet?
Yes.
And you verified through that process you just described that those were accurate distances?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
I don't know whether her boyfriend is on the witness list. That will be epic. If her boyfriend is on the witness list, that will actually be epic. Also, on whose witness list? If the boyfriend was on the prosecution's witness list, that would be pretty fantastic. I don't know though. We do not know. He is? We'll see. He is? Okay. That's going to be fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. Fantastic. Yes, that's a great one. Fantastic. Oh, who made that joke in chat? Oh, fantastic.
Objection.
Oh, we'll see if he's really on the state's list. That's going to be a day. That's going to be one that you. So the defense does have witnesses, but the prosecution puts on his case in chief first. So
Just
the
a couple more
prosecution gets the
questions.
first lick.
I want to go back to the Celebrate program and the cell phone
They do
downloads.
have witnesses, but they tried to BS
Did
some
you do a
stuff yesterday.
download for Kouri's blue iPhone in this case?
I assisted Detective O'Driscoll in the download.
What do you mean you assisted? Describe that process.
He started the download. It gave him an error, and then I assisted in doing some troubleshooting and starting the process of the download.
And so were you able to get a successful download of that blue iPhone?
Yeah, it was. I was able to obtain the PIN code, and then Detective O'Driscoll finished it and obtained a download.
And just to be sure, let's show the jury which item we're talking about so we don't get the phones confused. We're talking about
Usually
Exhibit
a
9
time for when they
4.
end, but usually it's around 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. It's not. They usually don't go past that. They give a little leeway.
It's a blue iPhone.
And this was the
Business
phone that
hours.
we, where was this item collected from?
Inside the top drawer of the dresser in the master bedroom. It was leaning up against the drawer.
And this was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Those are all my questions.
Someone asked, wouldn't it be
Thank you.
better for the prosecution to have their witnesses after? No. The prosecution has the burden, and also a lot of the basic evidence has to be entered by the prosecution. So the state does a lot of the heavy lifting on getting a lot of the fundamental evidence in. And remember, they've got the burden, so they start out making their case, and they do get a rebuttal case after the defense rests their case. So the prosecution has the chance to come back afterwards. So they have a rebuttal. So they have a chance to come back and tear apart the defense witnesses. So they've got that opportunity, but they've also got the burden.
You sure about this necessary? Would you approach for a moment?
Fast forward through the approaching.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop the presentation of evidence for today. At
Oh.
this point, we'll pick up cross-examination of Ms. Gibson tomorrow morning.
Okay, that's what we got to look forward to tomorrow morning.
I'm required to give you these instructions at the end of every day, and frankly, I should be doing it at the
We
end.
made it,
of
guys.
every
We
or
made it,
before every
boys.
break. So
Boys and
please
girls.
just humor me. Do not talk about this case with anyone. Do not let anyone else talk about it to you. This is off limits.
We'll see if there's any
You
discussion
have to
afterwards.
affirmatively avoid listening to, watching, or reading anything about the case.
I don't
And
believe
do
that.
not take any actions to gain any information. So no research,
Hard to
no internet
do in
searches,
the modern era.
no social media interactions
No
about the case at
social
all.
media.
Please travel safely. See you tomorrow morning, ready to go at 8:30. Please rise for the jury.
It's more of a trust system, so how do they enforce that? I mean, obviously, if someone is caught interacting, so if they're caught, engaging with people and doing something, that would be reported to the court, right? And then they can be, removed or punished or whatever else, whatever the situation is.
Have a seat. All right.
Let's see, they probably have some procedural stuff.
Forgive my ignorance. Are you taking all this stuff back with you?
I was told by Brittany.
What's the plan, Brady?
Anything that is illegal substance, she has to take.
Got it.
She has to take the substances. She's taking the substances.
The phones I can take.
She gets the gummies.
Is that what you want to do?
We want to do what we're supposed to do.
Okay, sounds good. So let's be specific. We'll do this by number. Let's just do this on the record. Chelsea, if you would separate for us 9-5. That's the green iPhone.
We'll see. We'll see what you got here.
9
Fast forward here.
-3 have been admitted so far.
Hold on.
Those are the 4 phones that have been admitted so far.
So 4 phones admitted.
So Brittany will take control of those as evidence clerk. The remaining items that were admitted are, or appear to be, medications and other other substances that, as I understand it, the court's not taking custody of.
Other than
Court is not
tweezers.
holding the drug.
Yes. Which one was that?
9-10, I believe.
9/10.
Which date was that?
April 13th.
Okay.
The gummies
Take
just
those.
evaporate every night. I don't know where they go.
Do your notes show that we missed anything, Rick?
The judge has a great voice.
Got it. Yep, thank you. Okay. Ms. Shervanek, anything else on the separation of what Technician Gibson will hold on to versus what the court will hold on to?
No, I think that's clear. I think we should most likely have a plan for what happens at the conclusion of evidence, because the jury will have it to deliberate.
Well, they're not going to get, we can talk about that.
Yeah,
There
but I
are
just
rules
wanna-
that
I just
control what
wanna
they have
put it out
access
there.
to and how, and that's all in the Code of Judicial Administration.
But I think for now, Ms. Gibson
Okay.
would take custody of what she's told
Right.
to take custody of.
Ms. Nestor, anything else on this topic tonight? Okay,
Do I need to bring back all of this?
yes.
Okay.
And also remember, you are proverbially still on the stand, so do not confer with anybody about your testimony.
Got
We'll swear you back in tomorrow morning. Understood. Okay. You are free to pack up and go.
Can I get Brittany to sign chain
Of
custody
course.
stuff?
Yep.
It'll make me feel better.
No, yeah, of course. Ms. Shervanek, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record
Okay,
this
here we
afternoon?
go. See if they got anything left. I think that's it. So that was the cut. That's the end. We got to the end of today. So I'll answer some questions about what I thought. So no, overall, were there any, huge moments for the prosecution defense? No. You had to get in the Fent, the Fent death from the medical examiner. That's in now. The cops, that evidence is in. There were no major holes there. Somebody asked me, do you think she's guilty yet? Well, despite the fact, I've read up on the background and I know the background of the story and I know, the allegations, etc. The prosecution hasn't presented enough of their case yet to prove their theory, because they still got to go to that final yards of, okay, how did show her buying the fentanyl, show that, give that evidence, show the, other things they're going to prove in terms of the financial crimes, that the limited financial crimes that they're going to bring up in part of this. There's some of that they have to introduce as part of this. So there's more we need, right? We're not there yet with everything we need to prove the prosecution's case. That's got to come up. They've got to get there. And I'm listening for that, waiting for that. But the prosecution hasn't fucked up yet. So there hasn't been any major prosecution fuck up yet. So yes, the defense hasn't blown any, massive holes in it, but the prosecution hasn't fucked up. They also haven't proved their case yet. So we're going to get into that tomorrow. I'm going to start at 12:30 my time, because I think we ended kind of almost perfectly. So I started at 11:45, but I did a little bit of an intro. So I'll probably start about 12, maybe 12:15, 12:30 tomorrow and get into it tomorrow. Somebody asked, why did the financial and murder charges separate? Because there are so many financial crimes. And when you get into that, it gets distracting because it's too much and it's a lot of finances. And also you can argue that perhaps it's prejudicial, if they think she's really guilty on these financial crimes, and they might also find her guilty of murder, all that sort of stuff. But that's been bifurcated out. So the financial crimes a lot of the financial crimes are separated out. The 26 financial crimes that are separated out. There's still some things that are included as part of this, but the majority of things are separated out from murder, right? There are some things that are kind of incident to it. And obviously the other thing too is that there's civil cases that are going on in terms of the trust, because she immediately sued to get the trust. So when the trust was formed and after there was death, there was obviously debate over the trust proceeds. She was trying to get the trust proceeds. So there was litigation over that, trust and estates litigation. So there's discovery that came out as part of that. but they've blown the door wide open in day one to discussing that, because the defense actually opened the door and ended up bringing that stuff in on cross. So a lot of that discussion, it may come up back later when we get future prosecution witnesses, and certainly when we get defense witnesses and cross-examination of defense witnesses. That stuff will scurry. That stuff can scurry back in. But the fraud is out there. The jury has heard it, right? And once the jury has heard it, you can't put that cat back in the box. So once the jury has heard that, because the jury is sitting through everything, right? Some witnesses are sequestered, meaning they have to be outside of the courtroom. They can't sit in there for the testimony of other witnesses. So obviously witnesses don't necessarily hear everything, right? But the jury does. And the jury is looking at her as well and looking at her reaction when that went down. I think, looking at her, you can see that this is a woman that is disturbed. And you can see, obviously, her life is on the line here. It's very, 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 it's very jarring for anybody, but she's definitely locked in. Sid Star Lucha said, good morning, fairly early today. Yeah, good. But overall, really good. The judge was awesome today. No big mess ups by the attorneys. I will say Legal Emaru, I cannot get that out of my head. That name is going to be in my head throughout this trial, Legal Emaru. Also Frat Boy Esquire. I think that also works too. But we'll be back tomorrow. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. Trial streaming is something I don't always do. And, 69% of you say that you enjoy trial streaming. 28% say good to mix it up, and 3% say no. So we're majority in the like today. So I'm very glad you guys like this. If you like it, make sure that you share it and make sure that you like the video, leave a comment on the video. I'm definitely still, once again, we got the Somali trial coming up on Friday that I'm going to be giving you a report from after the trial. So that's coming up. And I've got some other coverage and some fast facts coming on as well. Someone asked, is death penalty an option? No, they are not seeking the death penalty. So that is not at play here in this case. Somebody asked me, what time is that UK? So what is that? 12:15 a.m. Bangkok is what, like 5:15 the previous day in the UK, or 6:15. I don't know whether you're in summertime or not. We don't do the summertime thing over here. But yeah, good to see you on there. Good everybody. Yeah, Joe Schmo, Ava, good to see you chipping in, and thank you for the donation. Thank you for the coffee over there on Ko-Fi supporting me. 50% of the caffeine fund is filled. But yes, we're Bangkok time zone. So that's the Indo-China time zone. So starting at 12:15 a.m. Yes, I'm doing late nights for you guys because I love you. I love you guys. So smash the like, stay cool, and don't be coping and seething, guys. I'll catch you tomorrow. Peace.
You are coping and seething. You just can't believe what you're seeing. It's you coping and seething. The truth it is all day, and now you are more than